New era, year 521, early March. Lin tiptoed and scanned the surroundings. The sunlight was glaring. He raised his hand to cover his eyes. Dense forests in the north, barren hills in the south, rushing rivers in the west, towering mountains in the east. Lin's face showed some confusion. Is this time travel? A few minutes ago, he was playing a newly released online game that perfectly combined manor farming with mount and blade. The graphics were stunning. Each frame could serve as wallpaper. No mods, no accelerated construction, no one-click production. Everything relied on sheer effort. Day and night, he had been grinding for 7 consecutive days, fearing to lag behind. Suddenly, his vision went dark, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself here. This game could truly consume one's life. Calming himself slightly, a vast array of memories surged into his mind, quickly merging. Lin's expression grew complex. He was Lin Blake, the illegitimate son of Marquis Duca of the Caridi Empire. Even though he was already an adult, as an illegitimate child, he wasn't even worthy of bearing the Duca's surname. The land beneath his feet was the coming-of-age gift given to Lin by Marquis Duca. Claimed to be a coming-of-age gift, it was actually just throwing away a piece of Wasteland to get rid of him. It was a 3-month journey from the Marquis's castle to here. The journey was distant, infested by bandits, beasts roaming rampant. A man merely 15 years old could easily perish on the way. Life and death, Marquis Duca didn't care. Just an illegitimate son. But the elder son awaiting the hereditary title, to protect the Marquis's reputation and family bloodline stability, sent his followers to end Lin here. His dear elder brother was truly quite fervent. According to this world's primogeniture law, no matter what, the Marquis title would never fall to Lin, who had just arrived at the Marquis's castle less than a day. Lin now stood at the southernmost point of the Marquisate, also on the border of the Caridi Empire. Even on the Empire's map, this place doesn't exist. After all, the Caridi Empire is vast, with many unexplored areas. No towns or villages were visible within dozens of kilometers around. However, quick shadows are fleeting at the forest's edge. Lin had nothing with him except the blood-stained grant of his fief, only his hands. Revenge aside, the pressing issue is how to survive. Lin began to contemplate. Absolutely impossible. This land was far from the Marquis's castle, yet it's still Marquis Duca's territory. If spotted by the manor lord or merchants from towns or villages and reported to his dear elder brother, his elder brother certainly wouldn't mind letting him die again. Go to another lord's fief? The thought was immediately dismissed. With his physical prowess, he might not even escape the Marquis's territory before being captured by another lord and made a slave. Desolate, secluded, beasts and poisonous insects, dangers everywhere. Lin shifted his thinking. This is the borderland of the Caridi Empire. Hardly anyone comes here. For him, it seems like a path to survival. But how to find a way to survive in this wasteland? Currently, the season hasn't reached early spring. At night, temperatures drop to near freezing. Lin felt that if not eaten by beasts in the forest, he might freeze to death at night. Lin's vision blurred slightly. A text panel appeared in view. Imperial Myth System loading. Heavenly Artifacts mode loading complete. Other modes pending unlock. Lin was surprised, but soon recovered his composure. Imperial Myth, the game he had been grinding before traveling through, involving role-play development, management simulation, real-time strategy, expeditions, and more. Starting as a free person, through hard work, gradually building the Imperial Myth. Heavenly Artifacts belongs to the management simulation mode. Simply put, it's all about grinding life skills, farming, tree chopping, hunting, logging, forging, building, trading. Lin squatted slightly, grabbing a weed with his right hand, gently exerting force and uprooting it from the soil. A semi-transparent window floated before his eyes. Successfully uprooted weed, collection experience, +1. Lin felt completely numb. After traveling through, he still needed to grind? However, since he came, he might as well settle down. Suppressing his complex feelings, Lin scanned the surroundings again. With heavenly artifacts, he was destined to be a farmer, a born agricultural prodigy. Lin crossed the weed thicket, standing on the Crescent Bay riverbank. Dozens of tall pine trees grew on the elevated bank. For the 500 meters to the left of Crescent Bay lies dense forest for logging raw timber. Directly across the distance were towering mountains, ripe for stone quarrying. The right was a low-hill wasteland, less than 100 meters from the river, allowing for water retrieval and fishing by the riverbank. The view was unobstructed. Any danger could be seen at a glance. If a hatchet were crafted, he could fell the pine trees on the elevated bank and build a shed or wooden house. As a seasoned Manor Lord player, Lin was well acquainted with these processes. He bent down and began clearing the weeds underfoot, grabbing a withered grass stalk, exerting slight force, pulling it out completely. Weed removal successful. Collection experience +1. Obtained linen seeds 1. Looking at the prompt on the text panel, Lin was unsurprised. Weed removal could yield linen, which, after processing, could become linen fiber, and linen fiber could be woven into fabric. He casually tossed the linen aside and continued clearing out the weeds. After clearing roughly 10 square meters, Lin stopped. He sat down heavily on the weed heap, panting heavily. His neck was covered with red itching spots, marks scraped by the fine hairs of the weeds. His body was hot. If it weren't for the temperature being only a dozen degrees, he would already be drenched in sweat. This wasteland had never been cultivated. The soil was compact. Pulling out one weed didn't feel like much. But as more were uprooted, the more his energy was depleted, leading to increasing fatigue. With a thought, Lin opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel. Construction, level 0, 0 over 100. Planting, level 0, 0 over 100. Collection, level 0, 13 over 100. Production, level 0, 0 over 100. Breeding, level 0, 0 over 100. Looking at the panel showing 13 points of collection experience and the cleared area, Lin felt inexplicably fulfilled. His mind was filled with newfound knowledge about collection. Indeed, with enough grinding, one can constantly become stronger. However, Lin could sense the diminishing effect. Pulling one weed no longer yielded one experience point. Solely relying on hands to pull weeds resulted in painfully slow experience gain. After resting for half an hour, Lin rose and searched near the cleared area. Having just gathered some sticks, several shell-shaped stone fragments several meters ahead caught his eye. Flint, silicious rock, can be used to craft stone tools or start a fire. Lin's eyes glistened instantly. The biggest difference between humans and animals lies in the ability to manufacture and use tools. Gathering sticks and flints, Lin returned to the open ground, sitting on a pile of weeds. He placed a piece of flint on a relatively flat rock, picked up a larger piece in his right hand, and struck down. To make a flint knife, Lin only had a vague memory of the knowledge in his mind. The general idea: hammer out a sharp stone, choose a suitable stick, and then tie them together with rope. What kind of flint is needed, how big and wide the flint fragments should be, how to polish them, how thick and long the stick should be, how to make the binding rope. Lin didn't know, but it didn't matter. Heavenly Artifacts knew. Lin just had to grind enough. The force was so strong that Lin's right arm became slightly numb and achy, causing him to inhale sharply. The loud noise was accompanied by a few sparks. Production experience +1. The surface of the flint hit appeared to have some fine powder. Lin struck down again. Production experience +1. The flint still showed no signs of breaking. A flint fragment with few internal cracks is needed. Production experience +1. Reshaped the flint fragment into the needed shape. With each increase in experience, the knowledge of making a stone spear and stone knife fused in his mind. Lin selected 2 suitable blade fragments from the dozen broken flint pieces and began reshaping them according to the method in his mind. This method allowed better control over the shape and sharpness of the blade. Production experience +1. Initially, Lin's polishing movements were awkward, unable to smoothly polish the flint fragments. Gradually, his movements became skilled. The edge of the flint fragment scraped over the hard, flat stone, creating a swooshing sound. In Lin's hand, the flint fragment gradually took on the outline of a stone knife as he rubbed the blade back and forth over fine sandstone. In Lin's hand, he'd now ground 2 sharp, glowing flint blades. One would be used to make the stone knife, the other to make a stone spear. Picking up one piece, he felt the sharpness of the blade. The sharpness was enough to pierce into a person's heart. Now he lacked binding rope to tie the flint blade and the stick together. With a movement of his arm, Lin picked out several blades of grass, placed them in his palm, and started rubbing them with both hands. Production experience +1. Production experience +1. Production experience +1. 3 or 4 long blades of grass spun continuously in Lin's hands, yet remained unable to become a rope. The grass was distorted by the repeated spinning, losing its toughness and becoming limp. Lin didn't stop because of this. He picked out a few more blades of grass to continue rubbing. In his mind, the knowledge of how to weave grass ropes was gradually emerging. There were several methods for rubbing grass ropes: a simple 2-strand method and a more solid 3-strand method for binding objects. Compared to grass, wild rice grass was the best for making grass ropes. In the pile of weeds, there was no shortage of wild rice grass. He was near a riverbank with abundant wild rice grass. A 1-meter-long rice grass rope appeared in his hand, with 3 bundles of grass tightly twisted together. Simple grass rope can be used for binding and weaving, limited toughness. Lin held the 2 ends of the grass rope with both hands, exerting force several times. The rope only made a popping sound, showing no sign of coming apart or breaking. This sturdiness is perfectly suitable for binding. He set the grass rope aside and continued rubbing. With knowledge and experience in weaving grass ropes, the second rope only took half an hour. Once the grass rope was made, Lin picked up a stick about a dozen centimeters long and began to shape it with the flint blade. With the sharp blade and the completed grass rope, he needed suitable knife handles and spear shafts. According to his memory of making the stone knife, Lin began to carve grooves for processing. Production experience +1. Production experience +1. Lin's hands continuously moved back and forth between the grass rope, the stick, and the blade. He carved a shallow groove in the back of the stone knife, embedded the handle in the groove, and then secured it with rope. Unfortunately, there was no resin-like adhesive to strengthen the bond. As before, Lin's movements started out awkward but gradually became fluid, finally becoming inexplicably skilled. A flint knife with a blade about 20 centimeters long appeared in Lin's hand. Simple flint knife can be used for cutting, hunting, self-defense, and more limited sharpness. Lin took a satisfied look and picked up another flint blade to tie it together. With the experience he gained earlier, Lin's tying skills became more proficient. Simple flint spear can be used for hunting, self-defense, scouting, and more limited sharpness. Grasping the flint spear in his hand, Lin swung it a few times. The stone spear was over 1 meter long, perfect in length, perfect in weight, and wouldn't tire his hand from holding it for long periods. After finishing all this, Lin tightly gripped the flint knife in his right hand and walked with determined steps towards the nearby grassy field. The wind carrying the smell of earth blew, causing the grass to tremble as if shivering. With the aid of the flint knife, Lin became faster and more efficient at clearing grass. Previously, he could clear only about 10 square meters of open space in 2 hours using merely his hands. Now, another 2 hours passed, and the open space under Lin's feet already spanned 50 to 60 square meters. With the flint knife, his work efficiency increased nearly 5-fold. The grass on the wasteland was very high, almost reaching his knees. It's fine during the day, but at night, danger could certainly be lurking within. A 50 to 60 square meter area would be enough for him to react before danger arrived. As the sky darkened, Lin, who was dry-mouthed and sweaty, stopped. He was the illegitimate son of Marquis Duca, but not truly a noble. Instead, he had lived with his mother, who was a textile worker since childhood. Until the age of 15, he learned his true identity when his mother died. To survive, he had worked since childhood, making his physical strength no worse than those noble-born children raised on milk bread, making him even taller and stronger. At only 15, he already reached 1.8 meters in height, with a strong build full of muscular tendons. Under black short hair, there was a face carved like with a knife, sword-like brows and starry eyes. Wearing a dirt-resistant light blue coarse wool robe and trousers. The very picture of a handsome man. Even a sturdy and handsome man gets tired and thirsty. After tucking the flint knife into his belt, Lin gripped the long spear and walked toward the nearby river. As he walked, he waved the spear to scout the way. In this wasteland, The closer to the river and water source, the greater the danger. As Lin predicted, after walking less than a dozen meters, a strange yet familiar sound reached his ears. Rustle, rustle, rustle. It was the sound of a snake tail brushing against the surrounding grass, issuing a warning. The Karidi Empire had a temperate maritime climate. As spring approached, snakes had already awakened from hibernation. Lin's gaze followed the sound's source, quickly searching the grass ahead. A few seconds later, his gaze fixed on the forward left. On the lower grass, its color gray with deep patterns, its body sturdy and having a distinctive triangular head. The head lifted, a crimson tongue flickered constantly. Oval vertical pupils stared directly at Lin. Viper, highly toxic, snake meat contains high-quality protein, fat, and other nutrients. Lin's little heart couldn't help but tensed up. Lin's sudden arrival clearly made it feel threatened. The viper's entire body was coiled together. The snake tail at the center was furiously shaking, constantly emitting a rustling warning sound. With both hands gripping the long spear tightly, Lin's heart was filled with tension. If bitten by the viper, without any doubt, it's game over instantly. Lin hesitated about whether to turn and flee, but he felt his speed was definitely not as fast as the viper's instant strike. Suddenly, the coiling viper lifted the front of its body. Its head quickly swept through the air, darting straight for Lin's left leg. Facing the viper, Lin hurriedly retreated 2 steps, using the long spear to block in front. The viper's body was diverted by him. Hunting experience +1. The viper seemed unwilling to give up. Its thick body bent and tensed, lifting its head to launch at Lin once again. Lin quickly raised the stone spear to defend. Such speed and power. He could feel the vibration of the stone spear upon impact. Hunting experience +1. The immense pressure from the threat of death made Lin fix his gaze on the viper and involuntarily hold his breath. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The snake tail of the viper was still shaking quickly, creating an ominous sound. After 2 attacks, it seemed a bit fatigued but remained coiled together, its head fixed on Lin, constantly flicking its tongue as if gathering strength. The palm of Lin's right hand holding the long spear was getting slightly sweaty. Watching the viper's head slowly lower, his heart hardened. Without any hesitation, he thrust the stone spear towards the viper. The finely sharpened blade accurately penetrated the viper's head and embedded into the soil. The coiled body instantly changed, twisting tightly around the stone spear, trying to use this force to escape the pain brought by the stone spear. Lin released the stone spear and stepped back 2 paces, his gaze fixed firmly on the viper. Confirming the threat was gradually decreasing, Lin's flushed face started to breathe heavily. Facing the threat of death, Lin was tense and frightened. When Lin calmed his emotions, the viper had already lost all signs of life, its belly flipping white. Viper, deceased, poisonous, snake meat. Lin approached and pulled out the stone spear, bringing the viper's body up with it. Just about to dispose of the viper, he hesitated for a moment, eventually deciding to keep it. Took out the stone knife to cut off the viper's head, burying it in the hole dug by the spear. Feeling briefly, the viper's weight minus the head was about 3 pounds. It was now afternoon. If no food was found by the river, this viper would be his hope for survival. Passing through over 10 meters of grassland, Lin arrived at the riverbank shallows, his vigilant gaze surveying the area. On the Karidi Empire's map, this river was called the Acadia River. The river served as the boundary line separating the Karidi Empire from the Elfini Empire. The river was very wide, at least 30 to 40 meters across. There were no traces of large animals coming to drink. Coming to the riverbank, the river wasn't as turbulent as Lin imagined. Instead, it was crystal clear, and even on the shallow edges he could see several bays. Lin wanted to use the stone spear to spear fish, but even at the shallow edges, the river was still very deep. With a stone spear about 1 meter long, he couldn't reach the bottom, so he decided to give up. Scooping up river water, Lin drank it. Fortunately, it had no strange taste and wasn't like a sewer. Clearly, there were no villages or towns existing far up the river. In this world, the most underdeveloped thing was the bathhouse and toilet. Even the town residents threw manure on the streets. After comfortably drinking a few mouthfuls, Lin decided to strip down and clean himself by the shallows. The river water was a bit chilly, but given Lin's physical constitution, still within tolerable range. The small prickly sweat and sticky sensation from sweating had long made him uncomfortable. Half an hour later, Lin finished cleaning. Scanning the surroundings once more, just as he was about to gather up several semi-decayed logs piled on the shallows, his eyebrows suddenly raised. At the edge of the shallows, an oval object caught Lin's eye. Striding forward, Lin pulled the oval object from the grass. Damaged medium pottery pot. Can cook food, boil water, etc. Lin's eyes instantly lit up. Fortunately, it was a cooking pot, not a chamber pot. The pottery pot's diameter was about 30 centimeters, about 25 centimeters tall. Despite missing 5 or 6 centimeters at the rim, it was still usable. Heading to the river, using grass and sand as brushes to clean the pottery pot, filling it with river water, and carrying it with both hands back to the clearing. Lin returned once again to the shallows, gathering 2 logs, dragging them back to the clearing. The sky was gradually darkening. Lin needed to quickly start a fire for warmth. Otherwise, the cold night would surely take him away. After a sip of water, Lin began to start the fire. There was grassland all around. Finding kindling was easy. After taking just a few steps, he found a bundle of reed plume material, perfect for kindling. Production experience +1. Lin held a piece of flint in each hand, striking them together. Every collision of the 2 pieces of flint would produce tiny sparks. But the sparks landing on the plume material showed no sign of fire. The heat from flint's collision wasn't enough. Lin didn't stop and kept striking the 2 pieces of flint. The sky grew dimmer. Night was about to fall. In Lin's mind, knowledge about lighting fires with flint gradually surfaced. The irregular shape of flint, the angle of collision, heat dissipating in multiple directions. Lin replaced the piece of flint in his left hand with another piece and began striking again. After several strikes and collisions, a large spark landed on the reed plume material. Gray smoke wafted out lightly. Lin was overjoyed and quickly put down the flint, cupping the plume material with both hands, letting it fully interact with the embers. Simultaneously, he swiftly and gently blew on the plume material to provide adequate oxygen. Gradually, the emerging smoke grew denser. Lin could even see the burning fire strands at the center of the plume material. A puff of flame appeared in Lin's hands. Setting down the fire strands, he slowly added the collected twigs, which caught fire. The blaze grew increasingly larger. Placing several massive logs nearby, allowing them to slowly char and ignite, ensured more prolonged burning. The sky was completely darkened. Night had fallen. Without sunlight, it was pitch black around. The temperature was swiftly dropping as well. Feeling the comfortable warmth from the fire, Lin was about to sigh a breath of relief when a series of howls sounded from afar. A woo, a woo, a woo. Lin was slightly startled, hastily turning his head to look, only to see at the distant forest edge, numerous pairs of yellow-green beastly eyes were staring at him from afar. The fleeting shadow Lin saw at the edge of the forest earlier was indeed a wild wolf. 8 or 9 wild wolves charged from the forest edge, eventually stopping about 20 meters from Lin. They were beyond the range illuminated by the fire's glow. Fortunately, he had just lit the fire, otherwise, he would have become the wolves' prey by now. The wild wolves circled around Lin, occasionally letting out low howls. But they didn't dare to approach easily. Not only wolves but all wild beasts have an innate fear of fire. Half an hour later, the wild wolves gave up on Lin and gradually left. Lin felt slightly relieved. These wolves didn't seem too hungry. If they were ravenous, even a fire wouldn't have deterred them from taking a desperate risk. The sound of hunger rumbled from beneath Lin's coarse wool robe. He hadn't eaten anything all day since morning. Lin couldn't help but look at the viper's corpse lying by the fire. Taking out the flint knife, Lin began to skin the viper. He instinctively felt some aversion towards snakes. But he had no choice if he wanted to fill his stomach and replenish his strength. Lin's hands were clumsy and awkward as he slowly stripped the snake's skin off. Collection experience +1. Gradually, his technique became more skilled. With his left hand gripping the severed part of the viper and his right hand pinching a bit of the snake's skin, he abruptly exerted force, stripping off the entire snake's skin. Smooth and fluid, without the slightest bit of messiness. The stone knife in Lin's right hand moved nimbly, starting to carve open the viper, removing its organs and poison sacs. Collection experience, +1. Once cleaned, Lin cut the viper into sections, tossing them into the pottery pot. Using a few stones as supports, he placed the pottery pot on top and started boiling the viper in clear water. Cooking experience, +1. Without a lid, it would take a long time for the water in the pottery pot to boil and cook the snake meat thoroughly. While warming himself by the fire, Lin began planning for the future. The world he was in resembled early medieval civilization, but far surpassed it in both territory and population. Moreover, all sorts of legends existed here. Demons lurked in the abyssal land. Other ghosts waited beyond the desperate Great Wall. But with the existence of heavenly artifacts, Lin had limitless potential. Construction, planting, collection, breeding, hunting, cooking, medicine, production, forging. The 9 great life skills covered almost every industry. By building houses, paving roads, constructing bridges, and decorating, he could improve his construction skill level. Through farming and harvesting crops, he could advance his planting skill level. By clearing weeds, logging, mining, and excavating, he could elevate his collection skill level. In other words, as long as he kept working hard, he could acquire the knowledge of various professions. Then there were the Empire Ascension mode and Imperial Myth mode. The premise was that he could survive. The immediate threat came from the wolf pack. If the wolves adapted to the presence of the fire, they would draw closer. He had to quickly build a wooden house capable of withstanding wild beasts. Wolves, adult wild boars, or brown bears, or even venomous snakes and insects were all deadly threats to Lin. The water boiling the viper in the pottery pot finally came to a boil, and the faint aroma of meat drifted into Lin's nose and mouth. Having not eaten for a day, Lin couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After the pottery pot boiled for half an hour, Lin took it off the fire. Clear snake broth, non-toxic, capable of replenishing strength. Once the snake soup cooled a bit, he eagerly grabbed a piece of snake meat and started munching on it. The meat was tough, and the taste was bland, with a slight gamey smell unique to snake meat. At this moment, Lin couldn't care less about the taste. He was simply too hungry. After consuming most of the snake meat in the pot and downing half of the snake soup, Lin's stomach felt full, and his strength gradually returned. The glow of the fire danced across Lin's face. He didn't stop at all, picking up a small bundle of straw from the pile of weeds and continued twisting rope from it. To build a wooden house, Lin must have a suitable tool for logging. 6 or 7 stalks of straw were quickly woven together under Lin's skilled hands. Production experience, +1. In less than 10 minutes, a qualified straw rope appeared in his hand. Lin didn't stop, but continued twisting straw rope. He didn't stop until there were 4 ropes beside him. Finding 2 large pieces of black flint with few cracks, Lin started preliminary shaping and crafting. He found a larger stone to use as an anvil and placed the selected flint on top. Using another smaller but hard stone as a striking tool, Lin began to make initial strikes on the flint. The sound of stone striking stone echoed across the wasteland. Some insects and beasts lurking in the weeds were scared away and fled. After striking continuously dozens of times, a flint axe initially took shape. Next required fine grinding. Lin grasped a piece of granite to grind the edge of the stone axe blade. Who knows how long passed? With the rope in hand, he bound and reinforced the axe to a wooden stick, and a flint axe appeared in Lin's hand. Simple flint axe can be used for logging, hunting, self-defense, etc., with limited sharpness. Production experience, +1. The axe handle is about 50 centimeters long, weighing about 5 pounds. He tried swinging it a few times, slightly heavy, but very suitable for chopping logs. Having finished the first one, Lin continued to prepare for making a second one. Unlike an iron axe, a flint axe easily develops worn notches. With the continuous increase in production experience, Lin's understanding of making flint axes grew deeper. Choosing suitable flint, striking and shaping, initial forming, fine grinding, and final assembly and securing. As a faint white appeared on the distant eastern horizon. It's not far from dawn. 2 flint axes sat quietly at Lin's feet. Even though he hadn't rested all night, Lin was just slightly tired. This showed his strong physical condition. After eating the last small portion of snake meat from the pottery pot, Lin gripped one of the axes and walked toward dozens of tall trees not far away. Spring had not yet arrived, and the morning temperature was still very low. Lin rubbed his right arm with his left hand for warmth. As he approached the tree trunks, a faint cracking sound was heard. Lowering his head, Lin saw a layer of needle-shaped leaves covering the ground. He moved his right hand, and the axe back brushed across the ground, pushing aside the needle-shaped leaves to reveal black soil beneath. The soil below had been covered and decomposed by needle-shaped leaves for years, and through microbial decomposition and transformation, it had become humus, perfect for enriching crops. There were only dozens of pine woods here, with limited humus, but there was a forest a few hundred meters away. Pine wood, light in weight, relatively strong, easy to process, suitable for building simple houses, furniture, and more. Looking up, each pine wood stood about 20 meters tall, with a diameter of about 50 centimeters. Standing firmly on the ground, holding the flint axe in both hands, he took a deep breath and suddenly exerted force with his arms, striking the pine wood with the flint axe. The flint axe clashed with the raw wood, producing a loud bang, as several yellowing leaves drifted down, leaving Lin's hands tingling. An indentation was left on the pine wood. Luckily, the pine wood was light in texture, and the flint axe blade suffered no damage from the chop. Collection experience +1. In Lin's mind, more knowledge about logging emerged. He raised the axe again, bringing it down on the pine wood. A pine wood more than 20 meters tall fell with a crash, striking down toward an open space not far away. The sharpness of the flint axe is indeed limited. It took almost an hour for Lin to fell this 20 to 30 centimeters pine wood. However, as he continued chopping, some knowledge about logging merged in Lin's mind. Lin looked up and saw that the far eastern horizon was already bright. After a short rest, he raised the flint axe and continued chopping. Collection experience +1. Collection experience +1. One by one, the tall pine trees fell under the flint axe in Lin's hand. His skill level in collection was slowly increasing. By noon, Lin stopped and walked back to the clearing. The 8 pine trees he had felled naturally fell in the direction Lin had specifically designed. The pine trees were over 20 meters tall, and after falling, they were less than 10 meters from the clearing. He could minimize the use of energy for other labor. Returning to the fire pit, the snake meat in the pottery pot had been eaten. Lin picked up the pottery pot and went to the river, washed it clean, and filled it with river water, drinking it in big gulps. The cool river water in his stomach made Lin feel a lot more comfortable. But without food, just drinking water could not hide the fact that he was hungry. After filling the pottery pot, Lin returned to the clearing and began to clear the branches from the pine trees. One after another, the arm-thick branches were chopped off by Lin. After clearing the 8 pine trees, Lin dragged the branches to the clearing. Building a wooden house immediately would take several days. It was unrealistic for Lin to complete it by himself today. With so many branches, he could first build a single-person shelter as a transition. Lin could hold on without resting for one night. But if he didn't rest for several nights in a row, he felt he would exhaust himself again. Holding a relatively thick branch, he inserted it into a previously dug pit as the basic support. Construction experience +1. Lin inserted another branch into the pit in the same way. Construction experience +1. Some knowledge about building a single-person shelter gradually merged in Lin's mind. He didn't know how to build a shelter, but as he built it, it just came to him, didn't it? Lin tied the tops of these 2 thicker branches with grass rope, forming an inverted V shape as the entrance, which was also the main load-bearing point. He found 2 similarly thick branches and, at a 45-degree angle, inserted them into the ground behind the entrance. Once more, he used grass rope to tie these 2 branches to the 2 thick branches at the entrance, forming a pagoda-shaped shelter frame. Construction experience +1. Lin inserted branches around the frame into the ground continuously, arranging them tightly to encircle the entire frame, then used grass rope to tie these branches. He then layered a pile of straw from the bottom upwards, each layer overlapping with the other. When Lin laid another pile of straw inside the shelter made of branches was finally completed. The interior space of the shelter was about 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high. Because of the dense arrangement and reinforcement with grass rope, it could effectively prevent wild animals from attacking. The top of the shelter was layered with straw, which could also be used for windproofing. A look of satisfaction flashed in Lin's eyes. This was the result of his hard work. After drinking a few mouthfuls of river water, Lin walked again to the pine trees. Building a wooden house required constructing a wall frame and roof frame, which required at least 20 logs. He had cut 8 in the morning, but it was still not enough. The flint axe continuously chopped on the pine trees, making loud noises. One pine tree after another fell. At dusk, the somewhat exhausted Lin finally stopped, with more than a dozen pine trees lying at his feet. Cutting the pine trees in half could yield over 30 logs, enough to build a wooden house. Holding the already chipped flint axe, Lin prepared to return to the shelter when a gray white suddenly dashed past in front of him. His eyebrows shot up. Ignoring his exhausted body, he quickly chased after it. Adult rabbit. Frightened, the meat is tender and juicy, rich in protein, containing small amounts of fat, etc. The rabbit was extremely fast, probably startled by the sound of chopping pine trees, even trampling blindly in its panic. Lin, chasing from behind, couldn't catch up at all. Just as he was about to give up, the rabbit leaped up and slammed against a tree stump. The rabbit's body instantly rolled to the ground, its limbs frantically clawing at the soil. It seemed to have fainted. Without hesitation, Lin grabbed the axe and struck the rabbit's head with the back of the axe, staining it crimson instantly. The rabbit's movements gradually stopped, its abdomen stopped heaving, and finally vanished. Adult rabbit. Deceased, the meat is tender and juicy. Picking up the rabbit from the ground, its weight felt substantial in his right hand. This rabbit must weigh 6 or 7 pounds. With his current tools, he couldn't hunt prey, and lacking food, the rabbit came to him. Lin carried the rabbit to the riverbank. Sitting on a stone by the river, he began to clean and skin the rabbit. Collection experience, +1. He secured the rabbit on a relatively flat stone, cut it open from the hind leg joint with his stone knife, then used his fingers to slowly separate the skin from the muscle. A complete rabbit skin appeared in Lin's hand. The entire process was smooth without a pause. Lin discovered that with the experience of skinning viper before, skinning a rabbit posed no difficulty for him. He disemboweled the rabbit, buried its intestines in the sand, and after cleaning the liver and heart, Lin returned to the shelter. Rabbit skin could be turned into fur gloves and hats for warmth. But the processing was somewhat complicated, so he temporarily abandoned it. The rabbit's liver and heart contained various nutrients, so Lin wouldn't casually discard them. As for the other organs, if he could make a fishhook and line, they might serve as bait. The sky gradually darkened, with the howls of wild wolves echoing in the forest. In front of the shelter, Lin sat on the grass, watching the pottery pot in which the rabbit was being stewed. His stomach's growling was constantly audible underneath his clothes. As night enveloped the sky, plunging the land into darkness, Lin took down the pottery pot with the stewed rabbit. Using a stone knife, he forked out the rabbit and started devouring it. He was really starving. He consumed half the rabbit and drank half the pot of fresh soup, his lips shining with oil, and belched comfortably as the feeling of helplessness in his body gradually dissipated. Despite sweating a lot every day due to labor, the snake and rabbit meat he ate contained trace amounts of salt, preventing rampant fatigue. Without resting, Lin resumed making flint axes. After a day of cutting logs, the made 2 flint axe edges were already worn out. The sound of stone hitting stone echoed continuously in the wilderness. Some wild animals, seeing the light from afar, were curious and tried to approach. But upon hearing the loud noise, they hurriedly fled away. 3 flint axes were placed beside Lin. He constantly crafted flint axes, with the production skill experience continuously increasing, the knowledge in his mind steadily growing. He added some thick logs to the fire pit, enough to keep it burning for several hours. At the edge of the fire pit, Lin surrounded it using flint shards and stones, preventing ignition of surrounding flammable materials. Holding the stone knife, he squeezed into the shelter and casually covered the entrance with branches, laying down on the pile of grass. Upon entering, the shelter was filled with the fresh scent of grass and the pine fragrance of pine wood branches. These scents could mask Lin's smell, reducing the likelihood of being targeted by predators. Additionally, with the tightly arranged branches by Lin, he didn't have to worry about venomous snakes or insects getting in. Taking a deep breath, Lin held the stone knife and gradually fell asleep. A footstep on the branches produced a slight cracking sound. Though very subtle, Lin inside the shelter still heard it. He suddenly opened his eyes, grasped the stone knife tightly with his right hand, and slowly sat up without making any noise. Faced with unknown threats in the wilderness, if one were to shout recklessly, it would not scare them away. Instead, it might threaten them, angering them, with unimaginable consequences. The sound of chewing bones rang outside Lin's shelter, his nerves tightening. All those bones were leftovers from Lin's meals. Through the gap in the branches, Lin could clearly see the fire pit still burning. The beast outside was actually not afraid of the firelight. Luckily, the pottery pot filled with rabbit meat had been carried by Lin into the shelter. Otherwise, it surely would have been taken by the beast outside the shelter. Unsatisfied after finishing the rabbit bones, the beast circled around the shelter. Lin's eyes followed the sound of footsteps, slowly turning. A foul stench wafted through the gap in the branches into the shelter, causing Lin to frown. A pair of eerie green eyes appeared outside a gap of the shelter, coincidentally locking eyes with Lin. The beast felt threatened, a low grunt emanating from its throat. Without any hesitation, Lin gripped the stone knife and fiercely struck out. The stone knife seemed to have injured the beast, emitting a distressful sound akin to a husky, with rapid, retreating footsteps. Lin understood it was a wild wolf. A starving wild wolf. The next day, dawn broke from the distant east. Diligent Lin was already wielding the flint axe, chopping at the pine trees. Lin raised the flint axe high with both hands, capitalizing on the axe's gravity acceleration, and struck mercilessly on the pine wood, slicing it in half instantly. During its growth, pine would naturally shed its bark, which Lin easily cleared away, yielding 2 logs. With bold steps, Lin moved toward the next pine tree. The sound of chopping arose once again. Until noon, Lin returned to the shelter, prepared for lunch. As he approached the shelter, the sight before him made him frown. The pottery pot left by the fire pit for warmth had already toppled into the fire pit. The remaining third of rabbit meat was nowhere to be seen. The doused soup extinguished most of the charcoal in the fire pit, emitting bursts of black smoke. Lin tightly gripped the stone spear, his glance scanning the shelter. At the entrance of the shelter, traces of entry remained, with tufts of white hanging on protruding branches. After pacing a circle, Lin saw no sign of the wild wolf. Evidently, after eating the rabbit, unable to find other food, the wild wolf had departed. Lin shook his head helplessly, never imagining encountering a thief in this wilderness. He suspected it was likely the same wild wolf from last night. Picking up the pottery pot from the fire pit, Lin walked toward the riverbank. After drinking a few mouthfuls of river water, as he filled the pottery pot with river water, a bold idea flashed in his mind. After pondering for a while, Lin gritted his teeth and dug out the rabbit's entrails buried in yesterday's sand. A strong odor of stench dived into Lin's nose instantly. Returning to the camp, Lin buried the rabbit's entrails in shallow soil before pressing a pile of rocks atop them. Even standing a few meters away, the stench under the rocks was still faintly detectable. The wild wolf's nose was incredibly sensitive, sniffing out prey scent from 2 or 3 kilometers away. Lin sensed that the wild wolf must be lurking amidst the grass in the barren land. With fear and injury against fire, and still returning to steal food from Lin's shelter, the wild wolf must be extraordinarily starved. Or perhaps due to some reason, it could not find prey elsewhere. Having done everything, Lin continued chopping and clearing the pine wood. After chopping 6 to 7 logs in half, Lin paused. Turning his gaze toward the shelter, a faint whimpering sounded to his ears. Setting down the flint axe, he picked up the stone spear and strode toward the shelter. After walking for more than 10 meters, a scrawny wild wolf appeared in Lin's view. Injured adult wild wolf. Possessing a certain level of aggressiveness, wolf meat is high in protein content, rich in various minerals. The body was hunchbacked, with each rib distinctly protruding, the fur coarse and dull, even sticking together. Its right leg bore a healing scar, with the corner of its eye showing bloody wounds. Evidently, in order to recover from injuries, the wolf had expended all its body fat. Overly hungry, it had no choice but to venture out for food despite the risk. Moreover, this was the same wolf that had come to Lin's shelter to steal food. The wolf's paws were continuously scraping at the soil, desperately wanting to get the rabbit entrails beneath the rocks. Seemingly hearing Lin's footsteps, the wolf suddenly stopped and turned to face Lin. Its yellow beast eyes stared at Lin, baring sharp teeth, warnings echoing, with drool dripping from its maw. Perhaps tempted by the rabbit innards, it chose not to flee. Lin gripped the stone spear, slowly advancing toward the wolf. The wolf's low howl grew increasingly prominent. Its body crouched low, its entire belly pressed against the ground. The next second, the wolf's tense legs sprang forth, lunging toward Lin. Despite its injuries, the wolf's speed was incredibly swift, covering the 5 or 6 meters instantly. Arriving in front of Lin, the wolf leaped up, its wide-open maw lunging at his neck. Lin's heart was filled with tension as he quickly raised the stone spear to block, pushing away the wolf's body. Hunting experience +1. The wolf's claws stomped in front of Lin, with the enormous force causing his chest to ache and his feet involuntarily retreating several steps. Seeing the wolf had not given up and was charging again, Lin raised the stone spear. As the wolf arrived, he fiercely stabbed out. The stone spear sharpened by Lin truly was very sharp. The blade cut across the wolf's back, instantly slicing open the wolf's hide, exposing crimson and bone white. Hunting experience +1. But this did not prove fatal to the wolf, which leapt up. Under the wolf's rapid advance and weight pressure, Lin was directly knocked to the ground, losing his grip on the stone spear. The wolf's gaping maw lunged once more at Lin's neck. Lin, lying on the ground, wanted to get up immediately, but the wild wolf had already come to his face. Lin was shocked, quickly raising his hands to grip the wolf's neck to prevent it from getting closer. Hunting experience +1. The wild wolf's head kept struggling, continuously trying to bite Lin. Sticky droplets even fell onto Lin's clothes. Despite feeling tense, he didn't panic, quickly thinking about a way to break the stalemate by integrating the hunting knowledge in his mind. After several unsuccessful bites, the already thin wild wolf became somewhat exhausted. Lin supported the wolf's neck with his arm, instantly reaching for the stone knife at his waist. Gripping the stone knife, he unhesitatingly stabbed the flint blade into the wild wolf's abdomen. Hunting experience +1. Lin didn't stop at all, stabbing once, then pulling out, then stabbing again. Seemingly feeling the pain from its abdomen, the wild wolf let out a low howl. Those tawny beast eyes seemed full of pity. It wanted to escape, but realized it was too late. Gradually, the wild wolf lost its power and collapsed on the ground, its beast eyes losing their light. Hunting experience +1. Adult wild wolf. Deceased, high in protein, contains various mineral nutrients. Lin slowly sat up, looking at the wild wolf corpse on the ground and the pool of red and white matter, breathing heavily. He didn't care about the pungent odor emanating from the red and white matter. Standing up, Lin surveyed his body, finding only minor damage to his coarse wool robe, but no other injuries. Using rabbit entrails as bait to lure back this wild wolf did carry a great risk. But Lin had no choice. After drinking some river water, Lin started to handle the scene. The pool of red and white matter and the rabbit entrails under the rocks were buried together in a soil pit by Lin. The strong smell of blood, if not dealt with immediately, would surely attract more wild animals. Dragging the wild wolf towards the riverbank shallows, Lin began processing the wolf's corpse. This wild wolf looked somewhat thin, but after Lin finished cleaning it, there were still over 40 pounds of wolf meat. Enough for Lin to eat for several days. Carrying wolf meat in one hand and holding a pottery pot in the other, Lin returned to the shelter. At this time, dusk was just setting in. In front of the fire, pale yellow flames danced on Lin's face. The pottery pot was full of boiling wolf meat, wafting strands of meat fragrance. Lin continued crafting a flint axe while waiting. As Lin produced 2 flint axes, the rich fragrance of meat continuously filled his nostrils. Only when the wolf meat was thoroughly cooked did Lin start eating. Picking up a piece of wolf leg meat, he began tearing into it. The taste was slightly gamey, with the meat being elastic and chewy. If it hadn't been simmered for a long time, Lin would have found it difficult to chew. As for the taste, Lin naturally wasn't picky. Being able to eat and replenish his energy in the wilderness was already a great fortune. After eating half a pot of wolf meat and drinking some river water, Lin's stomach felt full. After cleaning up all the wolf bone leftovers, Lin continued to make flint axes. The number of logs cut down was already enough for Lin to build a simple wooden house. If it were just one or two wild wolves, the shelter might still hold up. But against a pack of wolves, wild boars, or brown bears, the shelter wouldn't withstand. Only by constructing a wooden house would he have a safe place. After making 2 more flint axes, Lin stopped. Daytime logging combined with the life-and-death struggle with the wolf had left his body somewhat fatigued. Just as he was crawling into the shelter, the sound of heavy breathing accompanied by the rumble of footsteps approached from afar. Lin's heart tightened slightly, gripping the long spear tightly in his hand. Peering through the shelter's gaps, nearly a dozen yellow-green beast eyes prowled outside the firelight. They seemed to be searching for something, lowering their heads and sniffing the grass repeatedly. One of the wild wolves found the soil pit where Lin buried the wolf and rabbit entrails. Its front paws kept digging the soil. The surrounding wolves also gathered around, but instead of sharing the entrails, they sniffed the smell and cautiously took a few steps back. The wolf howls rang out one after another in the clearing. After some time, the wolf pack eventually departed. The existence of the fire made them abandon their plan to investigate the shelter. Thrilling but uneventful, Lin lay on a pile of grass and gradually fell asleep. Intending to rebury those entrails, he found the soil pit already empty. Those entrails had been eaten by other carnivorous animals. The key was that Lin hadn't detected anything. If it were small carnivorous animals, it wouldn't matter, but if it were large ones like brown bears. Building a wooden house had become increasingly urgent for Lin. After eating some wolf meat and drinking a few sips of river water, Lin began constructing the wooden house. The wooden house could be built on the clearing next to the shelter without needing to clear grass or stones. Finding a 20-centimeter log, Lin raised the flint axe and started chopping. Construction experience +1. Construction experience +1. Step by step, his construction skill experience increased, and the knowledge of building a wooden house quickly surfaced and integrated in his mind. Without iron nails for fastening, Lin could only use mortise and tenon joints to build the wooden house. Digesting the knowledge of mortise and tenon joints in his mind, Lin continued wielding the flint axe. To construct a wooden house, he first needed to build the foundation, which meant laying foundation stakes. Lin chopped a log into more than a meter long, then beveled the ends to create inverted cone shapes as foundation stakes, driving them into the ground for stabilization. Afterwards, Lin picked up a large flint blade and drilled mortise holes into the foundation stakes. The size and shape of these mortise holes must match the tenons on the ends of the sills to provide a stable foundation for the wooden house. When a square wooden house base was established, it was already noon. Although Lin had the knowledge to build a wooden house, it wasn't easy for him alone to construct one quickly. If he had a few villagers or slaves now, they could finish the wooden house in half a day. The saying, "many hands make light work," is very true. After lunch, Lin didn't rest, continuing to build the wooden house. Starting from the ground, stacking logs one by one to construct the walls. Using flint blade openings to carve matching mortise and tenon structures between adjacent logs for fastening. And driving wooden wedges into both sides of the tenon. Similarly, mortise and tenon structures were used for doors and windows, making tenons and mortise holes between the horizontal and vertical wooden frame of the door and window to connect them tightly. Otherwise, the door and window would become weak spots against large beasts. Fortunately, the logs Lin chopped were right next to the wooden house. No need to expend extra effort for additional transportation. A day's work, he raised the wooden house up to more than 1 meter high. The sky gradually darkened. After filling himself up, Lin habitually crafted several flint blades before crawling into the shelter. The wooden house walls visibly rising. The main beam of the roof was erected. Rows of densely packed rafters laid out for the roof, likewise inserted into mortise holes using mortise and tenon joints. First, small branches were laid as support for the gaps, then covered with a layer of straw and grass. A simple wooden house with a gable roof stood in front of Lin. A simple wooden cabin was finally completed by Lin. Walking into the cabin, the scent of pine wood branches immediately greeted him, refreshing yet not overpowering. The cabin was empty inside, and the space wasn't very large, about 4 meters long, 3 meters wide, and a little over 2 meters high. 2 single beds or a small double bed could be placed inside, with some space left for placing items beside the beds. There was a section of open space in the middle of the cabin that Lin reserved for making fire. The cabin doesn't have a chimney. Given his resources, constructing one would take too much time. Lin placed the glowing embers from the fire into the cabin, added dry, fluffy material, and gently blew through his lips. The fluffy material ignited by the embers produced a wisp of smoke. As the smoke cleared, the flames rose. Lin gradually added some small branches and then placed thicker logs nearby, causing the fire to gradually grow larger. He covered the flames with a pile of damp weeds, producing dense smoke. The ground beneath the fireplace was dirt and rubble, bordered by large stones, so there was no worry about the cabin catching fire. The cabin soon became filled with thick smoke, but Lin wasn't surprised. Without a fireplace and chimney, the smoke from burning dry wood could only escape through the cracks in the walls and the straw roof. The dense smoke was just right for driving away or killing bugs and drying the moisture in the pine wood. Lin stepped out of the cabin and closed the wooden door. Carrying the pottery pot, he walked toward the nearby river. Comfortably cleaning it by the shoals, Lin carried the water-filled pottery pot back toward the cabin. However, he hadn't walked far when a loud wolf howl sounded in the distance. Lin quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see 7 or 8 wild wolves slowly emerging from the forest hundreds of meters away. The howling wolf was probably the Wolf King, seemingly giving orders to the other wolves upon discovering Lin. 7 or 8 wild wolves with straightened tails came charging rapidly toward Lin. Lin furrowed his brow and quickened his pace as well. Ignoring the water spilling from the pottery pot, he sprinted swiftly. He was still dozens of meters away from the cabin. The journey, initially just half a minute away, now seemed so distant to Lin. Lin's breathing began to accelerate. 7 or 8 wolves had already reached his left side. Amid a tug of force from behind, Lin dove into the cabin. With a loud noise, the wooden door slammed shut. Outside the cabin, the painful howls of a wild wolf could be heard. He picked up a thick branch and braced it against the wooden door for support. Looking through the cracks in the door, Lin saw 8 or 9 black-gray wolves pacing at the doorstep. Frustrated, several wolves scratched at the wooden door with their front paws, making a clattering sound. Lin's breathing was still somewhat hurried. He looked behind him and saw tears in his rough wool robe. The tugging force from earlier was a wolf biting onto his robe. Reassured that the wolves couldn't push open the door, Lin walked to the fireplace and removed the wet grass covering the flames. The smoke gradually dissipated. The wolf pack outside the cabin retreated, unsuccessful, and gradually dispersed. Lin's tense mood slowly restored, leaving him puzzled. The wolf pack usually came out at night, but now it was only evening, and they emerged from the forest. Lin suspected that killing a wild wolf marked him for these wolves. Fortunately, Lin had built the cabin. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Taking a sip of river water to calm his nerves, Lin placed the pottery pot on the embers and added the remaining few pieces of wolf meat, simmering them. Casually, he added a few leaves collected from his pocket. Rosemary, strong aroma, enhances flavor and removes odor. Cooking experience +1. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden floor, Lin stared at the flames in the fireplace, deep in thought. With the cabin, at least he wouldn't have to worry about wild animals or sleeping issues for the time being. As for water, with the whole Acadia River, there was no need to worry. His main concern now was food stability. The wasteland was overgrown with weeds and bordered by bushes, perfect for wild rabbits, pheasants, and quails to thrive, especially the abundance of rabbits. Not surprising, given a rabbit had recently knocked itself out in a panic. He could make some simple rabbit cages. There were lots of fish in the Acadia River, but it was too deep to catch them with just a stone spear. He could weave a fishing cage to catch fish. Besides that, there's hunting. A forest with rich animal resources lay hundreds of meters from the cabin. Yet, it also posed dangers. Lastly, cultivating wasteland for farming remained. Farming is the most stable source of food, bar none. It's early March now, just in time for spring tilling. Given his current situation, he needed quicker ways to obtain food. Despite the lack of a bed and furniture, Lin wasn't the least bit bothered. Survival is paramount. Lin lay on a pile of grass, warming by the fire, and fell asleep. It was the most restful sleep Lin had since arriving in this world. No more worrying about the fire going out or beasts suddenly attacking and biting his neck. Finishing the remaining 2 wolf meat pieces and drinking the stew from the pottery pot. Sweeping his gaze around to confirm there was no immediate danger, Lin grabbed his stone spear and stepped out of the cabin. He needed to find materials to make rabbit cages and explore what resources lay around. Living off the mountain, living off the water. Lin walked through the wasteland, swatting at weeds with his stone spear to scare away snakes and insects. The dense weeds and shrubs were home to numerous wild rabbits and chickens. Detecting Lin's approach, they fled into their burrows. Some chickens even clucked in alarm. Lin wanted to catch them, but the weeds were too thick, and without proper hunting tools, their speed made capturing impossible. Once he made beast cages, he'd catch them all. Shaking his head, Lin headed towards the forest in the near distance. Making rabbit cages required branches or bamboo for a frame, woven twine for a grid, and a string for a trigger mechanism. Lin knew the forest harbored wolves, yet he had to take the risk. The wasteland lacked such materials. Upon reaching the forest edge, Lin looked deep inside. Countless tall trees with dense branches blocked sunlight, mysterious and endless. As Lin expected, the ground was covered with layers of rotten leaves, beneath which lay black, decomposed soil. Testing with a stick, the soil was loose, at least 30 centimeters deep. The whole forest was composed of decomposed soil. Slowly entering the forest edge, Lin cautiously scanned his surroundings. Dried lingonberries, non-toxic, can replenish vitamins and quench hunger. Plucking 2 berries from a small tree, Lin peeled them and popped them into his mouth. The sour-sweet taste carried a subtle fruit fragrance. These were likely remnants from last year, but only a few were left. As Lin swallowed the lingonberry pulp, a wolf's howl rang out from afar. His gaze shifted as he turned to locate the sound. A woman in a dirt-gray linen robe was being chased by a wolf. The robed woman caught sight of Lin. "Help me." Before Lin could respond, the robed woman ran towards him. It was the natural survival instinct that arises in the face of death. At that moment, the wild wolf behind the robed woman suddenly leaped, aiming for her neck. The wolf had already considered the woman as its meal. Not noticing at all, a robust figure arrived in front of the woman. Lin stepped forward, pushing the robed woman aside with his left hand. The wolf's bloodthirsty jaws closed in, almost biting the edge of the woman's neck. The closing of its jaws resonated with the grating sound of teeth clashing. At the same time, Lin gripped the end of the stone spear with his right hand and fiercely stabbed it at the wolf in midair. The sharp stone spear blade instantly pierced through the wolf's fur, puncturing its lungs and heart. After previous hunting experiences, Lin already knew how to quickly kill a beast. As Lin released the spear, his body sidestepped, allowing the wolf to fall and smash onto the ground. The 1-meter-long spear's end was pinned to the ground, the sharp blade protruding from the wolf's back. After twitching a few times, the wolf lost its vitality, and a pool of crimson blood flowed out. Seeing the danger averted, the robed woman gratefully said, "Sir, I'm sorry for coming to your side without your consent. Thank you for saving me. Are you a hunter?" Picking up some dry leaves, Lin wiped the blood clean from the stone spear and shook his head. "I'm not a hunter." Lin looked at the robed woman. There was a string of words above her head. Kesey Harper. Planting level 2, cooking level 2, collection level 2. 3 skills, all level 2. Not a hunter? Kesey's expression was instantly covered with despair. She seemed perplexed. "Sir, how come your wolf-killing skills are so exceptional?" Lin replied, "Just lucky, I guess." Kesey's voice was full of plea. "Sir, could you help me? Red. My brother is surrounded by wolves. Can you save him?" Lin raised an eyebrow. No wonder he hadn't seen a single wolf while walking on the forest edge for so long. They were all drawn away by them. Lin didn't respond but instead asked, "Why are you being chased by a wolf pack?" It was his first time seeing people in the wasteland. Kesey was a bit anxious. "We are villagers from Chihuahua Village. A few days ago, a despicable bandit gang attacked the village, committing arson and looting, forcing us to flee." Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. "Nearby. There's no village." "Yes, sir." Kesey nodded. Chihuahua village is quite far from here. It should be a 4 to 5 days journey. Kisi continued to explain. To avoid the bandit pursuit, Red suggested entering the forest. It was calm at first, but upon reaching this side, we were targeted by the wolf pack. Even Red, with some hunting skills, could hardly. Wait. Lin interrupted the woman. Something's wrong. According to what you said, you were just 2 villagers. Why would bandits chase you? Bandits pursuing villagers highly likely means those bandits are either destitute or extremely greedy, needing to kidnap free people for sale to earn money. But in the law-abiding Karidi Empire, Lin had never heard of such a thing. Once caught, it's a sentence to the gallows. Except for slave trade. Kisi's expression became somewhat hesitant, her words stammering. I don't know either. Lin nodded. I'm sorry, miss. My capabilities are limited, and I may not be able to help you. Stepping forward, Lin prepared to leave. The woman, Kisi, in front of him, with collection, cooking, planting, all skills being level 2. She would be perfect as one of his villagers. She could help clear weeds, plant, and cook. But Lin didn't want to bring trouble upon himself for this. After taking 2 steps, Kisi caught up, hastily explaining, Sorry, sir, I concealed the truth. It was Red who killed 3 bandits with a bow, which enraged the bandit leader. They chased us for revenge, forcing us to hide in the forest. Red got shot in the leg and lost too much blood, unable to walk, and let me escape first. But Red is my brother. I have to find a way to save him. Hearing this, Lin was somewhat surprised. Shot 3 bandits with just arrows, and escaped the bandits' pursuit with the woman before him. What kind of skill is this? This is not a game world. There are no divine generals facing 1,000 armies, breaking through enemy lines, and taking the commander's head. This is a real empire world. Lin's steps halted. How many wolves are guarding your brother? Where is he? Kisi immediately understood and hurriedly replied. There are 5 wolves, not far from here, just behind this slope. Lin nodded. If I manage to save your brother, what do I get in return? Kisi was momentarily stunned, but she quickly understood. The young man before her needed compensation. It's a very practical issue. No free lunch in the world, same for help, especially when helping involves life-threatening risks. But what can she possibly offer to the man in front of her right now? Lin unceremoniously said, Spring plowing is approaching, and I need someone to help cultivate the land and prepare for sowing. Kisi almost didn't hesitate. Of course, sir. No, my lord. In her words, there was even a hint of joy. Kisi didn't expect the young man before her to actually own land. She and Red were originally free people from the village, living off the land, planting several acres of land, and occasionally Red hunting in the manor lord's woods to make a living. Hearing the title of my lord from Kisi, Lin inexplicably felt comfortable. Is this the satisfaction brought by the difference in status? Kisi, with 3 level 2 skills, and a hunter who can kill 3 bandits with a bow. If he could find a way to rescue her brother from the wolves and bring them back to camp, Lin had ways to keep them. With Kisi leading the way, Lin stealthily approached where Red was trapped, circumventing the slope ahead. Lin and Kisi hid behind a large tree at the back of the wolf pack. A few meters ahead on a low tree, a tall and burly man was wedged in the fork of the trunk. Red Harper, hunting level 3, planting level 2, construction level 2. Crucially, Red still looked so young, at most in his early 20s, with an unlimited future. Moving his gaze from Red, Lin scanned around. Just as Kisi said, 5 wolves were guarding under Red's tree, probably drawn by the smell of blood from Red's leg. Neither Red nor Kisi noticed them arriving. Motioning Kisi to follow, Lin led them away. Kisi hesitated. My lord, if you're not confident, don't trouble yourself. I'll think of another way. Even Kisi, who had never hunted, understood the perilous situation Red was in. Without ranged attack weapons, even a seasoned hunter wouldn't dare to face 5 adult wolves at once. Kisi didn't want the young man before her to lose his life uselessly because of her request. Seeing Kisi's face smeared with mud, Lin said calmly, Who said I have no way? Kisi's eyes widened. Then why, my lord? Did you take me away? Lin replied, I need to observe the scene first to formulate a strategy. Kisi's initially dim eyes gradually brightened. My lord, do you mean? There is a way. Could Red still be saved? Red on the short tree is temporarily safe, but also very dangerous. An arrow struck his leg, causing excessive blood loss. Even if the wild wolves below cannot catch him, he will eventually lose strength, fall from the short tree, and become food for the wild wolves' bellies. In such a predicament, how can Red be rescued? If it were an ordinary person, it wouldn't matter. The key is that Red has level 3 hunting skills. If he were to be rescued and become a villager, it would be of great assistance. Fight 1 against 5 and take down 5 wild wolves? With only a stone spear, he does not possess this power. Ideas quickly spun in Lin's mind. Next to him, Kisi dared not interrupt in the slightest, quietly waiting. Without unnecessary words, he began searching the ground. Soon, several dry branches with yellowing leaves were dragged back by Lin, picking up the dead wild wolf from the ground, letting the flowing blood drip onto each branch's leaves. A strong, bloody scent permeated Lin and Kisi's noses. Throwing the wild wolf's corpse to the ground, Lin dragged the branches towards the wolf pack. Under the short tree, a wild wolf with black, mixed fur stared fixedly at the prey above. Its mouth opened, crystal-clear drool constantly dripped from its tongue. The scent of blood emanating from the prey's body completely held its gaze. With its legs tense and bent, the black mixed-fur wild wolf suddenly leapt up, trying to bite the prey's leg. No matter how hard it leapt, it still couldn't reach the edge of the prey. The black mixed-fur wild wolf bared its teeth, emitting anxious low growls. A faint, strange odor, carried by the breeze, wafted into its nose. Not only this black mixed-fur wild wolf. The other 4 wild wolves also simultaneously looked towards the direction of the strange scent. A familiar smell of blood. The 5 wild wolves actually abandoned the base of the short tree, tucked their tails in, and stepped towards the source of the scent. The 5 wild wolves wandered around a branch stained with a little blood, lowering their heads to sniff. This was the blood of their kind. A breeze blew, and an even stronger scent of blood wafted over. They couldn't help but step towards the source of the bloody scent. After walking 10 meters, a branch covered in blood appeared beneath the paws of the 5 wild wolves. Their outlines grew tense and shrunk, bodies low to the ground, nearly touching the surface. The breeze blew again. An even stronger bloody scent filled the air. The black mixed-fur wild wolf looked over, seeing a wolf's corpse lying on the distant ground. The tail initially between its legs involuntarily trembled. Yet the black mixed-fur wild wolf almost instinctively stepped towards the wolf corpse. The other 4 wild wolves followed closely, confirming the wild wolf's death on the ground. Deep howling arose from their mouths. It was mourning the death of their kind. Lin, stationed on another short tree's branch, watched the scene from a distance. Wild wolves possess a strong curiosity and pack mentality. As long as there are no threats nearby, they will attempt to find the source of the bloody scent. Especially if the bloody scent comes from their kind, they are more inclined to investigate whether help is needed or to confirm the cause of death. Integrating hunting knowledge, Lin gained a deeper understanding of some animal habits. Kisi had already supported Red down from the short tree, quickly heading in another direction. Lin leapt off the short tree, circled around the wolf pack from a distance, and returned in the direction of the cabin. The wolf pack did not perceive him. What Lin felt was regrettable was the wolf carcass, a meat haul of dozens of pounds. Lin found a few shrubs with sea buckthorn, plucking all of them and placing them into his pocket. Sea buckthorn tastes sweet and sour, rich in vitamins, minerals, and more. As he chopped down 7 or 8 slender bamboo stalks and gathered a roll of vines along the way, Lin munched on sea buckthorn to replenish his fluids and sustenance while returning to the wooden cabin. He closed the wooden door and propped it shut with a stick. Adding some dry grass and wood, he rekindled the fire, and the cozy warmth gradually filled the whole cabin. Just as he was about to sit down, he heard the sound of feet treading through grass and snapping small twigs not far from the cabin. Lin's gaze shifted to the direction of the wooden door. A few seconds later, a light but firm knock resounded. A woman's voice followed. He opened the wooden door to find a somewhat fatigued Kisi standing at the entrance. Beside her was the unconscious Red. Seeing Lin, Kisi's face showed a trace of surprise. "Master?" The surprise on her face quickly faded. They encountered the young man in front of them in the forest and for miles around. This was the only cabin from which smoke was rising. Lin nodded. Come in. Kisi hesitated for a few seconds, but eventually helped Red inside the cabin. She glanced around warily, assessing that the bare cabin posed no danger. Kisi set Red down not far from the fire. Perhaps feeling the warmth from the fire, Red's blood-depleted, shivering body gradually calmed. With the door shut, Lin sat before the hearth. Kisi bowed to Lin and said, Master, thank you for saving Red and me. In return, we will help you with your farming. Lin replied, Call me Lin. Kisi respectfully acknowledged, All right, Master Lin. Lin turned his gaze to Red. His brow furrowed, as Red's face was marked with pain from excessive blood loss. With a shift in focus, Lin's gaze went behind Red. There slung was a bow. Excellent horn bow. Created with horn and sinew. This traditional composite bow has formidable lethality. The flint tools he crafted were only of simple quality. Red single-handedly took down 3 bandits, surely having a great deal to do with this horn bow. Kisi, who was tending to Red, noticed Lin's gaze. She explained, This horn bow was passed down to Red from our father. If you wish, I can discuss with Red about offering it to you as thanks for your rescue. Lin asked, May I see it now? Kisi hesitated momentarily, then reached to take the horn bow from Riser. She had barely touched the horn bow when Red's unconscious right hand instinctively grasped the horn. Red highly values this horn bow. Kisi gently said, Red, it's me. It seemed as though her voice reached him, for Red slowly released his grip. Kisi took down the horn bow and handed it to Lin. The horn bow weighed around 4 to 5 pounds and felt solid to the touch. Lin grasped the bow with his left hand, drew the string with his right, attempting to pull it. With his physical strength, he could only draw it to a half bow. Moreover, his arm movement was awkward, lacking any smoothness or momentum a proper draw should have. The horn bow's pull weight was likely around 100 pounds. The reason he couldn't achieve a full draw was simply that he didn't know how to use a bow. Hunting experience +1. Attempting to draw, learning to draw, mastering the use of bows and arrows can be used in hunting, gaining hunting experience. Kisi advised, Master Lin, you've probably never used a horn bow before, right? I suggest you not attempt it casually. It's dangerous. Lin did not respond, stood up, and continued trying to draw the horn bow. Hunting experience +1. Hunting experience +1. Kisi said, Master Lin, learning archery isn't a matter of days. Even Red learned for years from our father before mastering it. Lin continued pulling the bow. Hunting experience +1. Kisi pleaded, If you want to learn archery, you can wait for Red to recover from his injuries to teach you. Her words were cut short. Lin stood with feet apart, shoulder width, knees bent, maintaining body stability. His left arm naturally extended, left hand holding the bow at the right position, right hand with 3 fingers drawing the string. His powerful chest naturally expanded outward, right arm stretching back. With a deep sound from the drawn string, the horn bow suddenly reached full draw. Kisi's eyes instantly widened, filled with shock. In Kisi's view, Lin didn't know how to use a bow and arrow. Other than being slightly stronger than her, his form and posture were even worse than hers when drawing a bow. But, in just 10 minutes or so, Lin, who had awkward and ugly movements, suddenly seemed like a different person. Whether it was his standing posture or the technique of borrowing force while drawing the bow, he had become so skillful. Kisi even suspected that Master Lin was intentionally teasing her earlier. After repeatedly attempting a full bow a few times, Lin felt he still had plenty of strength. The horn bow with a 100-pound draw was within his power range. Lin's eyes moved, searching near Red but not seeing any arrows. Kisi instantly understood and explained, Master Lin, the arrows have been consumed. Lin responded with a sound, placed the horn bow aside, and walked out of the cabin. To make arrows, one needs arrowheads and shafts, and glue to bind them together. Obtaining arrowheads isn't difficult. There are many smaller flint blades left from making the flint axe before. For the shafts, there are many pine wood branches outside that can be selected as shafts. Glue is usually made from animal glue, that is, boiled from animal bones, tendons, or hides. However, while cutting down pine wood, Lin saw a lot of resin. It can be used as a substitute. Kisi glanced at Red on the log floor, ensured he wouldn't fall into the fire pit, and then followed behind Lin outside. After a while, Lin and Kisi returned to the cabin. Kisi placed the bundle of fine branches she was holding on the ground. Her face was full of doubt. Master Lin, do you really know how to make arrows? As a hunter, Red could make arrows and maintain the horn bow, but his arrows were bought at the village's blacksmith shop and then processed further. Even with secondary production, the process is extremely complex. And Master Lin wanted to make arrows manually, flint arrows no less. As expected, Master Lin was teasing her when pulling the horn bow earlier. Lin placed a heap of flint fragments on the ground and replied, "No." Kisi felt a bit perplexed. Master Lin didn't know, yet he started selecting suitable flint blades. After some selection, 5 or 6 pieces with few internal cracks appeared in Lin's hand. He placed one of the flint fragments on a stone anvil he used earlier. Lin picked up a hard stone with his right hand and gently tapped. The rhythmic sound of strikes filled the cabin. Production experience +1. As Lin continued to strike, knowledge of flint arrowhead making quickly emerged in his mind and rapidly integrated. To craft an arrow, first, he needed to strike out a triangular arrowhead. Then finally process it, shape the arrowhead to be symmetrical and sharp. At some point, Lin's tapping turned into delicate pressure flaking. Small stone flakes fell off from the arrowhead. The originally triangular flint now transformed into a sharp arrowhead blade. With emotion, Lin took out a prepared socket and began hole punching the arrowhead for attaching the shaft. Production experience +1. Sitting quietly watching beside, Kisi's face was full of complex emotions. She felt that Master Lin was somewhat strange. Whether drawing the bow or making arrows, initially, Master Lin indeed seemed clueless. But as he continued, his movements and techniques gradually became smooth and skillful. Beside Lin, 5 flint arrows were already placed. Production experience +1. Kisi's face was full of shock, her mouth slightly open, wanting to speak yet refraining. The exquisite sharpness of the arrows was even no less than those Red processed himself. Master Lin called this not knowing. Just as Kisi was about to speak, a harsh rumbling filled the cabin. She hurriedly covered her stomach. Kisi lowered her head, face full of embarrassment, avoiding eye contact with Lin. Seeing Lin didn't speak for a while, Kisi slowly raised her head. Of course Kisi knew, Master Lin's cabin didn't have any supplies. No, except the pottery pot missing pieces, hanging over the fire. Holding the horn bow in his left hand and a comfortable arrow in his right, Lin stood up to head outside the cabin. Master will take you to find food. Kisi raised an eyebrow in surprise and followed outside. As she stepped out of the cabin, she quickly returned, grabbed the remaining 4 flint arrows, and brought them out. In the grassy clearing tens of meters away from the cabin, Lin held the horn bow in his left hand, an arrow in his right, perpendicular to the bow, and pulled the bowstring with 3 fingers. With a low bowstring sound, the horn bow instantly reached full draw. Lin released his fingers, and with an audible swoosh, the flint arrow shot out. However, not to mention the flint arrow precisely hitting the grass target 20 meters ahead, it's still at least 8 or 9 meters away. Hunting experience +1. Hopeful-eyed, Kisi gradually returned to normal. Lin didn't stop and instructed Kisi to retrieve the flint arrow, thus minimizing wear and tear on the flint arrows. The flint arrow rapidly flew out, accurately landing 8 meters from the grass target's left side. Hunting experience +1. Kisi, panting heavily. Master Lin. The flint arrow rapidly flew out, accurately landing 6 or 7 meters from the grass target's left side. Hunting experience +1. Kisi. Master Lin, do you really know how to use a bow and arrow? The flint arrow rapidly flew out, accurately landing 6 or 7 meters from the grass target's left side. Hunting experience +1. Kisi broke into a slight sweat. Master Lin, how about giving up? Archery might be too hard for you. The flint arrow grazed the edge of the grass target and sunk into the ground. Hunting experience +1. Kisi excitedly. Master, just a little more, keep going. With a sharp sound barely a fraction of a second later, a flint arrow hit a twig with a crisp sound. After at least 10 round trips, upon seeing this, Kisi's spirits soared. Kisi shouted, Master Lin, you really hit it. She practically wanted to cry, yet not due to the back and forth running exhaustion. But having witnessed Master Lin evolve from being unskilled at drawing a bow to now accurately hitting a stationary target, the overwhelming sense of growth that brings tears, Lin glanced at Kisi and calmly said, "Just having hands is enough, right?" Kisi didn't dare speak, becoming shy under Lin's gaze and lowering her head. Taking back the retrieved arrows from Kisi, due to repeated use, the blade broke upon the last arrow hitting the twig. But there were still 4 spare arrows. Taking another arrow from Kisi's hand, Lin held the bow with his left hand, notched an arrow with his right, and walked towards the grassy wasteland ahead. He recalled traces of many wild hares appearing in the grassy wasteland near the woods. Lin's gaze continuously scanned ahead. Kisi lightly tapped Lin's arm, and Lin looked over in confusion. With great experience, Kisi kept silent, using her gaze to guide Lin's attention elsewhere. There, a gray wild hare was foraging in the grass. Without hesitation, Lin drew and shot an arrow. The flint arrow shot out instantly. The arrow whizzed through the air, accurately striking the rabbit hiding in the weeds. The immense power of the full-drawn horn bow pierced through it, embedding the arrow into the soil. On the arrow, the rabbit let out a few pained squeals, its flailing limbs gradually losing strength. Kisi quickly ran over, pulled out the flint arrow, wiped off the blood, and picked up the rabbit. Walking towards Lin, Kisi exclaimed with joy, "Master Lin, your archery is so precise. This rabbit weighs at least 8 to 9 pounds. Adult rabbit, deceased, its meat is tender and delicious, containing high protein and a small amount of fat, etc." Lin nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. Let's have it for dinner." Taking the flint arrow Kisi handed him, Lin walked again through the grassy wasteland. It was now around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, the time when rabbits and wild chickens come out to forage. Although Lin shot many arrows, by nightfall, he had only hit one more wild chicken. An 8 or 9 pound rabbit and a 3-pound plus wild chicken were plenty for a hearty dinner. Carrying the rabbit and wild chicken, he walked back to the wooden cabin. In the cabin, Kisi, who had returned early, had already boiled a pot of river water, ready to scald the rabbit and wild chicken. Pouring the boiling water evenly over the bodies of the wild chicken and rabbit, the two headed to the river's shallow area. Just as he placed the rabbit down, before Lin could speak, Kisi rolled up her sleeves and began plucking the wild chicken. Her speed and skill were far beyond what Lin could hope to match. In just a few minutes, a clean, white-skinned chicken appeared before Lin. When Lin wanted to help, Kisi quickly spoke up. "Master Lin, this is our task in the first place. Leave it to me." Kisi reached for the rabbit and began plucking it. Perhaps because the boiling water hadn't entirely evaporated from the rabbit's fur, tiny beads of sweat appeared on Kisi's face, which she wiped away carelessly with her sleeve. Lin nodded, gripping his horn bow, vigilant of their surroundings. Skillfully wielding a stone knife, Kisi dissected the wild chicken and rabbit, retaining some edible organs, while burying the rest in the sand. After washing them clean, Kisi cradled the pottery pot filled with water in one arm and carried the rabbit and chicken in the other. Her face beamed with a rustic smile as she said, "Master Lin, we can go back now." Lin acknowledged with a sound, and the two began walking back toward the wooden cabin. They had only walked a few steps when Kisi suddenly stopped, gazing at the knee-high green plant. "Master Lin, could you pick a few rosemary leaves? They can be used to add flavor and mask the gamey smell." Lin glanced, and indeed, it was rosemary. After a few more steps, Kisi spoke again. "Master Lin, this time can also be picked. And this dried pepper." The journey of less than 100 meters took almost 10 minutes. Before nightfall, they finally returned to the wooden cabin. Closing the wooden door, Lin used a sturdy branch to bar it, ensuring no wild beasts could intrude. After giving Red some river water, Kisi came to the hearth to begin preparing dinner. Kisi deftly placed the whole wild chicken in, adding some foraged herbs to simmer together. Crushing the handful of spice leaves in her hand, she rubbed them all over the rabbit, letting the leaf juice soak in. For a simple marination, using the stone knife to sharpen branches, Kisi skewered the rabbit open, forming a sort of stand. The ends of the branches were stuck in the earth at the edge of the hearth, with the embers of the fire adjusted to smoke and roast the rabbit. After completing all this, Kisi went to check on Red before returning to care for the pottery pot chicken. Kesey's eyes were restless as she glanced towards Lin. She noticed Master Lin, his face solemn, crafting flint arrows, hesitating to speak. After attaching the flint arrowhead to the shaft, the production was complete. Lin spoke, "Just say it." Kesey's eyes lit up, and she candidly said, "Master Lin, are you the recently appointed lord here?" Lin looked at Kesey in surprise. Kesey quickly explained, "Your wooden cabin is filled with the scent of pine, and there are no furniture or tools inside. Furthermore, with spring plowing upon us, outside your cabin is only a small patch of cleared land. The rest is wasteland." Saying this, Kesey realized the young man before her was a lord. She nervously said, "Master Lin, please don't be angry. I just speak my mind, and if you're displeased, I won't speak again." Lin said, "It's nothing. As you said, I am indeed the lord recently appointed by Marquis Ducas. I need to build a village on this barren land." Revealing his identity might bring trouble, but Lin needed the title of lord. The Kesey before him was indeed more diligent and clever than he imagined. Comprehendingly, Kesey nodded. No wonder Master Lin's request was to help him cultivate the wasteland for spring plowing. Everything matched up. The embers sparked slightly, making a light cracking sound. Rising steam filled with rich, meaty fragrance wafted up from the pottery pot. The slightly white chicken soup boiled and bubbled inside. The rabbit perched by the fire embers turned golden, emanating the scent of roasted meat. Kesey stood and lifted the pottery pot down. Perhaps because the pot handles were too hot, she quickly blew on her fingers and then touched her earlobe. Kesey wanted to find some plates and cutlery, but suddenly remembered the cabin had none. She could only break a few twigs to use as chopsticks temporarily. Handing the makeshift chopsticks to Lin, Kesey respectfully said, "Master Lin, please eat first." Lin, unceremoniously taking them, said, "Let's eat together. In these conditions, there's no need to worry about etiquette." Kesey felt a little astonished. The Master Lin before her seemed quite different from other lords. Even so, Kesey dared not eat with Lin. After Lin finished eating, she lifted the pottery pot to feed the unconscious Red some chicken soup before starting her meal. Lin sat nearby, picking up branches, small strips of bamboo, and rattan, starting to weave. Even with Red's horn bow, hunting daily for prey seemed unrealistic. Hunting could only serve as a supplement to their food supply. To avoid hunger, more food sources were needed to combine and balance. Casually grabbing some branches, Lin experimentally used rattan to bind them. Production experience +1. In his mind, the knowledge of making a rabbit cage emerged. Lin understood the general process of making a rabbit cage, his hands not stopping. Production experience +1. Production experience +1. Knowing how to make a rabbit cage, Lin took 4 relatively straight and sturdy wooden sticks, setting them upright to determine the cage's height. Cutting some appropriately long bamboo with a stone knife, he placed them at the 4 corners of the cage for structural reinforcement. Using rattan to tightly bind them to the corner posts, forming the upper and lower frames of the cage. Once the frame was complete, he crafted a movable door frame from bamboo, the rattan connecting it to a longer stick serving as a hinge, allowing the door to open freely. On the other side of the door, with thin sticks and rattan, he built a trigger mechanism that would shut the door automatically when a rabbit entered and triggered it. Once some dry grass and leaves were placed inside, a rabbit cage was complete. Production experience +1. Lin extended a finger to test the trigger mechanism. With a snap, the trap door of the cage shut automatically. Watching silently from the side, having finished dinner, Kesey looked at Lin with curiosity. She felt that Master Lin could do anything. Feeling this, Kesey lay down next to Red and fell asleep. In the quiet cabin, their steady breaths could be heard. Lin lay in a pile of grass and fell asleep. It was just that, gripped in his hand, was a flint arrow he crafted. Only, in his hand, he held the flint arrow he had made. Last night was Christmas Eve, but Kesey was even earlier. Though the sky outside the cabin was still dim, Kesey had already rekindled the flames in the hearth. The pottery pot set on the fire was emitting a light steam. Seeing Lin sit up, Kesey smiled. "Master Lin, you're awake? Just in time for breakfast." Looking at Kesey's simple smile, Lin was momentarily taken aback. "Is this what it feels like to be served?" Lin responded and walked towards the fire. After breakfast, Lin took the 2 rabbit cages he made last night and walked out of the cabin. Kisi hesitated for a moment, then followed behind Lin. They arrived at the wasteland where they caught wild rabbits yesterday and searched for traces of rabbit activity. Lin placed the rabbit cages on the most noticeable grassy spots and added a few leftover sea buckthorn berries as bait before turning to leave. After searching around the weedy wasteland, Lin didn't see any sign of prey. Perhaps in the forest, there would be larger prey, but at the thought of the wolf pack, Lin decided against it. With Kisi beside him, Lin collected some large pieces of flint, preparing to make a flint shovel to cultivate the wasteland. Only by planting crops could they have a stable food source. Although the cycle is rather lengthy. Production experience +1. Lin continuously hammered away at the pieces of flint. With previous experience and knowledge in making flint tools, Lin had noticeably improved. After outlining the shovel's shape, he polished it, then inserted a wooden pole as thick as his arm into the pre-drilled hole. Embedding a tenon into the end of the wooden pole, a flint shovel was completed. Simple flint shovel can be used for digging, cultivating, weeding, loosening soil, etc., with limited sharpness. Grasping the flint shovel in his hand, Lin tried digging into the wasteland. The weight was just right. He handed the stone knife to Kisi and said, "To cultivate, we'll need to work together. You clear the weeds, and I'll do the cultivating." Kisi didn't hesitate, reaching for the stone knife. "All right, Master Lin." Lin responded, picked up the shovel, and walked toward the weed-free plot behind the cabin. Kisi didn't dawdle, starting from the edge of the weeds. Gripping the ends of the flint shovel handle with both hands, Lin raised it over his head, using his strength to heavily dig into the plot. Planting experience +1. The flint shovel was not like the iron hoe. On this somewhat hard wasteland, it only dug about 6 or 7 centimeters into the soil. He pushed the shovel handle forward with his right hand, flipping over a piece of yellow-brown soil. A little planting knowledge surfaced in Lin's mind. Lin didn't stop, altering his grip on the flint shovel and continued raising it, this time relying on the pulling power of his body. Planting experience +1. Planting skill experience steadily increased, and Lin's understanding of planting deepened. The sharpness of the flint shovel was indeed limited, but enough to plant wheat. The wasteland soil was likely moister due to its proximity to the river, but its fertility was ordinary. In such soil, simply scattering seeds and relying on the weather would likely lead to starvation. Sowing over 20 pounds of wheat seeds per acre might yield only about 20 pounds of wheat if luck was bad. Though not losing out, it was exhausting. Perhaps even no harvest. Only with favor from heaven might they harvest 60 or 70 pounds. Lin knew that if he wanted to plant wheat and increase its yield, he needed to reform his planting methods. Even though Lin had much knowledge about improving planting methods, he was still constrained by the current reality. He lacked labor and tools. The whole day, Lin and Kisi were spent on the wasteland. With the efficiency of the flint shovel, he only managed to flip over the weed-cleared plot. Kisi, with her 2 levels of planting skill, cleared weeds quickly. Practice makes perfect. By the end of the day, they had cleared nearly 100 square meters of the weedy wasteland. Lin told Kisi they could head back. Seeing Lin walk toward the rabbit cage she placed in the morning, Kisi followed curiously. They arrived at the first rabbit cage. The cage had clearly shifted. The door was shut, and the wooden frame of the cage had a bite mark. A tuft of gray rabbit fur was caught on the wooden stick in the gap. The rabbit cage had caught a wild rabbit, but it had escaped. Kisi's face was full of regret. She obediently picked up the rabbit cage and followed Lin. This rabbit cage needed repairs before it could be used again. Soon, Lin and Kisi reached the second rabbit cage. As they approached, a gray-white figure was jumping continuously in the rabbit cage. Perhaps sensing the approaching sound, its jumping frequency increased, trying to escape the cage. Kisi cautiously reminded Lin, "Master Lin." Lin swiftly stepped to the rabbit cage, reached in, and grabbed the rabbit's ear. He quickly took it out, and with the stone knife, he sliced across its neck. Crimson blood flowed rapidly. Lin let it fall onto the ground. The rabbit twitched for a while before losing all signs of life. Kisi walked up with a smile, disregarding the blood on the rabbit as she picked it up. "Master Lin, so hunting can be done like this," she spoke with relief. "Looks like we won't go hungry tonight." Lynn looked at Kesey, her face sweaty from clearing weeds, her hair disheveled. Lynn said, "After such a tiring day, let's have more rabbit meat tonight." Kesey's smile widened. "All right, Master Lynn." With the flint shovel on his back, Lynn walked toward the cabin with Kesey carrying the rabbit cage in one hand and the rabbit in the other. The sunset, like scattered gold, fell upon them, stretching their shadows long. After days of labor, Lynn's body smelled unpleasant. He washed up by the river and returned comfortably to the cabin. Seated by the fire, Lynn warmed himself. Though it's only March, both the river water and the temperature were still chilly. Having cleaned the rabbit earlier, Kesey was now seated by the hearth, cooking the rabbit in the pottery pot. Lynn glanced at Kesey. Perhaps because she washed her face, she appeared much fairer. She looked about 14 or 15, with clear brows and eyes, simple and innocent. Kesey felt Lynn's gaze. As if realizing something, she hurriedly smeared some pot ash on her face. Lynn remained silent. He understood Kesey's reasoning. In this world where nobility reigns supreme and ordinary people are disregarded, a young woman only survives by concealing herself in grime and squalor. After a hearty meal and a brief rest, Lynn picked up the rabbit cage, which had been gnawed by wild rabbits in the corner, and began repairing it. The wooden rabbit cage wasn't sturdy enough. Given enough time, it could be gnawed apart by rabbits. It was fortunate that the second rabbit cage managed to catch one rabbit. Production experience +1. Having repaired the rabbit cage, Lynn fetched the flint shovel. The flint shovel's blade, after meticulous grinding by Lynn, was chipped beyond recognition. The soil of the land that had never been cultivated contained many stones. Seeing Lynn, the Lord, constantly working, Kesey wanted to find something to do but found nothing in the wooden cabin that she could help with. Kesey could only push the wood in the hearth to maintain the warmth of the cabin. After doing that, Kesey became idle again. As Lynn finished repairing the flint shovel, Kesey curiously asked, "Master Lynn, what are you planning to plant in the land you've cleared outside the cabin? Wheat, barley, oats, or legumes like peas?" Lynn furrowed his brow without any concealment. "I currently don't have any seeds to plant. If I can't find seeds, I might dig up a few fruit saplings to transplant here." His idea was first to turn over the land so that the soil absorbs oxygen while allowing sunlight to sanitize the soil. Even if there were no seeds temporarily, it could be prepared. In the worst case, he could transplant fruit saplings for planting. But for a fruit sapling to grow into a fruit-bearing tree takes at least 3 years. Kesey appeared hesitant, glancing at Red on the ground. She spoke, "Master Lynn, we do have some wheat seeds here, but not many. As much as can be planted on an acre of land, just that." Lynn took over Kesey's words. "It's because you and Red are planning to move elsewhere to settle and use these as seeds for planting." Kesey nodded. "Yes, I can give the seeds to Master Lynn, but I need Red's consent." Lynn said, "All right, once the land is cleared, your brother Red should recover, and then we can discuss with him." Kesey's face was full of gratitude. "Master Lynn, thank you for your understanding." As their savior, Kesey would have to give the seeds if Lynn forcibly demanded them. But the nature of it would be somewhat different. Kesey felt that Master Lynn was indeed different from those manor lords. Howls of wild wolves echoed in the distance outside the cabin. Lynn and Kesey's gaze simultaneously turned to the distance through the wooden window. Under the moonlight, about 7 or 8 wild wolves could be seen approaching the cabin. Kesey's face turned visibly tense. Lynn raised his arm to hand the stone spear to Kesey, and feeling the weight of it in her hand, her expression became resolute. Lynn gripped the flint axe and stood behind the wooden door, waiting silently. The slightly panting breath sounds moved from far to near, eventually lingering outside the cabin. The sound of wolf claws treading on the ground's soil constantly rang outside the cabin. Lynn glanced at Kesey, who understood the cue and kept quiet, their minds highly concentrated. The wolves outside had caught the scent of Lynn and the others, and the sound of claws scratching the wooden door rang out. Thick tree trunks propped against the door kept it from shaking a bit. Even though it was built with mortise and tenon structure, the wooden cabin was solid and stable. The wolves seemed to realize they couldn't enter the cabin. Losing patience, they gradually departed. Half an hour later, the wolf pack vanished into the darkness of the night. Lynn and Kesey let out a sigh of relief. The wolf pack attack resulted in a close call, but no real danger. Lin once again was grateful for the previous decision to build the cabin. In the wilderness, having a safe haven provides a chance to make further plans. After breakfast, Lin and Kisi walked out of the cabin. They first placed the rabbit cage on the path where rabbits often appeared, then returned to the cleared space for land cultivation. With Kisi's level 2 collection, the weeds on the land were cleaned thoroughly. Even some stones were collected next to them. On this weedy land, everything had its use, especially for a territory that was planned to be developed from scratch. The daylight hours flew by. By dusk, Lin and Kisi habitually checked the rabbit cages for the day's harvest. Lin and Kisi walked past 2 rabbit cages, finding them empty, not even a single tuft of rabbit fur. Kisi's words, filled with bitterness, said, "Master Lin, it looks like we'll be going hungry tonight." Lin nodded. "There's no choice. We can't be lucky every day." He put away the rabbit cage, and Lin and Kisi returned to the cabin. After a day of work, an open space of nearly 100 square meters was cleared, while Lin only managed to clear about 50 to 60 square meters. The soil of the land was too hard. After placing down the tools, Lin noticed from the corner of his eye a sturdy figure leaning against the cabin's edge. Lin's heart tightened as he immediately grasped the flint knife at his waist. Weak coughing sounds emerged from the man at the edge. Kisi, who had just entered the cabin, turned to look and exclaimed with joy, "Red, you're finally awake?" With difficulty, Red lifted his head to look at Kisi, and a deep voice sounded. "Kisi, where's this place? How long have I been asleep?" Standing beside Red, Kisi hurriedly explained, "You've been asleep for 2 days. This is Master Lin's domain upon being rescued from the wolves." Red's deep gaze shifted towards Lin, full of vigilance. His voice hesitated slightly. "Master Lin. Domain?" Kisi nodded. "Yes, Red. Master Lin was recently appointed as a lord by Marquis Duca. This land is his domain." Red expressed gratitude. "Master Lin, thank you for saving us. We will leave now." Lin stared directly at Red, noting his strong physique. Despite losing so much blood, he had regained consciousness within 2 days. If it were someone else, they'd surely be dead this time. Moreover, this burly old hunter had his own dignity. Or perhaps he simply didn't like lords. In this world, lords controlled free people and peasants through heavy land rents and labor exploitation, even sowing ideological imprints on them from a young age. Farmers could only depend on lords for cultivating land. Just as lords never cared for the lives of free people and peasants, free people and peasants never had any affection for lords. Before Lin could say anything, Kisi spoke up first. "Red, you're still injured. Leaving now would risk infection." Red remained silent, looking at Kisi, then turned his gaze back to Lin. As an experienced hunter, Red knew well of his current situation. Without arrows left for his horn bow, and being seriously injured as well, going out with wolves around meant certain death. The young man before him was the owner of this cabin and the lord of this territory. He needed to obtain permission. Lin said, "You can continue to stay here until you recover from your injuries, but there will be a corresponding price to pay." Hearing the word price from Lin's mouth, Red's body instantly became tense. He instinctively looked towards Kisi. Lin explained, "Help me complete the spring sowing and lend me the wheat seeds on you." Red was a bit surprised. It's that simple." He originally thought that the new lord, newly appointed by the Ducas, would take the opportunity to make some excessive demands. For instance, taking Kisi as a slave. Lin nodded. "It's that simple." Red fell silent again, his golden eyes turning as if weighing the pros and cons. Kisi did not interrupt, sitting quietly beside Red, quietly waiting. Red looked at Lin and spoke. "We can help you complete the spring sowing, and then we will leave here." Lin said, "No problem." The conversation ended, and Lin, carrying the horn bow, walked out of the cabin. Red's mouth slightly opened, wanting to say something but hesitated. Wasn't that his horn bow? Red looked at Kisi, inquiring, "Did anything happen while I was unconscious these few days?" Kisi, while rekindling the fire, said, "Aside from the pack of wild wolves coming to the cabin once, not much else." Familiar actions as if in her own home. She thought of something and continued, "Oh, before Master Lin saved you, I had already promised to help him with the spring sowing as a token of gratitude for saving our lives. Red raised a thick eyebrow. Kisi had promised beforehand, so this lord named Lin had to tell him again? Immediately, Kisi recounted the events after Lin saved her and Red. At the end, Kisi added, Red, Master Lin is a good person. Red acknowledged with a sound. Lin strolled not far from the cabin, his gaze constantly sweeping around, looking for some prey. Whether Lin, Kisi, or Red, they all needed food. Otherwise, tomorrow's mental state and physical strength would decline. After searching for a while, Lin found nothing, not to mention wild chickens or rabbits. He didn't even see a single rat or a poisonous snake. Just as he was about to return, a chitter-chatter sound reached Lin's ears. Lin's gaze immediately followed the sound, which originated from a knee-high patch of overgrown wild grass. He stepped forward, walking over slowly. Searching a bit, he saw a small, daintily shaped gray-brown bird foraging among the grass. Quail. Capable of flying, the meat is tender and flavorful, containing high protein, low fat, and various other nutrients. Lin raised an eyebrow and slowed his movements as much as possible, minimizing any noise. He drew the bow, knocked the arrow, and aimed at the quail. The quail seemed to hear the slight sound of Lin's movements. Its tiny head kept retracting and shaking, its round eyes lively observing its surroundings. The flint arrow shot out swiftly, hitting the quail accurately. Hunting experience +1. A sharp sound emanated from the quail's mouth. The quail opened its wings and flapped a few times in the grass before going still, a few small feathers floating down slowly. Lin strode forward, picking up the quail and feeling its weight, around 3 taels. Not much for the 3 of them. Still, better than nothing. Inside the cabin, Kisi seemed to have heard the call and quickly walked out. Seeing the quail in Lin's hand, she exclaimed joyfully, "What a fat quail, Master Lin. May I cook it?" Lin nodded and handed the quail to Kisi. Watching Kisi quickly walk towards the river, Lin hesitated for a moment but chose to follow. Night had not yet fallen, but the wolf pack had just come yesterday. Lin didn't want such a talented farmer and cook from the village to be devoured by wild wolves. Cleaning the quail thoroughly, Lin and Kisi returned to the cabin. In front of the fire, the quail simmered in the pottery pot. Production experience +1. Lin used a flint blade to carve pieces of wood as large as his palm. One after another, wooden shavings were carved off, gradually forming the rough shape of a wooden bowl. Beside him, Kisi examined a completed wooden bowl intently. She exclaimed, "See, Red, I told you Master Lin is not an ordinary person." Red nodded, truly a bit surprised. He had never seen a lord like Lin before. 3 wooden bowls were completed, and the quail in the pottery pot was also fully stewed. Kisi removed 2 quail legs, placed them in one of the bowls, poured half a bowl of milky white soup, and brought it to Lin. She respectfully addressed, "Master Lin." Red, sitting to the side, did not show any unusual expression. As free people, when they faced other lords or people of high status, they also called them master. Lin did not stand on ceremony. "Let's eat together." Most of them, free people, were only in an employment relationship with a lord, very different from peasants bound to a manor. But their mindset was still like that of peasants, always serving the lord's status above all else. Lin, being a lord, actually invited them to eat together. Kisi responded, "Okay, Master Lin, you first." Seeing the 2 sitting by the fire without any movement, Lin shook his head helplessly. After cleaning, the quail had only about 2 taels of meat and bones, not enough for the 3 of them. Simply filling up their stomachs, Lin and the other 2 sat by the fire, the flames flickering on their faces. Red spoke up, "Lin, Master." The title sounded awkward, but he managed to say it. Lin turned to look at Red. Kisi also looked over. Red, with a curious expression, asked, "Master Lin, as the new lord appointed by Marquis Duca, do you really have no support? No followers, no peasants, no seeds, not even a decent iron farm tool." This was hardly like a lord, more like a refugee from somewhere, trying to set root and live here. Lin did not speak, but moved his hand and took out a charter of granted territory from his chest. The charter bore the crossed symbols of a great sword and a shield. It was the symbol of the Dukas clan. The greatsword symbolized the Dukas clan as a sharp sword of the Chaldee Empire, while the shield could protect the Chaldee Empire. Advancing for attack, retreating for defense. Since the independence of the Chaldee Empire, the Dukas clan had been the sword and shield of the empire. For all those in the Marquisate of Dukas, that was their god. With a thought, it could decide their life and death. Red, sharp-eyed, noticed a tinge of crimson on the charter. Extremely sensitive to the color of blood, Red knew that it was a trace of blood. Something must have happened before Lin came to this land. Even without Lin opening it, Red quickly lowered his head. "Sorry, Master Lin. I was presumptuous." Red continued. "Master Lin, I think I have rested enough. It might still be a bit difficult to start farming immediately, but I can try to hunt some wild animals with a bow and arrow." "That would be best." Lin's eyes lit up. That was exactly what he wanted. Whether hunting or clearing land, both take time. Even with the heavenly artifacts, Lin couldn't perform both tasks simultaneously. Of course, Kisi could farm alone, but the efficiency would be too low. Kisi had a skill level 2 in planting, but skill level manifests in understanding and recognition of the work, as well as years of experience. Red exchanged a glance with Kisi, who knowingly took out a yellow-brown cloth bag from his dull gray woolen robe. Kisi held the bag with both hands and approached Lin, kneeling on the ground to untie the strap of the bag. A gleam of golden wheat entered Lin's sight. Plump wheat. It can be used for farming, and after removing the bran, it can be made into wheat porridge bread and more. Kisi spoke. "Master Lin, these are wheat seeds. At 20 pounds per acre, you can plant 1.5 acres. 30 pounds of wheat seeds had been carried on Red's back all along, yet he seemed indifferent. With such a strong physique, it's no wonder he recovered so quickly." Lin was about to speak when his gaze fell on the corner of the bag, where there was an even smaller cloth bag. He reached out and picked it up, opening it to reveal a small handful of dark brown oval seeds. Cotton seeds. They can be used for planting, oil extraction, and more. Lin raised his brows. "Cotton seeds? Where did these come from?" Kisi exclaimed in surprise. "Master Lin, how did you know these are cotton seeds?" Lin was about to speak when Red began to explain. He said, "I previously saved a missionary while hunting in the mountains, and as thanks, the missionary gifted me this small bag of cotton seeds." Red continued. "He said the seeds are precious, so I've been too afraid to plant them and possibly ruin them." The missionary was indeed right. This small handful of cotton seeds from an unknown source were truly precious. The Chaldee Empire mainly produced fiber crops like linen and wool, and Lin had never heard of any country cultivating cotton. Compared to the rough texture of linen fibers and wool's high price, cotton offered moderate comfort and warmth. As long as one knew the technology for planting cotton, it did not require high-fertility soil, and planting difficulty was low, making it cost-effective. Moreover, cotton had a strong dye absorption capacity, taking color easily and displaying richer patterns and colors. Whether for commoners or nobility, it held great appeal and was even sought after. If he could plant cotton on a large scale, produce exquisite warm clothing, and sell them widely, this would be an endless source of wealth. Suppressing his somewhat excited thoughts, Lin began to ponder reality. The small bag contained about 50 to 60 cotton seeds, which wasn't much. Cotton required at least half a year to grow, which meant a long harvest cycle. Given current conditions, large-scale planting was truly challenging. However, Lin could first plant the cotton to increase the quantity of cotton seeds. With a decision made, Lin instructed Kisi to keep the seeds safe, to prevent them from being stolen by mice or squirrels in the barren land. Lin was on his 8th day in this world. A ray of light just appeared on the distant eastern horizon. On the barren land outside the wooden house, 3 figures were working. Lin was using a stone hoe to cultivate the barren land. Kisi cleared the weeds. Meanwhile, a limping Red held a horn bow, searching for prey. 30 pounds of wheat seeds could plant 1.5 acres, roughly 1,000 square meters. Lin and Kisi had worked for 2 days and had only managed to cultivate 200 square meters. Spring plowing time in the Chaldee Empire usually spanned from late March to April. As it's only early March now, there's still time. Swing after swing, Lin fiercely struck the hoe into the soil before pushing forward, overturning the earth onto the surface. Planting experience +1. Lin looked back at the broadened stretch of cultivated land after half a day's work. Noticing the sun overhead, without knowing when, a white sun had moved to the zenith. He searched around, not far off, noticing Red limping his way back. He held a bough in his left hand, and his right hand carried 2 plump wild rabbits. Lin relaxed slightly. Red indeed deserved to be an experienced level 3 hunter. Even with an arrow in his right leg, hindering his movement, his hunting ability remained unaffected. Kisi, who had just piled up a heap of weeds, beamed with delight seeing the rabbits in Red's hand. Kisi paced over to greet him. Taking the 2 rabbits, Kisi couldn't help but praise. "Red, you shot 2 wild rabbits." Red said, "Let's clean and cook them first. Everyone didn't eat enough last night and had nothing this morning." "I'll go right away," Kisi replied, intentionally running to Lin's side, speaking respectfully. "Master Lin, we have meat to eat." At this moment, Red also approached. Lin praised, "Your archery is impressive." Red felt a bit overwhelmed. It was his first time being directly praised by the Lord. The burly man became a little nervous. "Master Lin, it's too kind of you." Towards noon, Lin felt noticeably exhausted. He decided to go to the riverbank for a drink, waiting for Kisi to finish cleaning the rabbits, and return to the wooden house together. After Kisi finished cooking the rabbits and everyone was full, Lin didn't rest much and returned to toil in the field again. Swing after swing of the hoe began anew. Planting experience +1, Lin thought, and opened the transparent panel. Construction, level 0, 27/100. Planting, level 0, 18/100. Collection, level 0, 83/100. Production, level 0, 72/100. Hunting, level 0, 15/100. Cooking, level 0, 11/100. After 8 days of continuous effort, Lin's production and collection levels were about to upgrade. Red and Kisi also came out of the wooden house. Seeing Lin's increasingly skilled home movements, the 2 siblings felt a bit mesmerized. Scenes of personally cultivating barren land actually appear on a lord? Red couldn't help but say, "Kisi, you're right. He really is different from other manor lords." She tightened her grip on the flint knife in hand and walked towards the weedy barren land ahead. Likewise, Red tightened his grip on the horned bough and limped away. When the Lord Lin was so diligent, how could his hired free people possibly slack off? Lin and Kisi had just picked up the tools, ready to close shop. Looking into the distance, they spotted Red running quickly. Judging by his running speed, he hardly looked like someone with a leg injury from an arrow. "Is Red chasing prey?" Kisi hesitantly asked. "Is his injury healed?" From afar, seeing Lin and Kisi standing, Red waved his right hand frantically. Yet with the distance being somewhat too far, Lin and Kisi couldn't hear him. Kisi raised a brow. "Is he asking us to help because there's too much prey?" Just as she was about to go over, she noticed a pack of white-bodied figures rushing behind Red. Kisi gasped in horror. "Wild wolves. It's a pack of wild wolves." It wasn't until now that Lin and Kisi realized why Red, even when injured, could run so swiftly. Master Lin quickly returned to the wooden house. Ignoring his injuries, Red sprinted madly towards the direction of the cabin. In this wilderness, the cabin was his only chance of survival. Despite Red running with all his might, how could his speed possibly match that of a wild wolf? An urgent panting sound echoed behind Red. Red glanced back, seeing a large wild wolf only 4 or 5 meters behind him. He could even see saliva dripping from the wolf's tongue as it panted with its mouth open. Even with a pack of wild wolves chasing him, Red's face showed no sign of panic. He gripped his horned bough with his left hand and quickly drew the bough with his right hand. At the moment the wild wolf behind him leaped toward him, Red suddenly turned and released the bowstring with his right hand. The flint arrow shot out instantly, piercing through the wolf's fur, through its lungs, and straight into its heart. With the draw strength of the horned bough and Red's hunting experience, the flint arrow avoided the wolf's breastbone, fully embedding into its body. The wolf that leaped high didn't even have time to let out a whimper before it lifelessly fell onto the ground. This just happened to slow down the 2 wolves that were about to catch up. Seeing their fellow fall, the 2 wolves instinctively paused and sniffed at the fallen one. After confirming the death, they continuously emitted low growls. Red ignored the wolves' growls and continued running toward the cabin. Due to the inconvenience of carrying without a quiver, he only brought 2 flint arrows out, one of which was used to shoot a rabbit earlier. Before he could retrieve it, the pack of wolves had charged out. Seeing the cabin just 20 or so meters ahead, Red felt a bit heavy-hearted. With a wolf's low growl, Red felt a force from behind slowing him down. Turning his head, he saw a wild wolf biting his robe. Just as Red clenched his right fist, ready to engage the wolf in close combat, a flint shovel came crashing down beside him, striking the wolf's back hard. The sound of bones breaking was accompanied by splatters of red and white matter falling to the ground, and the wolf let go of its bite. Before Red could turn around, a strong arm suddenly supported him under his armpit, dragging him towards the cabin. Not far away, Kesey's voice rang out. "Hurry in, there's still time." At those words, Red's body trembled. Master Lin pushed Red into the cabin and slipped inside. The wooden door closed, with Lin bracing it from behind. In an instant, sounds of impacts on the wooden door and vibrations were felt. Kesey dragged a thick log from the corner, placing it alongside Lin. The shaking of the door subsided. Outside the cabin, the pack of wolves prowled, a chorus of howls echoing continuously. Once assured that the wolves couldn't break into the cabin, Kesey, armed with a long spear, approached Red. She asked with concern, "Red, are you hurt anywhere?" A smile appeared on Red's pale face. "I'm fine, don't worry. With so many wolves, I thought I was doomed." For a moment, he had given up hope. An 11-wolf pack was a threat even a hunting team wouldn't dare confront. Red hadn't expected that Lin would be willing to leave the cabin to save him under such circumstances. Kesey spoke in a slightly relaxed tone. "Indeed, there were so many wolves. Luckily Master Lin was here, or else I couldn't have dragged you." Red looked at Lin, grateful. "Master Lin, you've saved me again." Lin, attentively listening to the external noises, glanced at Red. "You haven't helped me complete the spring planting. I can't let you die easily." Red nodded earnestly. "Understood, Master Lin." Beside them, Kesey felt a bit pleased. Red's tone when addressing Master Lin seemed much more sincere. Outside the cabin, the howling of wolves rose occasionally, but the sound of paws stepping on soil grew fewer, with only a few occasionally wandering by. As night fell, the entire wasteland plunged into silence. Seated on the ground, Lin stood up, peering through the cabin's cross-shaped window. The sight of wolves outside had vanished. Throwing out a rabbit bone through the window, there was still no sound from outside. Attempting to open a slit in the wooden door and seeing no sign of wolves, Lin stepped out with his stone spear. Kesey followed closely behind Lin. Leaning against the cabin wall, Red watched this scene, knowing Lin was a cautious person. In this world, without the power to utterly defeat the enemy, caution was key to victory and survival. This was his experience as an old hunter. As Lin walked, his eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Once sure there was no danger, Lin and Kesey reached the wolf carcass nearby. The wolf slain by Lin's shovel was a grisly sight. But once skinned and cleaned, there was a good 80 or 90 pounds of wolf meat. Added with the wolf Red shot with the horn bow, it was enough to feed the 3 of them for 10 days or half a month. Lin and Kesey exchanged glances, understanding passing without words, as they dragged the wolf toward the riverbank. Kesey squatted by the river, cleaning the wolf. Lin held a long spear, keeping watch around. The nightfall brought a chill to the wild grassland where small creatures chirped, the night wind sweeping over, bending the tall grasses. Strolling through the wilderness, Lin's eyes suddenly lit up about 20 meters ahead by the riverside. A tree with slender branches stood there. Water willow. Branches can be used for weaving, building shelters, crafting handicrafts, and more. Looking back at Kesey to ensure there was no danger, Lin walked towards the willow tree. Taking out a flint knife, Lin began to harvest the willow branches. Collection experience +1. After cutting a bundle of willow branches, he returned to Kesey by the river. Under Kesey's puzzled gaze, Lin bound the willow branches with a single one and soaked it in the river. Kesey asked with curiosity, "Master Lin, what are you doing?" Lin replied, "For weaving. Water willow branches have excellent flexibility, and after being soaked, they become softer, ideal for weaving baskets, crates, and fishing cages. Red had recovered enough to hunt some wild beasts for meat, but hunting was ultimately uncertain. Until they could produce their own food, they needed more sources of sustenance. Kesey's eyes widened. Master Lin, you know how to weave fishing cages? I often see lots of fish at this riverbank. The nearby abundance of fish was naturally due to Lin and the others cleaning meat here. Beast meat leftovers accumulated here. Lin shook his head. Not yet. After cleaning the wolf carcass, Lin and Kesey returned to the cabin. As he carried the water willow branches back, unfazed by his wet robe, Red asked curiously, Master Lin, what are you planning to do? Truly, the two siblings had remarkably similar questions. As Kesey prepared dinner, she jumped in to answer. Master Lin said he plans to weave, but Master Lin doesn't know how to weave. Kesey sat by the fire pit, cooking the evening meal. Red, whose injuries had not yet healed, rested against the edge as his wounds reopened under the wild wolf's pursuit. His gaze was fixed on Lin. He watched as Lin held a few water willow branches, twisting them casually. Red understood that Kesey was right. Lin indeed didn't know how to weave. Gradually, Red's expression turned into one of disbelief. Lin's awkward movements began to become smooth. A few thicker willow branches were crossed into a circle by Lin, seemingly forming the base of a basket. Lin then picked up the thinner branches and started cross-weaving at the base. His weaving method and technique surprised Red. Complex and tight-knit. After finishing weaving the base, Lin started weaving the sides. Again, he started from the bottom and wove towards the basket sides, continuing the cross-weaving. Red noticed that the sides of the basket were not open outward but inclined and narrowed inward. Lin kept weaving around the basket, and it grew more elongated while the entrance narrowed. When Lin crafted a funnel-shaped entrance using branches and secured it tightly, Red finally understood. That wasn't a basket, it was a fishing cage. Lin had really used willow branches to make a fishing cage. This was simply unbelievable. Lin pressed the fishing cage with his hand. It was very resilient. Production experience, +1. Production experience, +1. Kesey, who had just finished cooking dinner, saw the finely woven fishing cage in Lin's hands and was full of surprise. Master Lin, did you really make a fishing cage? Lin nodded and said, after dinner, we'll set it in the river. If we're lucky, we'll have fish to eat tomorrow. Kesey's eyes were full of anticipation. She had long craved those river fish. After the three of them finished dinner, Lin made another fishing cage and continued to maintain the flint shovel. Red was making flint arrows. His movements were awkward, indicating he had never tried using flint blade as an arrowhead before. Kesey used some pine branches to stretch out the remaining wild wolf meat and hung it from the wooden house roof. After cutting off the wolf's head, peeling its skin, and removing its innards, over 100 pounds of wild wolf meat remained. They needed to use smoking to preserve the wolf meat, which could also mask the bloody smell and add a pine aroma. The three of them each did what they could, occasionally exchanging a few words, exuding a sense of simplicity and leisure under the night sky. Lin held a stone spear in his right hand and carried 2 fishing cages to the riverbank with his left. He tied one end of a vine to the fishing cage and the other to a dead tree stump to prevent the cage from being washed away by the river. Lin washed himself and then returned to the wooden house contentedly. Lying on the haystack, Lin opened Heavenly Artifacts, and a message appeared before him. Your production has increased to level 1. Unlocking Holographic Map. Reward received. Memory Pearl ×1. Seeing the message in front of him, Lin raised his eyebrows. Indeed, as long as one works hard enough, rewards can be earned. With a thought, Lin opened the holographic map, and a 3D projected map appeared before his eyes. The places he had been to, including the terrain and landscape, rivers, and forests, were all projected onto the holographic map. There was no longer a worry of getting lost. Unfortunately, the holographic map didn't mark resource points, which left Lin slightly disappointed. Memory Pearl can store skill knowledge, passing it on to others. Can transfer memory to others? Lin became a bit excited. He had a lot of knowledge in his mind, but only remembered it vaguely. Still, he needed to work hard to integrate all those fragmented pieces of knowledge. Even if Lin could extract the knowledge, his energy was limited as one person. Lin couldn't possibly spend all his time teaching others knowledge. The memory pearl perfectly complemented this shortfall. On a small scale, later, he could store knowledge about improving planting methods and increasing yield in the memory pearl for others to manage and operate. On a larger scale, those who gained the knowledge inheritance could teach others how to plant and increase yield. Even if those adults were influenced by the empire or church's fixed mindset, it wouldn't matter. At worst, he could start teaching from a young age. With the memory pearl, Lin's mind began to map out a blueprint for future development. Before dawn, a rustling sound was heard in the wooden house. The dim wooden house was illuminated by a faint yellow flame. The coolness that seeped into the wooden house was gradually dispelled. Lin opened his eyes, and Kisi's back appeared before him at the fire pit. Kisi, who had woken up early, was already cooking breakfast. Lin sat up, and Kisi respectfully said, "Master Lin, good morning. Breakfast will be ready soon." Red, who was still in a dream, also woke up. After breakfast, Lin and Kisi took their tools and left the wooden house. However, instead of clearing the grass, they first set the rabbit cage and headed straight to the riverbank. There were many carnivorous animals in the wilderness at night, and even if a rabbit was caught in the cage at night, if they didn't retrieve it in time, the rabbit cage could be destroyed, or the wild rabbit could be stolen by another beast, wasting a rabbit cage, which would be too much of a loss. When they arrived at the riverbank where they had set the fishing cages the day before, fortunately, both fishing cages were still there. Putting down the stone spear, Lin pulled on the vine with both hands, slowly raising a fishing cage to the water's surface. As soon as the fishing cage left the water, a burst of excited splashing sound erupted inside the cage. Kisi exclaimed with delight, "Master Lin, there's fish." Lin grasped the entrance of the fishing cage with his right hand, exerting slight force, and pulled it up. Two plump, blue-backed, white-bellied fish were thrashing and leaping within the fishing cage. Due to their size, every jump caused the fishing cage to vibrate. Base, tender and smooth meat, rich in high-quality protein and minerals, etc. Kisi bent over, peering in closely. "Master Lin, it's too base. They're delicious when steamed." Lin responded, picking up the vine to string the two base together. Kisi sensibly took them over. At the second fishing cage, Lin pulled it up. Just out of the water, Lin and Kisi saw a water snake crawling in the fishing cage. Kisi's expression tensed, and she instinctively stepped back 2 paces. It was clear that, like Lin, she had a natural aversion to snakes. Lin released the water snake and threw some inert scraps inside, then reset the fishing cage in the river. With the Acadia River so expansive, it served as a natural food source for Lin and the others. The two bays together weighed about 5 to 6 pounds, enough for the 3 of them to have a hearty meal. After Kisi took the base back, Lin headed to the clearing to cultivate the land. Kisi's speed at clearing weeds was much faster than his. Even if Kisi stopped for 2 days, Lin could barely keep up with her pace. As soon as Kisi brought the base back, she grabbed the stone knife and left the wooden house to continue clearing the overgrown weeds. Kisi returned early, steaming the morning's catch of base. The 3 enjoyed a delightful lunch and then continued with the task of cultivating the land. By evening, Lin and Kisi returned once again to the riverbank. Lin reached out to grasp the vine, intending to pull the fishing cage from the water. As he did, a noticeable weight tugged at him. The ever-expectant Kisi noticed the change in Lin's expression. She curiously asked, "Master Lin, what's wrong?" Lin raised an eyebrow. "Seems like there's a big fish." The weight in his hand obviously exceeded the 2 base from the morning. Lin exerted force in his arm and slowly lifted the fishing cage out of the water. As soon as the fishing cage came out of the water, the sound of splashing echoed continuously. Kisi quickly reached out to help, grasping the end of the fishing cage, feeling the weight in her hand instantly. She habitually peered through the gaps in the fishing cage. Through the gaps, she could vaguely see a long, slender shape rolling inside the fishing cage. Given her experience at noon, Kisi instinctively stepped back. Eel, tender and succulent flesh, rich in protein and nutrients, etc. Lin said, "No need to worry, it's a fish." Opening the fishing cage door, Lin dumped out the eel. The slender eel rolled and leapt on the shallows, and Kisi raised her eyebrows. "Such a big eel? It's the first time I've seen one this large." Lin took out the flint knife and stabbed through the eel's head, and the eel gradually lost its vitality. Stringing the eel with rattan, Lin felt its weight. It was at least 11 or 12 pounds. Handing the eel over to Kisi, Lin went to the second fishing cage, which also held 2 salmon weighing 3 to 4 pounds each. Adding the 2 bass from the morning, they had caught over 20 pounds of fish in the Acadia River in just one day. The river fish resources in the Acadia River were far more plentiful than Lin had imagined. After dissecting and cleaning them, Kisi seemed a bit strained carrying 3 big fish. Kisi said, "Master Lin, we've caught so many fish, plus there's all that wolf meat. We can't finish it all." Putting the fishing cage back into the water, Lin spoke, "If we can't finish it, hang it to smoke over the hearth. It will keep longer that way." Watching Kisi walk back to the cabin, Lin turned and headed towards a distant patch of wild grassland. 2 rabbit cages were still placed there. The first rabbit cage was empty. He picked it up directly. Just as Lin approached the second rabbit cage, he heard the sound of nibbling. Inside the rabbit cage, a wild rabbit was gnawing on a tree trunk. He quickly quickened his pace, squatted beside the rabbit cage, opened it, and grabbed the rabbit's ears. Despite the rabbit's frantic struggle, kicking and hitting Lin's arm, his hand held tightly like an iron vise. Without any hesitation, Lin took out the flint knife and resolved it. Wild rabbits breed quickly, producing several litters a year, each litter capable of producing several young, making them a good meat source. But given the current conditions, the idea of breeding wild rabbits had to be temporarily shelved. Throwing the rabbit into the rabbit cage, Lin carried it back to the cabin. Before he reached the cabin, a voice called out from inside. "Kisi, wasn't Master Lin with you by the river? How come you came back alone?" Master Lin went to check the rabbit cages. "He should be back soon, right?" "I see. I'll go check." "Red, don't move. Be careful your wound doesn't reopen. I'm just going to take a peek at the door." "Hey, you better lie down. I'll go check." "Red, you need to get better soon. We promised Master Lin to help him with the spring cultivation." Kisi had just opened the cabin door when she saw Lin approaching, and her face showed surprise. "Master Lin, you're back?" Lin nodded. "Caught a wild rabbit. You handle it for dinner." Kisi hurriedly reached out to take it. "All right, Master Lin." Placing the flint shovel in the corner, Lin sat by the fire. Red was the first to call out, "Master Lin." Lin asked, "How are you feeling? I need you to get better soon. It's too slow for me to clear the wasteland alone." Several days had passed, and they'd only cleared about 400 square feet of land. If they didn't clear at least 1,000 square feet, there wouldn't be enough space to plant all the wheat seeds. Spring cultivation was fast approaching. The subsequent task of fertilizing the soil and covering it with soil would also require time. Red nodded. "Thank you, Master Lin. I'm much better. In a few days I should be able to work." Lin acknowledged with a nod. The cabin was filled with the aroma of meat. Kisi, skilled in cooking, steamed a base, and roasted some wild wolf and rabbit meat by the hearth. Not knowing what spices Kisi added, the fish was delicious and tender, and Lin tasted no fishy flavor at all. Having eaten their fill, Lin and the 2 others sat by the hearth, warming themselves by the fire. Kisi looked at the fish hanging above the hearth and inquired, "Master Lin, although smoking meat can extend its shelf life, without salt, it can only be preserved for a few days." Lin raised his head to look, observing the pieces of fresh meat supported by sticks, turning oily and yellow from the smoke. Droplets of oil dripped down into the ash below. Just a few days ago, Lin had been hungry, worrying about finding food every day. Now, the cabin was filled with more meat than they could eat, and they fretted over how to preserve it. Not to mention that they didn't have any salt, and even if they did, he wouldn't use it to preserve fish. Kaldi is part of the Inland Empire, and besides salt mines producing mineral salt, nearly all salt is transported from the coastal empire. Without canals in the inland, it all relied on merchants' caravans, making transportation costs extremely high. The price of salt was accordingly expensive. Red suggested, "If we could smoke more fish, we could sell them in nearby villages to exchange for what we need." Earlier, when Kisi and I were fleeing bandit pursuit, we saw a village on the other side of the mountain, about 20 miles away, but the journey is long, and a round trip might take a day. If they could ensure no shortage of daily food, selling smoked fish was indeed a good idea. They couldn't just eat meat all the time. They needed staple foods too. For faster development, Lin needed some iron products, like iron axes, iron hoes, and iron sickles, among others. Relying only on flint tools was too inefficient. Lin stood up. I'm going to cut some more willow branches. If they wanted to produce more smoked fish, they would need more fishing cages. Kisi quickly joined Lin. Master Lin, I'm going too. With each step Lin and Kisi took on the wasteland, the ground beneath them creaked with the sound of small twigs breaking. By the riverside, Lin used the flint knife to cut willow branches and place them on the ground, while Kisi gathered and bound them together. After soaking the willow branches in the river for over an hour, Lin and Kisi each carried a bundle back home. Gazing at the star-scattered night sky, Kisi asked, Master Lin, can I learn weaving from you later? Lin nodded. Of course you can. A smile spread across Kisi's face. That's great. Perhaps due to Red's care, Kisi remained optimistic and diligent. Back at the cabin, they sat by the fire. Lin began weaving the fishing cage with willow branches, while Kisi sat nearby, watching and learning as she wove. Seeing this scene, Red, resting at the edge, gradually let go of the wariness in his heart. Sensible Kisi placed a small bundle of willow branches beside Red. Kisi said, Red, it's only your leg that's injured. Your hands can still move. Lin made 2 fishing cages. Kisi had only woven the bottom of a fishing cage, though it wasn't as sturdy or refined as Lin's. With some adjustments, it would do. It also saved Lin some time. Several hours passed, and he only had a willow ring in hand. Feeling the unusual gaze of Lin and Kisi, Red blushed with embarrassment. This is my first time. 10th day Lin arrived in this world. The sky had just begun to lighten. After breakfast, Lin and Kisi walked out of the wooden house. Quisty carried 2 rabbit cages to the weedy wasteland for placement. Holding 3 fishing cages in his hand, Lin slowed his pace, walking while waiting for Kisi to catch up. Soon, Kisi ran up to him. Slightly breathless, she said, Master Lin, sorry to keep you waiting. Kisi took the fishing cages from Lin's hand. Upon reaching the river, Lin grabbed the fishing cage intending to pull it out, finding it unusually light in hand. The wickers emerged from the water, and the fishing cage had disappeared. Kisi looked a bit surprised. Where did the fishing cage go? Lin explained, it was probably swept away by an undercurrent, but don't worry, I've just made 3 more. Upon reaching the second fishing cage, 3 livelier bass were jumping inside just above the water surface. Kisi hurried to lend a hand and lifted them out. Pouring the bass out of the fishing cage, she picked up a hard stone from the ground, striking each bass on the head. Skillfully using the flint knife to gut the base, cleaning them, she followed Lin's actions to thread them with wicker. The weight of 3 bass was at least tens of pounds. Kisi said, Master Lin, I'll go back and store the fish first. I'll be back shortly to weed. After hearing Lin respond, she quickly rushed off. Having learned from this experience, Lin specially reinforced the fishing cage with 2 wickers, one at the front and one at the rear. For fishing cages were placed in the river at regular distances. Lin took the flint shovel to the open area, continuing to cultivate. The weeds outside the cabin were cleared significantly, creating a more comfortable visual effect. As the night wind came, the air was filled with the scent of earth and the green aroma of weeds. In front of the fire pit, after dinner, Lin continued weaving with a bundle of twigs. The area of cultivated land had reached over 500 square meters. With this efficiency, finishing the cultivation of 1,000 square meters would only take a few more days. If Kisi could stop weeding, the cultivation could be completed even faster. Lin needed to prepare some tools to collect the forest's decayed soil to enhance soil fertility. Tools to load decayed soil. Load the soil into the pannier using the flat basket and the carrying pole for shoulder carrying. With the wickers and weaving knowledge in his mind, it wasn't difficult for Lin. Production experience +1. Production experience +1. The knowledge of weaving the basket blended in Lin's mind. The key to weaving the basket lies in the bottom frame, as only a sturdy and solid bottom can bear more weight. Lin picked out thicker twigs as the basket frame, bending them into a circle to establish the basket frame, tying it up firmly with grass ropes. Then selecting some thinner twigs to start cross-weaving from the frame to form a dense plane. Once the bottom weaving was completed, Lin continued weaving the basket's sides, bending the twigs upwards during weaving to form an outward arc. Under Lin's constantly changing hands, the basket's sides grew layer by layer, finally completing the weaving. Lin chose 2 thicker twigs, bent them to suitable shapes, fixed them with grass ropes as the basket handles. Thus, a sturdy and exquisite basket appeared before Lin. Lin reached out to lift it, finding the basket stable without the slightest deformation. Production experience +1. Just about to make the second basket, Kisi's voice rang. Master Lin, your hands are incredibly skilled. Lin turned to look, seeing Kisi and Red staring at him with wide eyes full of amazement. Kisi felt that the handiwork of Master Lin was completely no less skilled than the weavers from the manor she and Red were previously from. Red agreed by nodding his head. Lin said, "It's nothing. With a little practice you can weave too." Kisi showed no unusual expression, but Red felt Lin was hinting at him. Lin looked at Red. "You don't need to weave. Instead, make some flint arrows. You're better at that." Red was relieved. "All right, Master Lin. With the presence of the horn bow, as long as there are enough arrows, hunting and self-protection can be ensured." Lin continued weaving the basket. Production experience +1. As knowledge kept increasing, Lin's understanding of weaving became deeper, and his weaving speed accelerated. The first basket took Lin more than 2 hours, while the second took only 1 hour. Placing a pair of baskets beside, Lin continued weaving the flat basket. Similarly, the flat basket started from the bottom, cutting twigs to appropriate lengths, hammering one end flat with a stone for easier weaving. Lin then laid several twigs on the ground as the bottom frame of the flat basket, weaving through the frame orderly and densely, bending the twigs upwards, weaving around the bottom edge to gradually form a higher edge. With Lin cutting off the extra twigs, a flat basket weaving completed. Production experience +1. Under the curious gaze of Kisi and Red, Lin hung the flat basket above the fire pit. The flat basket needs to dry to ensure it is strong and durable. After finishing the flat basket, Lin wanted to weave a few more willow baskets, but noticed it was already late at night. Seeing Kisi and Red still learning to weave, Lin spoke. "Rest up, we'll continue working tomorrow." Kisi and Red responded, gradually falling asleep on the grass pile. Lin, lying on the pile of weeds, looked through the cross window of the cabin towards the pitch-black sky outside. His mind was pondering how to proceed with further development. With rabbit cages, fishing cages, and Red, whose injury is recovering for hunting, there are 3 food sources. Momentarily, there's no worry of hunger. But it's far from enough. There is still much Lin has to do. Lin hadn't consumed grain food in 11 days. A long-term lack of carbohydrates, dietary fiber, and other nutrients would inevitably cause physical issues. Next is spring plowing. It's already mid-March, entering spring plowing time. Only over 500 square meters of arable land were cultivated outside. It's really too little. The wheat seed technology in this world yields only over 100 pounds per acre. If getting a yield of 150 pounds per acre, then it's like heaven's grace. One should know, an acre of land planted with wheat seeds already consumes 20 pounds. Even if Lin uses knowledge from his mind to improve planting methods and increase yields, it's impossible for an acre to produce thousands of pounds of wheat. More manpower is needed, expanding planting areas. Flint tools, whether in sturdiness or sharpness, are nowhere near iron tools. Lin needs iron tools to expedite farming efficiency. Then, household utensils. Lacking basic cooking tools, kitchen knife, cutting board, and dining utensils, Lin was still eating with branch chopsticks and wooden bowls. And then, hanging smoked fish on the wooden house. Daily, over 20 pounds of river fish are caught in the fishing cage. Of course, it's a good thing. At least it guarantees they won't go hungry. But the bad news is, now the Karidi Empire is in spring. If temperatures remained low, preservation for 1 or 2 weeks would be possible. But with consecutive days of temperatures over 10 degrees, not conducive to storage. Considering all the issues comprehensively, Lin quickly found a solution. Go to other villages, sell smoked fish. With selling smoked fish, necessary iron tools can be purchased, along with some grain seeds. If there's extra money, some ceramic cooking and dining utensils can be bought. Though, there's not much smoked fish cured as of now. so a little delaying is possible. Lastly, it's the wolves in the forest. There's a need to find a way to deal with the wolf pack. Lin and Kisi set out as usual to continue cultivating the wilderness. Kisi, familiar with the routine, placed the rabbit cage on the overgrown wasteland, and then followed Lin to the riverside to collect fish from the fishing cage. The river fish from the 4 fishing cages weighed at least 25 pounds combined. Kisi cleaned all the fish thoroughly, her face filled with smiles as she carried them, her steps becoming lighter. With the fishing cage, they could almost reliably harvest over 20 pounds of river fish daily. When smoked into smoked fish, it came out to around 15 pounds. In about 3 or 4 days, they could head to the nearby village for sales. Time flies by like a fleeting horse. By the time Lin finished cultivating a plot of land, it was already in the afternoon. Just as Lin was about to call Kisi back to the house, Kisi's voice rang out first. Following Kisi's voice, Lin looked over to see Kisi bending over standing in front of a patch of green. Lin walked over curiously. Looking at the lush green plants before Kisi, his eyebrows raised. The stalks, branches, and petioles of the plants were covered with hooked thorns, and the leaf edges were serrated. Growing hops can be used for brewing beer, medicinal purposes, etc. Hops can add bitterness and aroma to beer and also have preservative properties. Beer with hops is far more sought after than beer flavored with rosemary or thyme. However, hops are challenging to cultivate, primarily due to limited transplantation techniques. Moreover, cultivated hops lack the unique flavor of wild hops. Now, nearly 100 square meters of wild hop plants were before Lin. Although still in the growth phase, if Lin could cultivate and plant these hops well, brewing beer with hops could be a path to prosperity. Kisi asked curiously, "Master Lin, what are these?" Lin looked at Kisi. "Hops. This area doesn't need clearing. We'll need to fence it in. Hops typically bloom in August and September. If wild boars or the like damage them during this period, it would be a shame. They must protect the hops quickly." Kisi noticed Lin's excitement and didn't ask further, simply responding, "All right, Master Lin." Lin took another look at the hops and walked towards the riverbank. Once again gathered 20 pounds of river fish from the fishing cage. One fishing cage was damaged, resulting in no fish being caught. It was likely damaged by an underwater current that pushed it into a log in the river. For Lin, fixing it was easy, not a difficult task at all. Arriving at the overgrown wasteland, the first rabbit cage was empty, while the second rabbit cage had captured a robust wild rabbit. Lin and Kisi headed back to the cabin. Before they got close, Lin and Kisi saw a figure standing at the cabin door from afar. Kisi quickened her pace, heading back to the cabin. She glanced at Red with pleasant surprise. "Red, has your injury healed?" Red glanced at Kisi and then at Lin, explaining, "It should be mostly healed. Slowly walking and doing small tasks should be no problem." Lin nodded. "Then from tomorrow, you can work on placing and retrieving the rabbit cage and fishing cage. This way, we won't have to run back and forth." Red responded promptly, "All right, Master Lin." In 3 days, the wasteland had been cultivated into over 800 square meters. To expand the planting area, Lin didn't ask Kisi to double back to help cultivate. Spring sowing time is from mid-March to the end of April. Red's injury was almost fully recovered, so 2 people working together would still be efficient. Before the break of dawn, Lin, Kisi, and Red all got up early. Lin needs to sell smoked fish. Kisi carried a wicker basket on her back, containing live fish freshly caught from the fishing cage. Red carried a pole basket, filled with all the smoked fish. The smoked fish harvested and prepared over 3 days, combined with previous ones, total over 100 pounds. For the tall and robust Red, 100 pounds was nothing. He's been resting for days, and now it's time for him to exert some effort. To put it precisely, Red can start being worked like a horse. In Red's hands, he gripped a horn bow. With level 3, hunting, Lin felt that Red wielding a bow and arrow would be even more formidable. Lin, empty-handed, held a stone spear and said, "Let's go." Kisi and Red responded in unison, "Yes, Master Lin." Red took the lead, followed by Kisi, and Lin was last. They left the cabin, walking through the cultivated lands. As they drove away poisonous insects from the grass, they traversed the wasteland, heading towards the village dozens of miles away. There were no rudimentary paths in the wasteland. They had to forge the path with their legs. They passed through the wasteland and walked on the hills. Lin's gaze swept across the surroundings. It was only then that Lin realized how extensive the territory his Marquis father had casually bestowed upon him was. A forest with no visible end. The wasteland they just walked through, the low hills underfoot, and the dozen or so large mountains dozens of kilometers away. All of this, within Lin's territorial boundaries. Lin's memories were clear. The Marquis Ducas, bloated like a pig, hadn't even bothered to look at the territorial area. He randomly pointed to a remote wasteland, nauseously tossed the territory patent to Lin. Vast lands, abundant resources, plus the system. A surge of tremendous ambition rose in Lin's heart unexpectedly. Given enough time, he could surely leave an epic tale in this world. Marquis' eldest son? They were bound to become the fallen souls beneath his iron tide. The early hours, the air was filled with a faint mist. The path under Lin's feet gradually transitioned from hilly plains to rugged mountain trails. On either side of the trail was a sparsely wooded sloped forest. Occasionally, the ethereal shrill cries of birds and beasts made the forest even deeper. Due to its remoteness and ruggedness, no one or merchant caravans passed through. Otherwise, it would certainly become a breeding ground for bandits. The high mountains on either side were steep, rife with bizarre rocks, stretching far into the distance. Walking was difficult. Even climbing with ropes was challenging. By securing the entrance and exit of the mountain forests, they could camp out there. Easy to defend, hard to attack. The next moment, Lin's eyes brightened. This mountain trail between the ridges was the only passage to Lin's territory. If he could first seize the opposite exit and build defensive works, he would have a secluded paradise. Although everything was still in the initial stages of development, Lin had a plan for the future. Lin emerged from the forest, and his view broadened and brightened. Ahead was another piece of untouched wasteland. After walking for more than another hour, in the distance, he saw a village standing on a piece of cultivated land. Wisps of smoke continuously drifted out from the chimneys of the deep brown wooden houses. In this newly illuminated morning, one felt an inexplicable tranquility and peace. Red pointed ahead, speaking respectfully. "Master Lin, that's the village I'm talking about." Lin nodded, and the three of them walked on the small path in the cultivated fields towards the village. Before reaching the edge of the village, Lin wiped his left hand on the slightly moist mud, then smeared the mud on his face. Kesey and Red, though somewhat puzzled, did not ask any questions. Master Lin doing this naturally had his reasons. As they stepped into the village, figures started appearing in Lin's sight. All were dressed in the most ordinary coarse wool robes or linen tunics and pants. In front of them, various items were displayed. These people were villagers from the vicinity, coming here to participate in the market. Usually, they were hired by the manor lord to help out, earning some income, and also cultivated the land rented from the manor lord, planting crops. Handicrafts made during leisure or surplus food would be brought to the village market for sale. There were also some merchants. The village market was not like a small town with designated market spots. A village market typically gathered at a customary village spot, and any items for sale were laid by the roadside, and trading could commence. Local villagers who needed to purchase items would come, find suitable goods, negotiate prices, and once agreed, money would be exchanged for goods, completing the transaction. There weren't very many rules. The arrival of Lin and the others didn't draw much attention. People looked briefly before withdrawing their gazes. At the edge of the road, Kesey and Red knowingly placed down 2 baskets of smoked fish, standing idly in place. Some passing villagers didn't even glance at Kesey and Red. Lin couldn't help but say, "What are you standing around for? Sell the fish." Kesey's face instantly showed a hint of tension. She struggled to speak. "Smoked fish. Smoked fish." Her voice was so low that even Lin, standing nearby, could barely hear. Lin looked at Red, who hurriedly said, "Master Lin, I truly don't know how." Lin shook his head, scanning the villagers coming by. "Smoked fish. Aromatic and crispy smoked fish. Tender inside, come and see." His words naturally casual, without tension or burden. Though Lin was indeed an ennobled lord, his status was merely that of an exiled, illegitimate child. He wished to command his servants, but at present, he lacked the capacity. Everything relied on his efforts. Even Kesey and Red before him were only hired workers. Listening to Lin's calls to sell, Kesey and Red grew inexplicably anxious. Some villagers passing by, hearing Lin's enthusiastic calls, couldn't help but glance over. Seeing the baskets filled with golden, appetizing smoked fish, two villagers walked up. "Oh, how much for this smoked fish? Looks pretty good." "Yes, it even smells of pine wood." Lin replied, "Pine wood. It's pine wood, ladies, smoked fish made with pine wood." A woman in a waist-belted robe knowingly nodded. "I did think it carried a pine scent." "How much is your smoked fish?" Lin smiled in response. 1 pence. You can buy 2 pounds of smoked fish like this for 1 pence. The waist-belted woman seemed to ponder. 1 pence. It's quite reasonable. Equivalent to exchanging 2 pounds of fish for 1 pound of wheat. To purchase a pound of wheat, it cost 1 pence. Ordinary villagers working in the manor lord's manor for a day could earn 1 or 2 pence. Bear in mind, smoked fish was indeed meat. Exchanging a day's labor for a pound of smoked fish wasn't expensive. Rather, it was somewhat cheap. The waist-belted woman took out a small, worn leather pouch, extracted 1 pence, and handed it to Lin. "May I choose myself?" Lin looked at Kesey, who immediately understood, reaching to take the pence. Lin replied, "Madam, you certainly may, but you can only select about 2 pounds of smoked fish from the basket." The waist-belted woman nodded. "Don't worry, young sir. I'm not one to be stingy for petty gains." Beside her, a plump woman with a wool felt hat showed equal eagerness. Her family hadn't had meat for a long time. The plump woman said, "I can't help it. I want 4 pounds. I want to eat meat, even if it's fish." The waist-belted woman was somewhat surprised. "4 pounds? That's 2 days' wages for your husband. Aren't you worried he'll send you into the pigsty?" The plump woman was unconcerned. "With his build, who's sending whom is another matter, young sir. I want to buy 4 pounds of smoked fish." Lin smiled and responded, "Certainly. You may also choose yourself." With these two women leading, things gradually became simpler. Villagers passing by saw 5 or 6 people gathering around the 2 baskets, continually picking out smoked fish. The bandwagon effect often makes people conclude the goods must be decent. Even if the need isn't high, they can't resist buying some. Additionally, Kesey, influenced by Lin and the villagers' buying enthusiasm, became more outgoing. Aromatic and crispy smoked fish, tender inside. Watching the smoked fish in the baskets sell quickly relieved Lin's mind slightly. Spending a day and risking being recognized, coming to this village was worthwhile. More than an hour later, the 2 baskets of fish were sold out. Kesey and Red, carrying the baskets, came to Lin's side. Handing the pence to Lin, Kesey said, "Master Lin, here are 70 pence from selling the smoked fish." Lin looked at Kesey and asked, "Are you sure you didn't sell wrongly?" Kesey was taken aback, not expecting Lin to suddenly question her. Not only Kesey, but Red beside her also felt a bit anxious, momentarily unclear of Lin's intention. Kesey's mind quickly scanned through. A few seconds later, she firmly replied, "No mistake, Master Lin." Lin had been watching the entire time. Indeed, Kesey hadn't sold wrongly. Without scales, the weight of the smoked fish sold was all by feeling, naturally resulting in discrepancies. That was unavoidable. All the pence due had been collected. The inquiry was merely to ensure Kesey's confidence. Lin nodded. "Let's go buy something." From talking with villagers buying smoked fish, he learned the village was called Kent Village, with most of the free people employed by Manor Lord Fletcher. The surrounding lands, forests, and pastures all belonged to Fletcher. Kent Village wasn't large, with only 10 or so wooden houses. Approaching a wooden house, a black feldspar slab displayed various ironware. Here was Kent Village's blacksmith shop. Lin's gaze swept across from above. Primitive iron shovel. Contains many impurities. Can be made into an iron shovel. Average sharpness. Useful for digging, cultivating, weeding, loosening soil, etc. Although the iron shovel has impurities, its sharpness far surpasses that of the flint shovel. Primitive iron scythe blade. Contains many impurities. Can be made into an iron scythe. Used for harvesting, cutting, etc. Average sharpness. Kesey has always used a flint knife for cutting grass. Its sharpness is limited and can't easily cut through thicker branches. If there was an iron scythe, Kesey would certainly be more efficient at clearing weeds. Ordinary iron axe contains few impurities, sturdy, can be made into an iron axe, useful for chopping, hunting, self-defense, etc., good sharpness. Besides Red's horn bow, this is the best quality he's seen. Indeed, fewer impurities in the iron axe enhance its quality. The text description also includes the characteristics of sturdiness and good sharpness. At this moment, a deep voice sounded. Looking to buy something? As the voice fell, a burly man lifted the dark curtain and came out. His arms were strong, his body covered with large muscles, and with a face stained with black smudges. He was undoubtedly a blacksmith. Spencer Rate, who has a level 2 forging skill. Upon seeing Lynn and Red, who were equally burly, the blacksmith Spencer's face showed a slight surprise. Especially the tall man with a bow and arrows. Spencer clearly had some fear in his heart. The blacksmith's tone became much gentler. Gentlemen, do you have any needs? If there's nothing to your liking, I can also take custom orders. Indeed, being big gives you more presents. Lynn's gaze swept over the slate again. Scythe blade, iron shovel, axe head, cross pickaxe, and I'll take these all. Lynn pointed to the side, where there were also some other iron products. Iron chisel, iron hammer, iron planer, iron saw, iron chef's knife. Spencer's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. His words became more respectful. This gentleman, of course, let me tally up for you. This axe is 10 pence, shovel 4 pence, cross pickaxe 6 pence, scythe 3 pence, iron hammer 4 pence, and the rest with iron chisel, iron saw. After mumbling to himself for a moment, Spencer suddenly looked at Lynn. Sir, according to the prices I've quoted, it totals 45 pence. Is this acceptable? Lynn roughly calculated in his mind. The price of ordinary iron with more impurities is slightly more than 2 pence per pound. The iron content in these products, combined with the blacksmith's craftsmanship, makes 45 pence not too expensive. Lynn stared directly at Spencer. 40 pence. If it's more, I'll have to go elsewhere to buy. Spencer almost didn't hesitate to refuse immediately. Sir, how could 40 pence possibly buy so many iron products? Even if you go to that damned one-eyed guy in town, he wouldn't give you this price. The thought of him gives me a headache. He always steals my business. I'd love to kick him hard in the rear. Lynn shook his head. Let's go. Maybe we can check the neighboring village. Kesey and Red didn't speak, merely following Lynn. As they were walking, Lynn muttered under his breath. Wait, sir. We can discuss the price further. Behind the trio, Spencer's voice called out. Before Lynn could turn back, Spencer quickly caught up to Lynn. Just as Spencer was about to hold Lynn back, he noticed his hands were covered with black smudges from iron ore. He quickly withdrew them. Resolutely, Lynn said, Just 40 pence, anything more I don't have. Spencer sighed with regret. All right then, sir, as you say, 40 pence. Returning to the blacksmith shop's entrance. Before Red could act, Spencer personally placed the iron products Lynn wished to buy into a willow basket. These were merely various iron items, without wooden handles, easy to pack in. Once Spencer had packed all the iron products, Lynn signaled to Kesey with a glance. Understanding the gesture, Kesey took out all the pence. Spencer's expression stiffened. Sir, didn't you say you only had 40 pence? Lynn nodded. Yes, 40 pence. Only 40 pence to buy these tools. Spencer's face showed bitter disappointment. If everyone was like this, he wouldn't need to run a blacksmith shop. Taking 40 pence from Kesey's hands and placing them on the slate, Lynn left the blacksmith shop with Kesey and Red. 5 pence, a free person's wage for 4 or 5 days of labor. Enough to buy 5 pounds of wheat or 25 pounds of barley. Walking along the village's gravel paths, Lynn's gaze scanned both sides, having purchased almost all the iron products needed. Now he needed to buy staples. Just a few steps away, a middle-aged man was suddenly pushed out from the side. Lynn sidestepped to avoid him. The man fell heavily to the ground. Landing with a thud, a painful cry escaped his lips. I really can bake bread. I can brew beer. Why not give me a chance? The sound of a door slamming shut echoed. The 2 wooden doors closed instantly. The middle-aged man cursed under his breath. I'm a brewer with 20 years of experience, and they treat me like this? Blind as bats. As the man's words fell, it seemed those inside heard his shouts. The tightly closed doors swung open. A man angrily shouted. An experienced brewer? You're just a drifter. Get lost. If you don't scram, watch out. I'll beat you to death. Swiftly, the middle-aged man got up, running with a scornful pout a short distance away. A string of text appeared before Lynn's eyes. Lex Florin, brewing level 3, cooking level 2, construction level 2. Another third-level skill. Lynn's mind recalled the hop plants already fenced off with branches. He didn't call out to Lex, but followed along. After just a few steps, Lynn's brow slightly furrowed. Lex wore a dark, gray, coarse woolen long coat and trousers, perhaps stained through constant falls. They were greasy and blackened. What made Lynn frown was Lex's empty left sleeve. Lex had only one arm. As he walked, Lex asked villagers on the roadside, "Madam, does your family need to hire help?" "No. Sorry to disturb." "Sir, does your family need help?" "I can cook, brew, don't need pay. Just enough to keep off hunger, not necessarily full." Those Lex addressed only gave him a glance, then looked away, their eyes full of disdain and contempt. Lex shook his head helplessly. "I could use some help, but not as employment." Lex turned towards the voice to see a man with muddy streaks on his face. He waved dismissively. "Not employment? Sorry, sir. I'd rather starve than become someone's slave." After speaking, Lex walked forward. Lynn didn't stop him, just said calmly. Lex, who had just taken 2 steps, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned back to Lynn, seriously examining him. A tall and sturdy figure, dressed in a light blue coarse wool belted robe. Beneath the dark short hair was a determined face. Cheeks stained with dirt looked somewhat young, but those brown eyes were full of depth and steadiness. Such attire was no different from a roadside free person. However, Lex saw Kesey and Red behind this young man. Somewhat skeptical, Lex walked up to Lynn. Lynn continued, "I need a brewer, but right now we need a few things to start brewing." Lex blurted out, "Brewing isn't hard. As long as there's a medium-sized brewery. No, even a home brewery can start." Lynn seemed troubled. "You're quite right, but my manor hasn't started constructing a brewery, not even any ingredients for brewing." Lex didn't hesitate. "Sir." "No, my lord. As long as you're willing to hire me as a brewer, I can assist with all of that." Lynn shook his head. "I've calculated it carefully, and the time needed to start brewing is still too long. Not worth it. Sorry for the bother, Mr. Brewer." Lynn, with Kesey and Red, walked past Lex in front of him. Just walked away like that? Wasn't the manor going to hire a brewer? What exactly was that? Walking ahead, Lynn glanced back with the corner of his eye. As expected, Lex quietly followed, and the corners of Lynn's mouth slightly curled up. Approaching a villager with golden wheat, Lynn asked, "Madam, how are you selling wheat?" The woman selling wheat saw the 2 attendants following Lynn and immediately beamed with a smile. She said, "My lord, the winter wheat is not yet ripe. These are last year's surplus, very fresh. Wheat is 1 penny per pound, and barley is 5 pounds for 1 penny." Lynn nodded. 1 penny a pound for wheat was the market price. Suddenly, Lex stepped up from behind. The woman glared at Lex with disdain, about to speak. Lex spoke first. "My lord, these wheat grains are full and plump, indeed good quality wheat. Whether for planting or brewing, they're both excellent choices." Hearing Lex's praise, the disdain in the woman's eyes instantly disappeared. She echoed, "Yes, my lord. This gentleman knows good stuff. These are fine wheat." Lynn nodded. "I'd like 125 pounds of barley after husks are removed." After buying iron goods, these were the pennies left. The smile on the woman's face grew wider. "All right, my lord. Please wait a moment." The woman picked up a wooden spoon and started scooping the wheat. Each scoop poured into the cloth bag with a rustling sound. Shortly after, a cloth bag full of wheat lay in front of Lynn. Without needing Lynn to speak, Red handed the bamboo basket to Kesey, then lifted the 55-pound sack of barley himself. "Master Lynn, let me do it." Red maintained a calm demeanor. For his physique, 125 pounds was nothing. Just as Lynn turned his gaze towards the iron goods, Lex spoke up first. Lex said with a smile, "My lord, how can you do such coarse work yourself? Let me handle it." Lynn's face turned serious. "Mr. Brewer, you're not a servant of my manor. You don't need to do this." Lex appeared earnest. "My lord, as you said, there's no brewery constructed yet. That's all right. Lex can guide on how to build one. Yeast is key to brewing, and I carry it with me. I am highly valuable, able to help you brew, and during spare time, can do some labor within my capability. Lynn looked troubled, but, Mr. Lex, I can't offer you a salary. After buying these iron goods and wheat, Lynn had spent all his pennies. Lex spoke with determination. My lord, as long as I can have a meal, not starve to death, I'll be content. As soon as Lex finished speaking, a growling sound came. It was from beneath Lex's clothes. He hadn't eaten for 3 days. Penniless, if Lex didn't find a job soon, he'd starve to death. Lynn nodded. If it's just avoiding starvation, that's manageable. But I need to know your identity. Lex hesitated, but seeing Lynn's direct gaze, he began to explain. My lord, I'm a free person, Lex said. Because I made some mistakes, the previous lord chopped my arm, kicked me out to fend for myself. And I survived by luck. Lex emphasized, but rest assured, my lord, I have no complicated background. They didn't want to hire me simply because I lack one arm, not being fit as labor. Lynn nodded seriously. I can take you in, and you won't be my slave either. But I need you to follow my orders 100%. As compensation, you won't go hungry. Lex showed a delighted smile. Thank you, my lord. Lynn's tone became stern. However, if you betray me, I will kill you without hesitation. Behind Lynn, Red's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at Lex. Not only that, Kesey also fixed her gaze on Lex. Lex earnestly said, I understand, my lord. Lynn nodded. Then follow me. Willingly letting Lex join versus passively waiting for Lex to request joining. The result is entirely different. Even though there's no brewery built yet, and the wild hops haven't matured, Lex possesses level 3 brewing skills. Even if hops can't currently be added, Lex can use other ingredients for brewing. Besides, Lex can also handle some simple farm work. As they were about to leave, Lynn saw a villager selling a mature plow ox. He went up to inquire about the price. Penniless, Lynn stepped back. However, to expand the planting scale, a plow ox is an essential farming tool, not lingering in Kent Village much longer. Lynn, with Kesey, Red, and Lex, walked along the forest road back, never noticing a figure standing at the village edge, watching them leave. Lex nudged the slipping wheat sack with his knee, curiously asking Kesey, Ma'am, may I ask how many servants our lord has now? Kesey glanced at him. Let me count. 1, 2, 3. Lex felt a bit relieved. Seems like there's a lot of slaves if this young woman can't even remember them all. Once at the lord's manor, he'll just need to focus on brewing. Kesey spoke. Including you, there are 4. Oh, and that includes Master Lynn. Lex was instantly stunned. Only 4 including Master Lynn. Does that mean Master Lynn was just recently knighted and only has a few servants? Lex suddenly felt a bit deceived. Noticing Lex's concern, Kesey reassured him. Don't worry, Master Lynn is a good person. Seeing the serene look in the young woman's eyes, Lex's nervousness gradually eased. He'd never seen such a look in the eyes of other lord's servants. Across the forests, over the hills, and through the wild grasslands. At dusk, Lynn and the group of 4 returned to the cabin. Opening the wooden door, the cabin was normal, with no traces of disturbance. Besides Lynn and the others, no outsiders had come. After carrying the barley for more than 20 miles, Red was panting heavily. It seemed that Red noticed Lynn's gaze and was somewhat confused. They stopped several times to rest on the way back. But right after returning, Red was sent to work. Was Red really to become nothing but a beast of burden? After placing all the items down, Kesey said, Master Lynn, I'll go check the rabbit cage and the fishing cage. Upon hearing Kesey's words, Lex's eyes lit up. Before Lynn could speak, Red stood up. Master, I've rested. I'll go instead. After finishing his words, Red walked outside, though he was still panting slightly. Lynn stopped Red. Take Lex with you. Let him familiarize himself with the environment, and he can handle this work in the future. Red nodded, and Lex also responded as he followed him out. Lynn looked at Kesey. Prepare dinner. Base barley porridge. Add more barley. It's too watery to be filling. Kesey quickly answered, Yes, Master Lynn. Watching Kesey rekindle the coals and busy herself making dinner, Lynn carried the flint axe and walked out of the cabin. He needed to find some suitable branches for making handles for the iron tools. The sky was getting dark. Lynn, holding a bundle of branches, returned to the cabin first. Just opened the wooden door. A scent filled with fish and barley wafted to his nose. Lin looked toward the fire pit's center. The base barley porridge was boiling and bubbling in the pottery pot. A rich aroma emanated from the bursting bubbles. Not long after, Red and Lex also returned to the cabin, handing over the few large fish and processed wild rabbits to Kesey. Red couldn't help but praise. Smells delicious. Lex swallowed his saliva. Using a sharpened stir stick, Kesey stirred in the pottery pot, making the barley and base cook more thoroughly. She spoke, "Master Lin, just wait a bit longer and it will be ready to eat." With the iron kitchen knife, Kesey's cooking efficiency had greatly improved. Lin replied with a sound, picked up a branch as thick as an arm, and inspected it carefully. The branch was free of cracks, worms, or damage. Exerting force with both hands, Lin tested the stick's strength and hardness, then took out the iron axe to begin installation. With previous experience of making the flint axe, installing the iron axe was too simple for Lin. He carved the end of the stick to the appropriate size, inserted it tightly into the axe's opening, and continuously hammered it to make the iron axe go further up the stick. Then he hammered some pegs into the axe's opening, preventing it from falling off, and sawing the extra length of the stick with the iron saw. A complete iron axe was assembled. Production experience +1. Lin stood up, raised the iron axe in his hand. It was much heavier compared to the flint axe. Seeing this, Red also busied himself. Originally being villagers, they were quite familiar with these farming tools. After all the iron agricultural tools were installed, Kesey said, "Master Lin, it's time for dinner." Lin responded with a sound. After dinner, Lin continued to weave fishing cages with Kesey. The Acadia River had an abundance of river fish. Lin felt that for a long time, river fish would become their main source of income. Making fishing cages wasn't difficult. At Lin's speed, he could weave one in over an hour. Weaving two overnight, the remaining time would be spent on correcting and perfecting the ones Kesey held, meaning they could weave 3 fishing cages before sleep. As the number of fishing cages increased, the daily catch of river fish would also increase. Then, the uneaten river fish would be smoked, sold, and traded for necessary goods. Would this barely count as an industry? Watching Lin and Kesey weave and Red sharpen the iron products, Lex felt somewhat restless. Even Master Lin, who was the Lord, busied himself during his free time. Was it too leisurely for him, a new servant? He needed to prove his worth. Lex looked at Lin. "Master Lin, before starting brewing, besides gathering wild rabbits and river fish, I think I could also undertake daily cooking." Lin glanced at Lex. "All right, these tasks are yours. Lex, don't let me down." Listening to Lin's last words, Lex was filled with trepidation. "Of course, Master Lin." Though it was already spring, the temperature at night was still very low in the Wasteland. The cabin Lin built wasn't large, with some clutter making it seem even more cramped. Now with 4 people lying inside, it felt even more crowded. Lin understood that he needed to quickly build another simple cabin. Checking the Heavenly Artifacts holographic map, a path through the forests appeared on the map. Further away, there was a village labeled Kent Village. Only places Lin had visited would light up, showing detailed surrounding terrain. However, it only showed the terrain. Other resources hidden in the forests couldn't be seen, for figures were busying themselves on the wasteland. Lin and Red held hoes, cultivating on cleared weed land. With the addition of iron hoes and iron cross pickaxes, the cultivation became faster and more effortless. Not far away, Kesey and Lex were diligently removing weeds. While clearing weeds and stones, Lex asked Kesey, "Kesey, does Master Lin work with us too? Isn't it somewhat improper?" Lex had this question in mind since last night. How could a lord personally craft labor tools? More than that, Lin faced the dirt like a farmer or a slave, holding an iron hammer and cultivating the land. Moreover, Master Lin ate the same food as them. Lex swore, not only had he not seen, he had never heard of such a thing. Kesey was not surprised at all. She calmly said, "Master Lin is different from other lords. He is the lord newly appointed to this wasteland by Marquis Dukazef. He always leads us in labor." Lex nodded, no longer having any issues. Even though he was just a free person who could brew wine, he had heard that many great lords, to expand their economic income, would grant wastelands to capable vassals. With Lin's current working style and ability, he was evidently such a person. Following a lord like this, eating well and drinking adequately was quite advantageous. At least last night and this morning, Master Lin allowed him to eat his fill. After working for some time, Lex looked at the sky. He then walked quickly to Lin's back and respectfully spoke. Master Lin, shall I return to cook now? Lin acknowledged. Go ahead, add more barley to the meal. Lex bowed and retreated quickly back to the cabin. When Lin, Kesey, and Red returned to the cabin, Lex had just finished making rabbit and barley porridge. Lex called out, Master Lin, lunch is ready. Rabbit barley porridge, non-toxic, rich texture, protein complement, balanced nutrition, etc. Lin nodded, feeling somewhat wistful. Indeed, only with more labor could development be faster. With Red's recovery and Lex's arrival, Lin could clearly feel the reduction in many tedious tasks. After finishing lunch, Lin walked while opening heavenly artifacts. Your planting is now level 1. Unlocking character loyalty. Reward acquired. Memory pearl ×1. Seeing the prompt, Lin raised an eyebrow. After days of cultivating and digging, planting has finally leveled up. Lin is familiar with the memory pearl. Lin glanced at Kesey. Kesey Harper, loyalty 89%, planting level 2, cooking level 2, collection level 2. Turning his body, he looked at Red. Red Harper, loyalty 81%, hunting level 3, planting level 2, construction level 2. Then he looked at Lex. Lex Florin, loyalty 70%, brewing level 3, cooking level 2, construction level 2. Looking at the different loyalty values of the three, Lin thought to himself. Loyalty probably reflects satisfaction with the current living conditions, shown in numerical form. There's an upward arrow behind the value, indicating a trend towards increasing loyalty. Soon, Lin figured out something. If the trend appeared downward, it meant dissatisfaction with current life, hinting at possible betrayal. He could foresee it in advance and eliminate the threat before it happened. This unlocked feature is very practical for Lin. With Lin and Red continuously swinging the iron hoe, more than 2 acres of land enough for wheat seeds were cultivated. Lin planned to use the surplus land for planting cotton seeds. Although there are only dozens of cotton seeds now, each planting can generate more seeds. By next year, there should be enough cotton seeds for further planting. Standing at the cabin's door, Lin watched as the sunset illuminated the cultivated land, turning the ground golden. The time for spring planting is fleeting. The farming must be completed quickly. Lin entered the cabin, gazing at the three sitting by the fire, and spoke. Cultivation is temporarily done. Tomorrow we'll start digging decomposed soil in the forest. The fertility of barren soil is insufficient, lacking nutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. By first cultivating and turning the soil, Lin could increase the oxygen content to some extent, improving soil structure and using sunlight to kill pests within. But this isn't enough. To ensure the planted wheat yields more, increasing fertility is essential. At least 1,000 pounds of fertilizer is needed per acre to enrich the soil. 2 acres of land means 2,000 pounds of fertilizer. Given the current conditions, the best fertilizer should be a compost of human and livestock manure mixed with mud and weeds, fermented, followed by naturally decomposed soil from the forest. This spring's planting won't allow time for manure compost, not to mention collecting enough human and livestock manure. Even if available, there's no enough time for compost fermentation. A complete manure composting process takes several months at least. Kesey seemed puzzled. Decomposed soil? Red and Lex also curiously looked at Lin. Lin explained, the land's fertility is too poor. It needs enrichment. We don't have compost, so we must use decomposed soil from the forest. Kesey nodded. All right, Master Lin. Red and Lex followed suit and nodded. As long as Master Lin said it, they just needed to follow. Only then did Lin realize there's no concept of soil enrichment in this world. Farming techniques are underdeveloped. Farmers find a piece of land, cultivate it, then simply scatter wheat or barley seeds in a convenient posture, waiting for harvest. Days ago, Lin wove flat baskets and let them smoke dry over the embers, and now the dried flat baskets and carrying bins were just right for use. The next day, early in the morning, Lin stood on a round stone on the forest's edge, left hand gripping the horn bow, right hand touching the arrow. He vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Beneath him, Red, Kisi, and Lex were transporting decomposed soil from the forest floor. Red, robust and strong, could carry a fully loaded carrying bin himself. The weight of 2 bins filled with decomposed soil adds up to around 80 or 90 pounds, just a small matter for Red. Kisi and Lex were naturally not as physically strong as Red, so the two of them carried a willow basket weighing about 20 or 30 pounds back and forth. Though each trip didn't carry much, it all added up. There was a distance of more than 200 meters from the edge of the forest to the cleared land. With Red's physical strength, carrying 2 baskets took just 3 to 4 minutes to complete. Adding Kisi and Lex, they averaged about 100 pounds per trip. At dusk, the 4 of them returned to the cabin. Fortunately, no wild wolves appeared today. Except for the time spent eating lunch, Red and the others spent all their time transporting the decomposed soil. By the end of the day, nearly 800 or 900 pounds of decomposed soil had accumulated on the clearing. With another day's work tomorrow, the 2,000 pounds of decomposed soil needed for the 2 acres will be sufficient. Lex was still making breakfast in front of the hearth. Lin took Kisi and Red to the back of the cabin. Looking at the bag filled with wheat seeds and the ashes scooped out from the hearth, Kisi and Red were full of confusion. Kisi curiously asked, "Master Lin, what should we do now?" Lin spoke, "Pour all the wheat seeds into the ash, then mix them by hand, ensuring the ashes evenly cover the surface of the seeds." Kisi's face showed surprise for a moment, just about to speak, but saw Master Lin's face full of seriousness. She turned to look at Red, who instinctively grasped the corner of the cloth bag and poured out all the wheat seeds. Instantly, a light dust of ash rose up. Luckily, Lin told them to step back in time. Otherwise, they would have been covered in ash. Once the dust settled, Kisi and Red stepped forward to start mixing. Of course, Kisi and Red didn't know why Lin asked them to do this, but they understood that whatever Master Lin said was what needed to be done. They just had to follow his instructions without questioning why. Watching the golden wheat seeds gradually get covered by the ashes, Lin's face remained calm. After days of toiling under the sun, Lin had long since mastered the knowledge of improving wheat planting methods and increasing wheat yields. Mixing wheat seeds with ashes has many advantages. The ashes can absorb moisture and prevent humidity, enhancing the seed's ability to absorb surrounding moisture and reducing the risk of dampness, ensuring a better germination rate after sowing. Additionally, the alkaline substances in the ash can kill the germs and insect eggs on the surface of the wheat seeds to some extent. Moreover, ashes are rich in nutrients like potassium, phosphorus, and calcium, besides soaking in salt water. Mixing with ashes is currently the best method available to improve the germination rate of wheat seeds. Moreover, these wheat seeds are plump and don't need to be pre-soaked in water to improve the germination rate. When Red and Kisi had finished mixing all 50 pounds of wheat seeds, Lex had breakfast ready as well. After having breakfast, Lin led the 3 of them to the cleared land. In front of Red, Kisi, and Lex, Lin began to demonstrate. Lin took a hoe and started sowing using the row planting method. The cleared land was limited, and so were the wheat seeds. Additionally, because the fertility of the wasteland soil was insufficient, fertilization had to be combined with a change in the sowing method. Row planting can reduce wastage of wheat seeds and also minimize the diffusion of the decomposed soil's fertility. A 9-centimeter trench was dug into the soil. Natural decomposed soil was sprinkled as fertilizer, with the seeds sown on the fertilizer, using it to support the wheat seeds. The decomposed soil would provide the nutrients needed for the wheat seeds to germinate. Kisi's eyes lit up a bit. She knew Master Lin's planting method was completely different from what she remembered, but she vaguely felt that Master Lin's way might be correct. She couldn't quite articulate why it was correct. Lin continued to plant for over 10 meters, finally covering the soil over the trench with the hoe. Looking at Kisi and the other 2, Lin asked, "Have you learned how to plant using this method?" The 3 of them nodded immediately. Row planting wasn't too difficult. If they couldn't do it the first time, Lin could pretend not to see. If they couldn't do it the second time, he could still understand. If they couldn't do it the third time, he could forgive them. But would they still be unable to do it the 4th time? By the 5th time, Even a pig should be able to learn simply by copying, right? Currently, the trio of Kisi is not familiar with the method of row planting. Once they become familiar, the three of them can finish planting 2 acres of land in one day. Naturally, Lin doesn't need to get involved anymore. Sitting at the doorway of the cabin, Lin watched the three of them planting from behind, as thoughts swirled in his mind. With spring planting finished, Lin needs to prepare for the upcoming development. They need to build a log cabin. For people living in a basic wooden house is really too crowded, especially since the smell they emit and their snoring make Lin quite uncomfortable. With the iron axe, the speed of chopping down logs will be much faster. Plus, with more laborers, it can be completed in, at most, 1 or 2 days. They also need to build a brewing workshop. With Lex's level 3 brewing skills, it would be too wasteful to use him only as a farmer. Kisi, Red, and Lex returned to the cabin. Kisi spoke with a touch of pride. Master Lin, as per your request, we have planted all 50 pounds of wheat seeds across the 2 acres. Additionally, the cotton seeds and vegetable seeds you specifically instructed have been planted in the vacant land closest to the cabin, and they have been fenced off. Lin nodded. Very well done. Go inside the cabin and rest. Although they followed his instructions, there would certainly be some discrepancies. Were too many wheat seeds placed? Was the compost layer too thin? Were the furrows for the seeds too shallow? Lin understood that with their level of understanding of farming techniques, doing it approximately as required was already commendable. What comforted Lin was that because the farmland was close to the river, the soil in the wasteland retained a sufficient amount of moisture. For the time being, there was no need to spend time and manpower on watering and irrigation. Later, he would only need to apply fertilizer based on the growth of the wheat sprouts. Even with all these efforts, Lin couldn't guarantee that the 2-acre wheat field would have a bumper harvest. If they could achieve a yield of 100 to 130 pounds per acre, it would be a victory. The trio of Kisi responded and entered the cabin. Lex was diligently cooking dinner, seemingly wanting to showcase all his culinary skills to Lin. But the culinary display by Lex was just a pot of wild wolf meat barley porridge and a few grilled base. Looking at the three of them, Lin ordered in a commanding tone. Starting tomorrow, each person must bathe once every 3 days. Don't you smell how rancid you are? Previously, busy surviving, Lin hadn't been concerned about such things. But now, with the issue of food and clothing temporarily resolved, the focus needed to be on how to live healthily. The three of them, busy with their tasks, paused, instinctively sniffed their bodies, and couldn't help but frown. If Lin hadn't mentioned it, they might never have realized. Lin sternly addressed them. Only a clean body can maintain health. I won't say more. If you can't bathe once every 3 days, you can roll out of my cabin now. Realizing Lin's change in tone, Kisi and the others quickly responded. That night, the atmosphere in the cabin became somewhat more serious. They understood that Master Lin, who often worked alongside them in the fields, had different expectations from others. In the hearth, the firewood crackled as it burned. The cabin door opened, and the trio, with wet hair, walked in. Seeing Lin lying on a pile of straw with closed eyes, they all felt a slight relief. They had been worried that washing at the river would disturb sleeping Lin. Sitting by the fire, Kisi, Red, and Lex exchanged glances. The river water was a bit chilly, but after washing, they all felt significantly more refreshed. Now, under the warmth of the fire, steam rose from their bodies. Comfortable, light, clear-headed, Kisi stretched her hands towards the hearth, trying to warm her slightly cold palms. Her eyebrows raised, and her eyes showed a hint of surprise. Kisi found that the firewood in the hearth had increased. The flames burned more intensely. She shifted her gaze to the sleeping Lin not far away. After breakfast, Lin led the three of them towards the edge of the forest. This time it wasn't for digging and transporting compost, but for logging. Lin looked at Red. For people in a basic cabin are too cramped. Make sure to use enough force when logging, as it's for building your living quarters. Listening to Lin, Red immediately raised his eyebrows. Not just him. Kisi and Lex had the same expression. It was the first time they heard of a lord building accommodations for villagers. Other lords would only send villagers to sleep with sows and pigsties. Red responded immediately. Okay, Master Lin. Grasping the iron axe, he swung it hard at the pine wood in front of him. Instantly, The iron axe blade sunk 7 or 8 centimeters into the pine wood. The durability and sharpness of the iron axe compared to the flint axe were glaringly obvious. With Red's strength, the sharpness of the iron axe, and the soft texture of the pine, a tree over 20 centimeters thick fell in just over 10 minutes. Waiting nearby, Kesey and Lex rushed in with a cross pickaxe and sickle. They needed to clean off the branches and bark from the pine, leaving a straight log. Holding the horn bow, Lin watched the logging efficiency, internally sighing. While building his cabin, if he had an iron axe and 2 helpers, it wouldn't have been so difficult. One pine tree fell after another, turning into one log after another. Together, Kesey and Lex carried them to the cabin. The pile of logs in front of the cabin gradually grew larger. Originally, Lin thought of first assembling a basic cabin, but seeing the logging speed now, Lin realized the brewing workshop and toilet could be prioritized. As an ordinary living person, Lin naturally needed facilities. Previously, limited conditions and convenience had him solve issues at the river downstream. But with changing conditions, ample manpower, plenty of access, building a toilet could ensure safe bathroom practices while collecting waste for future composting. Achieving 2 goals at once. Watching Red gradually pant, Lin jumped down from the stone, handing him the horn bow. "Take a break, I'll do it now." Lin took the iron axe and started swinging strenuously. Collection experience, +1. Collection experience, +1. Despite Red working tirelessly, Lin still needed to gain experience to unlock skill upgrades. Accelerating logging speed while increasing collection experience. After a day's logging of pine, nearly 40 or 50 logs piled beside the cabin. Of course, these logs were the entirety of each pine tree cut in half. With these logs, they could start building a new basic cabin early the next morning. Building a simple wooden house again was a piece of cake for Lin, whose mind was brimming with knowledge on how to construct wooden houses. Last night, Lin had Lex prepare a pot of bass rice porridge, 3 grilled fish, and a roasted wild rabbit, rewarding the 3 of them with a feast. Just as Lin had suspected, as long as their material conditions and spiritual life improved, the loyalty of the 3 would rise. Just a dinner with an extra portion of meat increased their character loyalty by 1%. So practical, so materialistic. However, Lin didn't feel it was a loss. Anyway, river fish and wild rabbits could be caught regularly, especially river fish. In just a few days of catching river fish morning and evening, Lin felt the roof beam of the wooden house was almost overwhelmed. Moreover, the more they ate, the more strength they had to work. Today was still not bright. Lin called the 3 of them up. His goal today was to complete the construction of the simple wooden house and the latrine. Lin and Red gripped the iron saw in their hands, continuously pulling back and forth. The sharp saw teeth penetrated deeper and deeper. A layer of raw wood powder scattered onto the ground. A snapping sound echoed as the stout log broke. Lin and Red lifted the pine wood in front of them and continued sawing away. Collection experience, +1. The stout logs could be used for the foundation of the wooden house, cut and shaped into tapered forms and driven into the earth. The iron chisel was then used to chisel suitable mortise holes onto the stout logs, hastily matching the mortise holes to the logs to be laid at the base. With the iron saw, the required dimensions for the logs could be precisely cut. With the iron chisel, the appropriate mortises could easily be carved onto the logs. Compared to building wooden houses relying solely on the flint axe, this was much more effortless and convenient for Lin. Lin told Red, "The mortise and tenon structure isn't complex. The simple explanation is that it achieves a tight connection between the logs through the interlocking of the convex and concave parts. There are several types of mortise and tenon structures, such as dovetail joints, straight tenons, and angled tenons. Different parts can utilize different mortise and tenon structures. Moreover, the tightly interlocking mortise and tenon-structured wooden house is as stable and durable as ones nailed together." Red blushed. "All right, Master Lin, I mostly understand." Lin unveiled the essence of building a wooden house with mortise and tenon structures to Red, who with level 2 construction quickly grasped the concept. Red blushed because it was his first time knowing a wooden house could be constructed without nails. Such construction techniques were truly magical. Lin nodded. "Try building it. I'll guide you from the side." Red respectfully replied, and started chiseling mortise holes after aligning with the iron hammer and iron chisel. The clash of metal against metal emitted a piercing sound. With the help of Kesey and Lex, the logs chiseled with fitting mortises by Red were collectively erected. Lynn's guidance occasionally resounded. Without an ink line, you can use a stick for alignment to chisel matching mortises as much as possible. In this area, you can carve a dovetail joint, where the tail forms a trapezoid for stronger firmness. The roof beams and frames also need to use mortise and tenon structures for fixation, or else if the beams fall before encountering wildlife, you'll be in trouble. Red had considerable expertise in construction. Initially, he was a bit clumsy in building techniques. He quickly adapted to the mortise and tenon construction method. Lynn's remarks pointing out issues became less frequent. In the end, Lynn merely stood aside supervising, occasionally lending a hand. Dusk gradually approached. When Red installed the wooden door at the entrance of the wooden house, a brand new wooden house was complete. Red instinctively stepped back a few paces, taking in the whole outline of the wooden house. He couldn't fully believe it even now. Without using a single nail, all constructed with pine wood logs, the wooden house was indeed successfully built. Kesey walked to Red's side. It really is possible to build a wooden house without nails. Lex also praised. Indeed, it's my first time seeing a wooden house built this way. Red shook his head and said, "This is all thanks to Master Lin. Without his guidance, I would have never imagined I could build a wooden house this way in my lifetime." Lin said, "Later, the three of you can live in this wooden house, but it's temporary. Eventually, only one family will live in each house." Upon hearing Lin's words, Kesey and the others became excited. Though they were just farmers and brewers, they still desired their privacy. Lin instructed, "Light a fire in the hearth inside the wooden house and cover it with a bundle of wet grass. Let it smoke for a few hours, and you can sleep there tonight." Industrious Kesey immediately complied. After Lex collected the day's wild rabbits and river fish, Kesey used leaves collected to crush and extract dark green juice, wiping it on the clean river fish and wild rabbit. Kesey said this would enhance the aroma of the smoked fish and rabbit meat. Then, she hung the fish and rabbit meat above Lin's wooden house hearth, though the hearth already had over 100 pounds of smoked meat hanging. This smoked meat was Master Lin's property and could only hang in Master Lin's wooden house. All the iron tools were respectfully placed in Lin's wooden house after use. After dinner, Kesey tidied up. Under Lin's direction, Kesey and the other two moved next door to the wooden house. The two wooden houses were constructed next to each other, just 5 meters apart. Using a stout wooden pole to secure the door, Lin laid down on a pile of grass and fell asleep. The charcoal fire in the hearth filled the wooden house with a comfortable warmth. When first waking up early, Lin pounded on the wooden door of the neighboring wooden house. Yes, he firmly knocked on the door with his fist. When Kesey opened the door half asleep, squinting her eyes, "Master Lin." Lin called out, "Get up, start working." The trio instantly shook off the sleepiness, becoming energetic. Lin sent Red immediately to the clearing a few dozen meters from the wooden house to start digging pits. During the morning's relief, Lin clearly saw a snake as thick as his arms slither past in front of him. Though the snake was non-poisonous, that sensation made Lin feel all sorts of discomfort. He didn't care if Kesey and the others were frightened. He was the master of this territory. With current conditions, only a simple latrine could be built. A large pit was dug in the wasteland. Tightly laid logs chopped in advance covered the pit, leaving suitable spacing. Then constructed a simple roof, covered in grass, to shield against wind and sunlight. Even though it's a simple latrine, it's much better than leaving it open air, or what townsfolk do, dumping waste on the streets. Latrine conditions were far superior. Is building a latrine difficult? Even if Red excavates and constructs alone, he'd finish within a day. What's difficult is they lack the mindset to build a toilet. Just like when you could scoop sand directly with a shovel and dump it into a nearby cart, yet insisted on the extra step of dumping it in a bucket before transferring it to the cart. While Red and Kesey built the latrine, Lin approached Lex, who was preparing breakfast. Upon Lin finally inquiring about constructing a brewery, Lex became instantly thrilled. "Oh, dear Master Lin, have you finally remembered that I'm a brewer?" Lex has been at the wooden hut for 4 days now. In these 4 days, he's been doing the odd jobs as instructed by Master Lin, helping with farming, helping to build the wooden hut, helping with cooking, helping to collect wild rabbit river fish. He can do it, and he does it well. Master Lin kept his promise. He wouldn't let him go hungry. He even ate 3 meals a day, each filled with meaty barley porridge that was as thick as rice paste. He'd never had such a good life since he was a child. But Lex is a brewer, and what he wanted to do most was brewing. Only through brewing could he demonstrate his true value. Looking at the man in front of him wearing a roughly made brown linen robe with coarse woolen underlayers and brown long hair with stubble, Lin spoke seriously. Lex, I always regarded you as a brewer, but as you see, my territory needs development, and I am short on hands. Lex felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart, and the scant resentment he had before instantly dissipated. Lin noticed Lex's loyalty rise again. He continued, if I were to construct a brewing workshop for you to start brewing beer, what would I need to prepare for you? Lex hesitated hardly at all. First, a quality water source. Spring water would be best, but if not, river water will do. I've observed these past days, and the river's water is clear and clean, usable. Secondly, a dry and ventilated storage space for storing barley and other raw materials, which means a warehouse. Then, brewing equipment. I need a malt grinder, which means a stone mill, a mashing pot, a soaking tank, fermenting vats. Metal ones are best, but wooden barrels can substitute if there's no iron ones, a boiling pot, and also a fermenting room for beer fermentation. Master Lin, lastly, I'll need an apprentice. Lex, indeed a level 3 brewer, explained his needs very clearly. But Lin also realized that constructing a brewing workshop faced some challenges. A warehouse or fermenting room could be as simple as building 2 wooden huts that could shelter from wind and rain. But both the mashing pot and the boiling pot would require iron pots. And presently, what Lin needed most was iron. Nonetheless, Lin still felt the need to construct a brewing workshop to brew beer. Producing smoked fish and selling it could earn some pence. But without salt for curing, the shelf life of smoked fish was very short. The key issue is that the price of smoked fish is low. 2 pounds of smoked fish for 1 penny is the limit. The daily wage of an ordinary freeman is just 1 penny. Craftsmen earn a bit more with 2 or 3 pennies. But they can hardly afford meals, let alone think about buying meat. The short shelf life limits sales to nearby villages, and the market will eventually become saturated. To make money, new avenues must be explored. Brewing beer is currently the method Lin can think of and also the easiest to accomplish. Lin said, we can build the storage warehouse and fermenting room first. As for the mashing pot and boiling pot, we'll have to sell the smoked fish at Kent Village next time to buy them. Lex was full of surprise. Of course we can, Master Lin. As long as Master Lin is willing to start constructing the brewing workshop, everything can proceed. After this conversation, Lex became more diligent in collecting wild rabbit river fish every day. Pressure can make people work, but it can never elicit genuine sincerity. Lin walked out of the wooden hut to find Red and Kesey. Under the excavation of iron hoes and cross pickaxes, and Kesey's help with carrying soil using shoulder poles, Red had dug a pit 1.5 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and 2 meters deep. The toilet was only for 4 people to use. For now, it's sufficient. It was located far from the Acadia River, so there's no worry of polluting the water source used for drinking. Lin looked at Red and said, we need to drive stakes around the pit, reinforce the surrounding soil, and saw wooden boards using the iron saw to cover it. I don't want to fall in while using the toilet due to soil collapse. Red thought for a while and then nodded. I understand, Master Lin. The second wooden hut in the plan was completed, and the latrine was also built. Lin even constructed 2 wooden huts several meters from the Acadia River for the upcoming beer brewing. In Lin's wooden hut, the walls were covered with smoked fish from the Acadia River. Looking at the ceiling, which was like densely hung corpses, his lips twitched slightly. There must be nearly 300 or 400 pounds of smoked fish hanging up there. And this was just in Lin's wooden hut. Because there was no more space to hang them, fearing the roof would collapse, 30 or 40 pounds of smoked fish were hung on the neighboring wooden hut's roof. Combined, there were 300 to 400 pounds of smoked fish. If not for an additional daily yield of 20 to 30 pounds of smoked fish, Lin would have thought the river fish in the Acadia River were excessively abundant. Finally, Lin decided to head off to Kent Village to sell the smoked fish. The sky was not yet bright. Lin and his group of 4 walked out of the wooden hut with shouldering poles, heading to Kent Village. Having previous experience, this time they headed to Kent Village with more familiarity. As the sky just lit up, Lin and the other 3 arrived at Kent Village. They placed 4 baskets full of smoked fish on the roadside open space, and Kesey instinctively started shouting, smoked fish, tasty smoked fish. Perfectly salted, great with rice and drinks. Fresh smoked fish. Crispy outside, tender inside, aromatic. Come and taste it. The voice was natural and unpretentious, with an easy manner. And Red's voice, which made Lin shake his head involuntarily. Fish. Smoked fish. Come by smoked fish. Yes. The words were intermittent, like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Lex's calls were more natural than Red's. By smoked fish, fresh smoked fish. The more you eat, the more you love it. Amid these calls, several passing villagers gathered around. Learning that 1 penny could get them 2 pounds of fish, their eyes lit up and they came closer. A familiar figure entered Lin's sight. A slightly overweight woman with a woolen hat strode over. Last time he came to Kent Village, she was the second one to buy smoked fish. Seeing the woman urgently approaching, Lin couldn't help but frown. Could she be here to cause trouble? If she caused trouble and brought the manor lord who managed the village, it would be troublesome. Lin wasn't a villager of this manor lord. He had entered boldly, assuming great risk. But there was no choice. To obtain some items that couldn't be made by hand for now, they had to take the risk. The overweight woman approached the baskets, her face full of joy. You've finally come to sell smoked fish again. My husband and children loved your smoked fish so much last time that they wouldn't stop talking about it. They asked me to come and buy more. Here's 5 pence. I want to buy 10 pounds. Seeing the smoked fish the overweight woman handed over, Kesey reached out and took it. Of course, ma'am. Feel free to choose anything within 10 pounds. The villagers passing by witnessed this scene with novelty and gathered around. Was the overweight woman a hired shill? Lin was surprised. The key is, he hadn't hired anyone for advertising. Looking at the eager villagers wanting to buy smoked fish, Lin was somewhat impressed. Is this the power of a shill? On second thought, Lin found it rather normal. These people had never been bombarded by advertisements before, so they were really simple-minded. The baskets of smoked fish gradually dwindled. Not many people came to the village market. Villagers came and went, and others came and replaced them. In the afternoon, Kesey yelled after emptying the baskets of smoked fish. Master, we've sold all the smoked fish and got 200 pence in total. Lin didn't take it. He just glanced and saw. The bottom of the basket was lined with cloth bags, each filled with a small pile of pence, and Lin nodded with satisfaction. It seemed the villagers from neighboring villages quite liked to eat smoked fish. 1 gold pound is equal to 20 shillings, and 1 shilling is equal to 12 pence. For these villagers, it's considered a huge sum, equivalent to several months' income for an ordinary family. Kesey, who had never seen so much money, started to breathe a bit heavily. Lin spoke. Let's go. I'll take you to buy necessities. Kesey, Red, and Lex hurriedly followed behind Lin. 200 pence, enough for Lin to buy many desirable things. Walking in Kent Village, Lin's gaze swept around, but after searching, he didn't see the villagers selling oxen. It's not uncommon for the free people to have oxen, but it's certainly not abundant. They're employed by the manor lord to help complete farming tasks and also rent the manor lord's land for additional income. Suddenly, Lin's eyes brightened. By the edge of a wooden house, a burly brown ox kneeled in the soil, and a middle-aged man sat beside it. Lin stepped forward boldly, and as he approached, the middle-aged man stood up. Looking at the 3 docile servants following Lin, the middle-aged man spoke respectfully. Young master, are you here to purchase an ox? Lin did not speak, but looked towards the ox. Adult ox, strong and healthy, can be used for plowing, hauling goods, etc. Lin responded, What's your price for the ox? Thinking it over, the middle-aged man said, Master, only 8 shillings and this ox will be yours. Lin shook his head directly. 8 shillings is too expensive. Even town oxen are only 7 shillings. Moreover, to sell a good ox like this, it can't be sick, right? The middle-aged man's face trembled slightly and quickly explained. Master, you mustn't say that. My ox is very healthy. I've managed to complete all my land cultivation solely because of its help. His voice turned a bit sorrowful. If my child wasn't seriously ill and the church didn't say it required a lot of money, I wouldn't want to sell my livelihood ox. Lin remained composed. 7 shillings. If you're willing to sell, I can give you the money right now. You can take the money and hire a church doctor for your child. The middle-aged man became hesitant. 7 shillings. Okay, young master, 7 shillings it is. Lin glanced at Kisi, who instantly understood. She took out 84 pence and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man counted carefully, confirming it was correct, and handed over the ox's rope. Red sensibly reached out to take hold of it. Watching the middle-aged man leave Kent Village, looking back repeatedly, Lin's emotions remained unemotional. Every family has their own struggles, but a transaction is a transaction. You still have to bargain when you can. Driving the ox forward, Lin led the group straight to the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith, who was fiddling with the ironware on the stone slab, looked up as Lin approached, his face immediately breaking into a smile. Young master, welcome. What do you need this time? Lin's gaze searched once around the feldspar slab. Finally, it fell on the items placed on the ground behind. Light plow consists of plow beam, plowshare, etc. Can be used for shallow tilling, limited sharpness. Lin wanted to buy a heavy plow. The wasteland was overgrown with weeds and branches, many roots deeply embedded in the soil, difficult to clear. This is why Lin found using the flint shovel for cultivation so challenging. The sharpness of the flint shovel, when trying to dig out all the roots, wasted too much time and strength. Only when an adult ox pulls a heavy plow can the roots in the soil be cut off and turned to the surface, not only clearing roots, but also turning the fertile soil from the bottom to the surface. But unfortunately, the blacksmith shop didn't have a heavy plow. Lin felt that no place in the Karidi Empire would have one. The farming methods in this world are too backward. The blacksmith followed Lin's gaze, and his smile became even more pronounced. Young master, are you thinking of purchasing this light plow? Lin said, if the price is right, I'll consider it. The blacksmith didn't hesitate. 25 pence. Lin pondered for a moment. 25 pence wasn't expensive. Lin's gaze scanned the slab. Light plow, plus 10 barrel hoops, and also 2 pounds of iron nails, for 25 pence. The blacksmith was a bit anxious. Young master, that's too much to add. At most 5 barrel hoops and 2 pounds of iron nails. Lin showed no hesitation. Okay. Even if the blacksmith didn't throw in additional items, Lin would still spend 25 pence to purchase the light plow. The blacksmith cheerfully pushed the light plow out. The light plow wasn't heavy, and with the plow beam, it could be pushed directly, saving time and effort. Lin thought of Lexi's request. Do you have any iron pots? I need 2 iron pots. Regretfully, the blacksmith said, sorry, young master, I only have farm tools here. Most villagers in the village were still using pottery pots and ceramic items. It was normal for the blacksmith shop not to sell iron pots. Loading the barrel hoops and iron nails into the load-carrying baskets, paying the pence, Lin's group left the blacksmith shop. After passing a few wooden houses, a young man in a gray robe came into Lin's view. Unlike other free people, the young man's robe had embroidered trimmings and embellishments. George Dalton, Trade, Level 3, Oratory, Level 2, Negotiation, Level 2. Looking at the text above the young man's head, Lin raised an eyebrow. George Dalton had a line of items laid out in front of him. Lin stepped forward. Seeing Lin approach with 3 servants, George stood up. He displayed a genuine smile. Master, would you like to buy anything? Feel free to look around. Lin nodded and his gaze swept over the ground. Salt, sea salt, can be used for cooking, preservation, etc. Spice bag, includes pepper, cinnamon, cloves, etc. Can be used for cooking, etc. Tableware, made of ceramics, can be used for dining, etc. Various items were laid out on linen cloth, some wanted by Lin, but not essential. Lin felt a slight nudge from behind, glanced back. Just saw Lexi making eye gestures at him. Lin followed Lexi's gaze to see 2 large iron pots placed beside the merchant George. Iron pot, quite a bit of slag, surface relatively rough, can be used for brewing, dyeing, alchemy, etc. Other than oxen and plowing equipment, this is what he wanted most. Perceptive George quickly noticed the look in Lynn and Lex's eyes. He followed their gaze, understanding their intentions, and placed the iron pot in front of Lynn. George smiled and spoke. Master, are you looking to purchase the iron pot? If you buy both, I can offer you a discount. Lynn raised an eyebrow. He hadn't even started bargaining, and George was already offering a discount? George seemed to see Lynn's confusion and began to explain. Master, I am a crop trader, ordering crops from various villages to sell in town. Of course, when I come to the villages, I also bring items from the town to sell. Now I've already ordered suitable crops, but the items I've brought haven't sold out yet. Especially these two large iron pots. They take up too much space. Local traders are just like this, buying and selling goods back and forth in a fixed area to earn the price difference. Lynn asked, how much are you selling the iron pots for? Without hesitation, George responded directly. 25 pence each. If you want both, it's 40 pence in total. This is a friend price I can offer. How does that sound? Lynn didn't say anything, but picked up the two iron pots. Each iron pot weighed about 10 pounds, with a diameter of 50 centimeters and a depth of 30 centimeters, a moderate size. Lynn glanced at Lex, who nodded. All right, 40 pence for two iron pots. George's smile became even more pronounced. Very well, master. Happy cooperation. George took out a piece of string, tied up the iron pots, and handed them to Lynn. Lex stepped forward, took them over. Lynn looked again at a plate of fine salt on the linen cloth. How much for the salt? George picked up the salt plate. Master, this fine salt is 6 pence a pound. The salt merchants say bandits are becoming more and more numerous. The great lords levy their salt tax, but do nothing. Many caravans are unwilling to escort. The supply of fine salt has decreased, and prices have risen. Lynn nodded and left with Kesey and the other two. 6 pence a pound for fine salt. Who can afford that? Passing by villagers selling wheat, Lynn also purchased 30 pounds of wheat, barley, and vegetables. Thus, the pence earned from selling 200 pounds of smoked fish was all spent. One person led the ox carrying the load, barley and wheat on the ox's back, one person pushing a light plow, one carrying the iron pots, and one holding the horn bow at the back. The four returned to the wooden houses. Lynn gazed at the two wooden houses in front of him, lost in thought. Lex immediately guessed Lynn's thoughts and spoke first. Master Lynn, did you forget we also built 2 more wooden houses? Since we haven't started brewing beer yet, we can use the warehouse as a cowshed for now. Lynn nodded. That works. Hearing Lynn's response, Lex, Kesey, and even Red felt relieved. They could sense that if there wasn't a place to protect the ox, Lynn might drive it into their wooden house. They certainly couldn't just let it wander outside the wooden house. With wolves and wild beasts around, the ox could be devoured overnight. That ox was worth 7 shillings. Nearly 3 months' salary for a free person without any skills. Lynn stood at the edge of the clearing, looking ahead. Kesey held a stick in her right hand, occasionally whipping the ox, while also shouting commands. Behind the ox, Red held the light plow with both hands, maintaining the plow's stability and controlling its depth and angle. Both Kesey and Red had level 2 planting skills. Lynn didn't need to instruct them much. They knew how to use the ox to plow the land. With limited pence left after buying the ox, light plow, and iron pots, they had not purchased many wheat seeds, just enough to expand wheat planting by an acre. However, with the ox, they could continue to clear more land for the upcoming summer plowing. Satisfied, Lynn averted his gaze and walked towards the 2 wooden houses in the distance. There stood the constructed brewing workshop. Its separation from the living wooden houses takes into account fire safety and odors. Lynn didn't want to live in the air of beer fermentation every day. Inside the wooden house, Lex was sitting on the ground with a troubled expression, looking at the 2 large pots in front of him. Seeing Lynn arrive, Lex's eyes lit up. Master Lynn, you finally came. I need your help. Lynn nodded. Go on. Lex quickly spoke. Master Lynn, the main equipment for brewing beer is almost ready, but I still need some small tools. With some distress, Lex brought out all the small tools in one go. Tools for selecting barley and drying malt, winnowing baskets, a mill for grinding malt, a long wooden spoon for stirring, and wooden barrels for fermentation, among others. After hearing Lex's words, Lynn wasn't upset. He understood that wanting to start brewing immediately wasn't so easy, especially since they were building this brewing workshop from scratch. However, the only thing Lin found slightly challenging among these tools was the millstone. But with the cross pickaxe and iron chisel, it wasn't a big problem. Lin looked at Lex. "Come with me to find some large stones to make the millstone." Lex was filled with gratitude and quickly replied, "All right, Master Lin." Lin returned to the wooden house to fetch the horn bow and handed the chiseling tools to Lex, just in case. Then, Lin and Lex left the wooden house. To make a millstone, they needed to find 2 hard stones, like granite. To find a whole large stone, they had to go to the mountainous area in front of the wooden house. That area was full of undulating stone mountains. Red and Kesey, busy plowing the clearing, saw Lin and Lex leaving. While driving the ox, Kesey asked Red, where are Master Lin and Lex going?" Red pondered. "It's probably related to Lex's brewing workshop." Kesey nodded, suddenly thinking of something, and asked again, "Red, after we finish planting this acre and spring plowing is over, do you have any plans?" Red recalled the promise he had made to Lin back then, that after helping Lin with spring plowing, they would leave this place. Seeing Red's silence, Kesey said, "Red, I think staying here is quite good. Master Lin saved our lives and never treated us like slaves." Red unconsciously acknowledged. Lin almost always ate, lived, and even worked with them. Every day started with the sun and ended with its setting. 3 full meals a day, with meat at every meal. Where could you find a lord like that? Red felt it didn't matter where he went, but he had to think of his sister. In this chaotic world, a stable place to live was invaluable. Red hesitated. "Kesey, but we've already told Master Lin we would leave after spring plowing. Would he be willing to take us in?" Kesey raised her eyebrows. "As long as you want to stay, Red, I'll ask Master Lin to keep us. At worst, we'll just do more farm work." Above the wild, overgrown terrain, Lex and Lin walked one after the other. Watching Lex probing the way ahead with a long spear, Lin asked, "Lex, what mistake did you make for your previous manor lord to cut off your arm?" At these words, Lin clearly saw Lex's body tremble slightly, or unwilling to bring it up. Lex's words were a bit hesitant. "Master Lin, this topic is somewhat complicated. It's just," he sighed at this point, "Master Lin, let me tell you straight, it's actually not complicated, just a bit embarrassing. The old manor lord was getting on in years, his health declining by the day, yet he married a young and beautiful wife. Master Lin, as you know, how could a young beauty withstand loneliness? One night, a bit tipsy, she came to my room, just to be caught by the old manor lord." Lin's eyes widened, scrutinizing Lex closely. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with a scruffy beard and a head of brown, sleek long hair, his facial features distinct. Perhaps in clean clothes, he truly would be a handsome man. Feeling Lin's peculiar gaze, Lex immediately straightened his back. "Master Lin, what do you mean by looking at me like that?" Lin stared directly at Lex. "Did you not feel tempted at all?" Lex was momentarily puzzled. "Tempted? Master Lin, what do you mean by tempted?" He understood and, looking righteous, said, "Master Lin, though I am not a noble, I know what it means to be loyal and trustworthy." Lin nodded in approval. "Very good." Lin suddenly shifted the conversation, continuing, "Facing a beautiful woman, did you really have no thoughts?" Lex's face became awkward. "Master Lin, what are you trying to hear exactly?" "Maybe, just a little bit." In the conversation between Lin and Lex, the barrier between the two gradually thinned and faded until it disappeared. In the end, Lex summed it up with a sentence. "Master Lin, you are the most unique lord I've ever met." Over 2 hours later, Lin and Lex just reached the edge of one of the high mountains, where 2 gray and white stones appeared in their sights. Lin glanced at them. Granite, hard and wear-resistant, can be used for construction, processing, and more. Before Lin could speak, Lex said first, "Master Lin, there's no need to search any further. These 2 stones are perfect for crafting a stone mill." Lin nodded. "Quite good, but it's impossible to transport them back." Both stones were irregular in shape, about 1 meter high and over 1 meter wide, with a weight of at least several tons. Even if they brought over oxen, they couldn't drag them back without exhausting them. The only option was to craft on the spot, then use oxen to drag them back individually. Looking at the sky, it was still early. Lin took the iron hammer and chisel from Lex's hands and began crafting the stone mill. He swept his gaze over the granite, determining where to chisel it to create 2 suitable millstones. Using the iron chisel, he circled the granite, creating a clattering sound. Having decided, Lin held the chisel in his left hand, grasped the iron hammer in his right, and hammered along the marked lines, one blow after another. Production experience +1. Production experience +1. The knowledge of how to make a stone mill surfaced in Lin's mind. Seeing the text prompt before him, Lin understood. When crafting different items, the beginning stage of gaining experience is the fastest. Whether weaving grass ropes or crafting a flint axe or now a stone mill, all the experience adds up under production. This way, combined, his skill level would improve more quickly. Lin opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel. Construction, level 0, 77/100. Planting, level 1, 25/200. Collection, level 0, 96/100. Production, level 1, 12/200. Hunting, level 0, 21/100. Cooking, level 0, 17/100. Forging, level 0, 0/100. Medicine, level 0, 0/100. Breeding, level 0, 10/100. Watching Master Lin diligently chiseling the granite, Lex felt a surge of emotion. His gaze cautiously scanned the surroundings, prepared to detect any danger beforehand. Fortunately, it was only March, with daytime temperatures around 10 degrees, suitable for labor. Lin called Lex to return to the cabin. The journey from the mountainside to the cabin took 2 hours. Crafting a stone mill was a process requiring significant time and endurance, yet it was an essential tool to have. With a stone mill, one could grind malt, mill grains, and process feed, among other things. Due to its weight, purchasing one would also face the issue of inconvenient transport due to the mill's heaviness. As Lin and Lex approached the cabin, they noticed smoke already wafting from the 2 wooden houses. Lin glanced toward the open space, seeing that over an acre had been plowed. Indeed, with oxen and plows, work efficiency significantly increased. Reaching the entrance of the cabin, Kisi just came out of Lin's cabin. With noticeable day and night temperature differences, the smoke indicated that Kisi had lit the hearth for him in advance. Seeing Lin, Kisi spoke respectfully. "Master Lin, you're back. Dinner will be ready soon." After dinner, Lin returned to his own cabin. The inside was already tidy and clean. More precisely, it was quite spacious. Lin had asked Kisi to move all tools from his cabin to theirs. The smoked river fish and rabbit meat could no longer hang in his cabin rafters. Lying on a pile of weeds, Lin watched the thick logs slowly burning in the hearth, listening to the crickets chirping in the overgrown area outside, gradually falling asleep. With a sound, the granite split in the middle, forming 2 pieces. Lin had managed to chisel the granite open with an iron hammer and chisel. Walking around to check, the 2 granite pieces were uniform in size, making them perfect for a stone mill. Split into 2, it would allow an ox with a light plow to transport the granite back. Not far away, Red and Kisi drove the oxen pulling the light plow over. In 2 days, the 2 of them had completed planting the expanded acre of wheat field. Standing before Lin, Kisi respectfully greeted, "Master Lin, you've waited long." Lin nodded. "Take this stone back first, and then come back for the second one." Kisi responded, "Yes, master." With their joint effort, a square granite piece was placed on the light plow. With the plow head removed, the light plow served well for transporting items. The granite piece weighed about 150 gen. With the light plow's wheels, it wasn't too heavy for the ox. Under Kisi's stick guidance, the ox headed towards the distant cabin. The ox took 2 trips to transport the 2 granite pieces to the brewing workshop's 2 wooden houses. Production experience +1. Production experience +1. The iron hammer struck the iron chisel, and the chisel chipped away the excess parts of the granite. They tried to chisel the granite into the shape of a millstone as much as possible and polish the surface smooth. Lin gripped the chisel with his left hand and the hammer with his right, each blow falling one after another. Crafting experience +1. Crafting experience +1. The collision of metal against metal caused Lin's hands to become slightly numb after a long time. Let Red go hunting, Lex brew beer, and Kesey cook. There was no problem with that. However, making a millstone was a technical task. Besides Lin, who had the knowledge to make a millstone in his mind, none of them could do it. Wasting a memory pearl to make a millstone? Lin didn't think it was necessary. Making a millstone could also increase crafting experience. They just needed to grind it out. While Lin was busy, he wouldn't let them idle either. His gaze fell on the nearby scene. Red and the other two were collecting tree branches as thick as arms from the forest's edge. They then used an iron saw to cut them into lengths about 1 meter long. Lin was preparing to produce charcoal, then used the charcoal to fire ceramic products. The previously made wooden bowls, even though Kesey washed them, were still essentially wood, with many pores and food residue. Previously, when he felled pine wood to build a wooden house, he had left some branches behind. Having been left for so many days, they had long since been wind-dried. They could be completely used to produce charcoal. As for the clay needed to make ceramic products, the Acadia River had no shortage of clay. The millstone was divided into the upper and lower millstones, which had already been chiseled and shaped under Lin's efforts. The next step was to determine the center position of the millstone. Lin used a straight branch for comparison and quickly pinpointed the center. With a motion of his hand, he picked up the iron hammer and chisel again to continue chiseling. The chiseled center point was where the entire millstone's axis was located. Afterward, the malt was crushed, the grain processed, all rotating around the central axis. With a firm force of Lin's right hand holding the hammer, the center hole of the lower millstone was smoothly chiseled out amidst a crisp sound. A twist of the iron chisel in his hand. Lin started carving the millstone's grinding pattern. The deeper the pattern, the greater the density, the better the grinding effect. With both upper and lower millstones completed, Lin began to install the axis. Without an iron axis, he temporarily opted to use wood. Inserting the axis through the lower millstone, then lifting the upper millstone to install it on the axis. Lin attempted to turn it several times, confirming the axis was securely installed and the gap between the upper and lower stones was uniform, allowing smooth and steady rotation. The millstone was finally completed. Crafting experience +1. Looking at the complete millstone before him, a sense of pride welled up in Lin's heart. He possessed the heavenly artifacts ability. By continually grinding, he could quickly acquire knowledge. But this was also earned by his own continuous effort and manual labor. Lex and the other two, who had collected the dry branches, came to Lin's side. Kesey was just about to speak when Lex stepped forward excitedly. He glanced at Lin for confirmation, and Lin nodded knowingly at him. Lex grasped the handle above the millstone with his right hand, applied a bit of force, and the millstone smoothly and evenly began to rotate. The friction between the millstones emitted a sound Lex thoroughly enjoyed. Lex exclaimed in disbelief, "Master Lin, you really made a millstone?" For a skilled craftsman, Lex wouldn't have been surprised at all. But the person who crafted this medium-sized millstone was their Master Lin. How could Lex not be excited? Moreover, with the millstone, he could start brewing beer. Lin looked at Lex and asked, "Besides the millstone, what else did you say you needed?" Lex immediately shook his head. "Master Lin, as long as we have the millstone, I can find a way to solve the rest of the tools myself. However, Master Lin, I'd like to ask, how much barley are you planning to use for the first batch of beer?" Lin stared directly at Lex, questioning, "What's the success rate of your beer brewing? How much beer can be produced from a pound of barley?" Lex's face displayed a proud expression, "About 3 pounds, and as for the success rate, 100% success." Facing Lin's direct gaze, Lex showed no sign of backing down. "Master Lin, I've never failed since I became a brewer from an apprentice." Lin turned to Kesey, "How much barley is left?" Kesey thought for a few seconds and replied, "Master Lin, there should be about 170 or 80 pounds left." Lin started pondering in his mind. The first time they went to Kent Village, they bought 160 pounds of barley and 105 pounds the second time. Based on one person consuming 2 pounds of barley a day, for people would eat 8 pounds a day. A pound of barley could produce 3 liters of beer, and a liter of beer weighed about 2 pounds. Lin commanded Lex, "Brew 100 pounds of barley first. Start as soon as possible." Lex responded, All right, Master Lin, I'll start screening the barley right away. Lin nodded. For apprentices, there's no way to assign one to you for now, but if you need anything, feel free to tell me. Lex nodded repeatedly. Turning his gaze, Lin looked at Red and Kisi. Have you finished collecting the branches? Red responded, Yes, as per your orders, Master Lin. We've collected about 200 pounds of branches. Lin's gaze shifted to a distant slope, where there were 2 or 3 piles of neatly arranged branches. They were enough for charcoal production. Reclaiming his gaze, Lin looked at Red. Can you submerge while swimming? Red's face instantly froze. Submerge? Lin continued. I need you to dig clay from the river. 4 or 5 baskets of clay are needed to construct a charcoal kiln. Then use the charcoal to produce ceramic products. In terms of cooking, apart from the damaged pottery pot, there's nothing else. It's already affecting normal life. Upon hearing Lin's words, Red nodded affirmatively. Master Lin, I can submerge. Holding an iron hoe and carrying a pair of baskets, Lin and the 3 of them arrived at the riverbank. Without any hesitation, Red stripped off his long robe, leaving only his pants. Red's strong and muscular physique, along with the scars that looked alarming, were revealed to Lin. Bite marks from beasts, scratches, almost covered his entire body. It's hard to imagine that this young man, appearing no more than 20 years old, had gone through so much hardship to survive. But Red was also fortunate. He survived through countless adversities. By the riverbank, there was some exposed clay, but not much. Only by following the exposed clay to the riverbed could a large area of gray-white clay be found. Red cupped his hands and splashed some river water on himself to feel the temperature, then stretched his body. With an iron hoe in his right hand and the basket filled with stones in his left, he slowly waded down. Upon reaching the clay area, Red placed the basket in the water, using its weight to immerse himself in the river. The river water by the bank wasn't deep, about 1.5 to 6 meters. To dig clay, he had to completely submerge himself in the river. Kisi clenched the vine tied around Red's waist, her face showing a hint of nervousness. The river wasn't deep. Even those who couldn't swim could participate in the excavation. Lin was only concerned that Red might get swept away by the river. As Red stood up repeatedly to gasp for air, he placed piece after piece of clay into the basket resting at the riverbed. A basket filled with clay chunks was pushed to the shore by Red. Clay. Fine texture, strong adhesion, high plasticity, can be used for construction, firing ceramic products, etc. Nearby, Kisi quickly picked up and moved aside, handing another basket filled with a few stones forward. Red took several deep breaths and dove back into the river. The weight of the clay far exceeded that of decayed soil. While both baskets weighed the same, after removing the stones at the bottom, it was still at least 50 to 60 pounds. With the vine rope tied around a wooden stake of a tree, Kisi lifted the basket and headed towards the slope. Watching Kisi's somewhat difficult and slow strides, Lin lent a hand, and the two carried it to the slope where branches and sticks were piled. This clearing was at a certain distance from both the wooden house and the forest. There was no worry about setting the entire forest or wooden house ablaze. Pouring the clay onto the ground, allowing Kisi to continue transporting, Lin crouched down to start building a charcoal kiln. Constructing the earthen kiln charcoal kiln, only fragmented memories lingered in Lin's mind. However, this posed no difficulty for Lin. He picked up the cross pickaxe and began digging vigorously. After Kisi transported twice, a circular earthen kiln cave, 1 meter deep and 2 meters in diameter, was dug out by him. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Once he got into the groove, knowledge started flooding in. A confident smile spread across Lin's face. After digging the kiln cave, he continued to excavate the earthen kiln's flue, meant for releasing the smoke formed when burning in the kiln cave. To prevent the flue from collapsing due to the heat of the smoke, Lin crafted a stone clay flue using clay and stones. With the cross pickaxe in hand, Lin dug out a not too deep but not too shallow water channel in the middle of the kiln cave. Moist branches would seep resin under the flame's heat, requiring the water channel to guide it away. Gripping the cross pickaxe tightly, Lin continued excavating the fire port. This was the most crucial step in firing charcoal using an earthen kiln. The reason Lin chose the location of the earthen kiln on the slope was because the flame burns upward, meaning the fire port must be lower than the kiln cave. The slope naturally offered an advantage. When Lin used branches to connect the fire port and the kiln cave, Red and Kisi, dressed in their cloaks, carried the final basket of clay and arrived beside Lin. Watching Master Lin busy in the earthen pit, Red spoke up. Master Lin, we've dug out 6 baskets of clay already. Lin glanced at the two and said, You arrived just in time. The charcoal kiln is all built. Next, we just need to stand these branches upright neatly inside the kiln cave. Then use a heap of weeds and clay to build a kiln shed to cover the opening, and fire it from this fire port. Looking at the rather odd shape of the earthen pits on the slope, Kisi and Red couldn't help but exchange glances. Without any hesitation, they started following Lin's instructions. After placing over 200 pounds of arm-thick branches, the entire kiln cave was crammed full. It even piled up the branches higher than the ground, forming a mound. After Lin's confirmation, Kisi and Red started sealing the mouth. Grass was patted atop the timber laid over the kiln cave. Though all the grass was damp, it would eventually turn to ash under the flames roasting. The grass padding aptly provided support for the clay. Kisi and Red continually poured clay onto the grass, smoothing it with their hands. Layer upon layer of mixed soil was poured into it, and Lin instructed them to stand on the mound. By moving about, they made the charcoal kiln seal tighter. Kisi and Red finally completed their work. The entire kiln cave was completely sealed. Kisi jogged back to the wooden house, bringing a few pieces of red charcoal, and started a fire in front of the charcoal kiln's fire port. Smoke rose, and the flame lit up. Kisi expertly began adding finer twigs, branches, as well as some dry firewood. Billows of thick smoke continuously spewed forth from the charcoal kiln's flue. Ensuring it wouldn't extinguish, Kisi looked towards Lin, asking, Master Lin, is this how we can produce charcoal? Lin nodded. Keep the fire burning continuously for 3 hours, and then we can seal the kiln. With the fired branches weighing over 200 pounds, a maximum yield would produce about 150 pounds of charcoal. Then, using the 150 pounds of charcoal, some ceramic cooking and dining products can be fired. Lin continued. One person can stay here to continue burning, and the other can follow me to build the second earthen kiln. Kisi nodded knowingly. During the charcoal burning process, another earthen kiln for firing ceramic products could be built. This too required the use of clay. Lin and Red walked to the other side of the slope, to a mound several meters away from the charcoal kiln. Lin said, For the most part, it's similar to the earthen kiln you just saw. Excavate a circular shape that's 1 meter deep and 1.5 meters in diameter. Without hesitation, Red replied, All right, Master Lin. Raising the iron hoe, Red vigorously began digging. One hoe after another struck, and as he pushed forward, chunks of clay were turned up. The outline of a square loam pit gradually emerged. Generally speaking, building an earthen kiln to fire cooking and dining ceramic products doesn't require it to be this large. But Lin thought to himself, since they had started firing, why not fire all needed ceramic products? Pottery pot, pottery jar, pottery bowl, pottery plate, etc. A square kiln cave 1 meter deep and 1.5 meters in diameter appeared. Lin instructed Red to evenly lay the gathered stones at the base of the kiln cave. This, to increase kiln cave stability. Next was constructing the main structure of the kiln cave. Mixing clay with stones, first building an ash layer at the bottom, then building a charcoal combustion layer on the ash layer. Finally, construct a kiln chamber and chimney. A complete earthen kiln for firing ceramic products was assembled. Once the desired ceramic products are molded, dried of moisture, and loaded into the kiln, they can be fired by sealing the top. Looking at the earthen kiln before him, Lin nodded contentedly. The charcoal kiln's time had also reached 3 hours. Lin picked up 2 prepared cubical clay blocks, covering the charcoal kiln's fire port and flue port. Now was the time to wait for the wood's incomplete combustion. Lin called Kisi over. Take a look at some ceramic cooking products needed, and meanwhile, fetch Lex and check what his brewing workshop needs fired. Seeing the completed earthen kiln, Kisi's eyes lit up. Being someone frequently involved in cooking and kitchen work, she highly needed tableware and utensils. Kisi responded, Yes, Master Lin. Immediately, she quickly ran towards the nearby brewing workshop. In less than half a minute, Kesey and Lex returned. Lex, who had been selecting barley, was greatly shocked to see the charcoal kiln and earthen kiln. Lex said, "Master Lin, I indeed need a soaking trough. I had originally considered using wood, but if there's a ceramic one, it would be even better." Lin nodded. "Sure, then craft it with clay, and once the charcoal from tomorrow's firing is ready, we'll fire it together." Production experience +1. The four of Lin finally returned to the wooden house from the clay pile. Rows of simple ceramic products were resting in the air. Early the next morning, with a low thud, Lin's cross pickaxe struck down, and the mound of the charcoal kiln instantly collapsed. After a night, the charcoal within the kiln had cooled. After a moment, the flying dust gradually settled. Kesey immediately leaned over to take a look. Neatly arranged were sections of pitch-black charcoal with a white coating on the surface. Kesey picked up a piece of charcoal, light and dry to the touch. With a slight exertion of her hands, the charcoal split in a crisp sound. The continuous firing lasted 3 hours, just right. Kesey sighed. "Is this the charcoal that the Manor Lord uses?" Lin glanced at Kesey, saying nothing. Only those with status could afford charcoal during the winter. For ordinary villagers, buying charcoal would add an economic burden. Unable to even afford food, having a pile of firewood was fortunate enough. Lin came back to his senses and said, "It's time to load the kiln." Kesey and Red began to work without hesitation. A medium clay pot, a large clay pot, 5 or 6 clay bowls, 8 or 9 clay plates, a soaking trough, and some small items like spoons and forks. Everything, large and small, was put in, almost filling the entire mud kiln. To prevent these clay items from sticking together, Lin used ashes to separate the joints. After loading the kiln, Lin instructed Red and Kesey to seal the top of the mud kiln and start the fire to raise the temperature. They built a combustion layer below the kiln and ignited kindling, gradually adding freshly fired charcoal. Ceramics could also be fired with firewood, but wood usually contains moisture, affecting the temperature inside the kiln, and achieving the required temperature needs bigger and thicker wood, impacting ventilation. The heat from burning charcoal is stable, making temperature control easier and heating faster without occupying airspace. Since they used charcoal, there wasn't the rolling smoke like during charcoal production. But a chimney was still needed, not only to vent smoke, but also to release moisture from the clay items. Clearly, leaving them to air dry overnight was not enough to evaporate all moisture. The next period involved constantly adding charcoal and waiting. Even with Lin's knowledge of firing ceramics, without a thermometer, he could only make simple judgments based on experience. A benefit of charcoal is that it doesn't require constant supervision. Only at regular intervals, adding charcoal ensures even temperature within the kiln. Looking at the pile of charcoal on the side, Lin felt a bit regretful. Now that charcoal was produced, it was a pity he hadn't found iron or resources. If an easily exploitable open-pit iron mine was found, charcoal could be used for smelting. They could start taking off straight away. Leaving Kesey to keep an eye on the kiln, Lin walked towards the brewing workshop. Inside the brewing workshop, Lex was using a woven flat basket Lin had made earlier to sift barley seeds. Having only one hand was certainly challenging for him. But Lex was not discouraged and joyfully said to Lin when he appeared, "Master Lin, once you fire that soaking trough, I can begin soaking the barley, washing it clean and bright, awaiting the sun's blessing." Indeed, only when engaged in work they love does one emit boundless passion. Just like Lex in front of him, even starting to be a bit slick with words. As he was about to leave, a low cow's moo reached Lin's ears. In the adjacent wooden house where Lex was, a strong bull was kept in a storage house. To call it a storage house was really just a simple wooden hut. While a few people could barely reside, for an adult draft ox, there was hardly room to turn around. This draft ox was the main force for summer plowing. Lin found Red and looked directly at the burly man who was now being used as heavy labor. Lin spoke. "I need help building a cowshed for the ox, one twice the size of the current wooden house, and it must be resistant to wild wolf attacks." Of course, he was hesitant about how to use mortise and tenon joints to construct such a large cowshed. Lin said, "If you have any questions, you can always ask me." Red eased up. "All right, Master Lin, I'll build it as soon as possible." After speaking, Red shouldered an iron axe and walked toward a pile of logs behind the wooden house. The logs were all leftovers from past logging trips to the forest's edge. Lex was selecting barley, Red was starting the construction of the cowshed, and Kesey was watching over the ceramic firing in the kiln. Despite the limited workforce, everyone was performing their roles. Having planned everything, Lynn still decided to personally oversee the kiln. The charcoal fire for the kiln never stopped. From the initial ignition to burning charcoal, to slowly raising the temperature, and progressing to high-temperature firing. Only by reaching over 1,000 degrees Celsius and maintaining it for a while, allowing the ceramics to become fully sintered, could qualified ceramics be produced. By nightfall, over half of the more than 100 kilograms of charcoal had burned away. Only then did Lynn seal the smoke outlet and fire opening of the kiln. Now, it was time to quietly wait for the kiln to naturally cool down. Inside the wooden house where Kesey, Red, and Lex lived, Lynn was a bit surprised to see a charred golden loaf of bread placed atop a wooden bowl. Lex hurriedly explained, "Master Lynn, I already sorted the barley. In my spare time, I tested the newly made stone mill and made a little bread with the ground barley flour." Taking a bite of the bread, it was coarse yet chewy. Having grown accustomed to meats and porridge, he found it unexpectedly delicious. After praising Lex, he finished dinner, and Lynn returned to his wooden house. Night steadily deepened. In the fire pit, the charcoal slowly burned, radiating a comforting warmth that enveloped the entire wooden house. Kesey commented, "As a lord, of course, Lord Lynn uses smokeless charcoal for heating." Gazing through the cross window, Lynn stared at the few stars in the night sky. Everything was stabilizing. The presence of river fish temporarily solved the food problem. Furthermore, they purchased iron goods and an ox. If this batch of ceramics fired successfully, it would certainly improve living conditions to some extent. If it were a peaceful world, slow development would be possible. But this is an empire in turmoil. The 6 great empires stand in a tense standoff, particularly the Elfini Empire across the Acadia River, with its ever-watchful gaze, with the Emperor's church and noble lords. More crucially, Lynn is the illegitimate son of Marquis Duca. He should have died at the hands of Marquis Duca's eldest son Mark Ducas's followers, yet he's still alive. If known by his good brother, he would surely bring the Ducas clan's cavalry to raise Lynn's territory. Lynn knew he must go all out to arm himself quickly. Lynn's eyes narrowed slightly as he was about to sleep. A series of snorting sounds reached his ears. The snorting sounds, accompanied by the stamping footsteps on cultivated land, were getting closer and closer. Stopped right in the field where wheat seeds had just been sown. Lynn quickly got up, pushed the door open, and walked out of the wooden house. In the farmland dozens of meters away, 5 or 6 strong black wild boars were foraging. The ridge road cultivated soil was directly uprooted by the wild boars, their black tongues licking the wheat seeds clean from the soil. The snorts were the sound of wild boars feeling satisfied from foraging. It was still early spring, and food in the forest was scarce. Wild boars would go everywhere in search of food, including the farmland just cultivated by farmers. Red, holding a horn bow, strode over to Lynn. Kesey and Lex, holding a stone spear and iron hoe respectively, followed closely behind. Red shouted, "Master Lynn." Watching the ruined fields, Lynn's heart bled. That was land he had cultivated one hoe at a time. Red noticed the change in Lynn's expression, took a few steps forward toward the wild boar herd. Left hand gripping the bow, right hand knocking an arrow and drawing the bow. With Red's arm pulling back, the horn bow instantly reached full draw. The flint arrow shot out instantly, accurately hitting the left side of a wild boar. The flint arrow only penetrated 2 or 3 centimeters under the boar's skin before halting abruptly. The coarse hair and thick, resilient boar skin directly stopped the arrow. Even Red, with his level 3 hunting experience, couldn't help but frown. He just remembered he was only using a flint arrow. A sharp and high-pitched scream came from the adult wild boar's mouth. The unexpected sound further panicked the nearby wild boars, causing them to run back and forth over the farmland. The boar that was shot searched around, finally facing Red not far from the wooden house. The wild boar's massive body charged toward Red, seemingly entering an enraged mode. Its explosive power and speed were not to be underestimated. The wild boars chaotically running on the farmland immediately received direction and guidance. Following behind the first boar, they all ran together in a wild charge. Red's face turned serious, and he quickly started running. An adult wild boar can weigh 300 to 400 pounds. The combined charge of 5 or 6 adult wild boars was enough to intimidate anyone. Red ran while drawing the bow again and shooting arrows. Lin felt that if Red were equipped with a warhorse, he could even perform mounted archery. The flint arrow flew out, tearing through the air, precisely hitting the eye of the injured boar. The sound rang out again. The shrill scream agitated the boar herd even more. They began to crash wildly in front of the wooden house. A massive wild boar, with reddened eyes, charged straight at Lin. Kisi quickly shouted in warning, "Be careful, Master Lin." Lin's expression turned serious, taking a few quick steps to evade. The boar missed its charge and turned directly towards Lex. Perhaps due to terror, Lex was standing rigidly in place, unable to move. Seeing this, Kisi continued to shout in reminder, "Run." Lex said in a panic, "I can't run." Looking at the boar's sharp tusks, ferocious face, and huge, strong body, Lex's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Just as the boar was about to crash into him, a figure leaped from Lex's right side. The force of inertia took him away from the boar's charging path. The massive body of the boar brushed past Lin and Lex. Kisi hurriedly used a lump of dirt to smash at the wild boar, guiding its target towards her. Lin quickly stood up and pulled up Lex. Seeing Lin in front of him, Lex regained control of his body. They watched as a wild boar charged towards the fenced-off cotton planting area. Lin grabbed the iron axe from Lex's hand and rushed forward. Both hands gripping the iron axe, Lin stood at the fence, and the adult wild boar showed no intention of stopping. Its tusked head continued to shake constantly. Lin squinted his eyes slightly and tightened the iron axe in his hands. The wild boar raised its strong and sharp tusks, charging directly at Lin. The moment the wild boar arrived, Lin swiftly dodged, and the iron axe in his hand cleaved down onto the wild boar without hesitation. Missing its charge, the wild boar wanted to adjust its body to continue the assault, but it was already too late. The iron axe in Lin's hand came down from the wild boar's neck, the blade sinking directly into its flesh. Hunting experience +1. The wild boar let out a sharp scream, spinning and running frantically in the open ground, trying to shake off the pain from its neck. However, no matter how it moved, the iron axe did not loosen. The wild boar's movement slowed, and its body lay lifeless on the ground. Turning to look not far away, Red and the others had finished their battle as well. At Red's feet lay a wild boar carcass with a flint arrow stuck in its eye. In front of Kisi and Lex, they too had taken down a wild boar. However, compared to the wild boars taken down by Lin and Red, this one was slimmer. The remaining wild boars fled into the night, terrified. Dragging the hind legs of the wild boar, Lin walked towards the cabin. Just as Lin had suspected, the wild boar in his hands weighed around 350 to 360 pounds. As he reached the cabin door, Kisi spoke. "Master Lin, we caught 2 wild boar piglets." Lin raised an eyebrow. "Piglets?" Kisi explained. "Yes, Master Lin. The mother boar was shot by Red, and the 2 piglets panicked and ran straight into our cabin." Stepping to the door of the cabin, Lin glanced through the crack in the wooden door. The 2 wild boar piglets were running around the cabin. A thought appeared in Lin's mind. Wild boars have a fast reproductive rate, usually reaching maturity at 10 months of age, and can reproduce. They can breed twice a year, with litter sizes of 4 to 12 piglets each time, meaning they can provide a stable supply of wild boar meat. Being omnivorous, wild boars can be fed with almost any kind of food. Additionally, wild boar skins can be made into leather, suitable for making garments and leather armor. If these 2 wild boars can be tamed, they would be incredibly valuable. Kisi inquired, "Master Lin, these 2 wild boar piglets?" Lin replied, "First, tie them up with grass ropes. We'll deal with them tomorrow." Kisi nodded and entered the cabin to start catching the piglets. The piglets appeared small, but their bodies were very nimble, avoiding Kisi's attempts to catch them repeatedly. Lex walked into the cabin, a bit helpless, and together they caught the wild boars. In just a short while, The sharp cries of the piglets echoed in the cabin. The next second, they were silenced. Apparently, Kesey and Lex had gagged the piglets. Red arrived, dragging a wild boar, Master Lin. During the encounter with the wild boar, Red had seen Lin face one alone. Lin nodded. Store the wild boar properly. Don't let the wild wolves drag them away. Then go and rest. Red quickly nodded. All right, Master Lin. Returning to the cabin and lying down, Lin was still a bit shaken. Fortunately, it was only a group of 5 or 6 adult wild boars. If there were 5 or 6 more, making it a herd of over 10 adult wild boars, Lin wouldn't dare provoke them. A group of over 10 wild boars could spell disaster for both the village and the fields. If the wild boar group were provoked, causing them to panic and charge together, their impact would be no less than a cavalry charge. Even the cabin could not withstand the rampant destruction of a wild boar herd. Lin's heart eased slightly. Although some of the wheat fields were damaged, it wasn't much. At least, the cottonseed-planted fields remained untouched. Lin brought Kesey and Lex to the riverside. The wild boars passively hunted yesterday were to be dissected and cleaned. The 3 adult wild boars together weighed at least over 900 pounds. Even after removing some of the innards and cleaning them thoroughly, there was at least 800 pounds of edible wild boar meat left. The arrival of the wild boar herd made Lin, who already had an abundance of meat, even more prosperous. Though there was so much wild boar meat, Lin decided against selling it at Kent Village. First, the journey was long, taking a day to go back and forth. Second, to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, without coarse salt for curing, this wild boar meat couldn't be preserved for much longer. Merely relying on the smoke from burning coals wouldn't suffice to smoke over 800 pounds of wild boar meat. A smoking room needed to be built. In the future, smoked fish or other meats could also be smoked in the smoking room. The 3 wild boars were finally cleaned and carried back to the wooden house. First placed on the logs at the door to dry out the water content. Lin went to the earthen kiln, slightly pulled away the clay sealing the kiln's opening, and no heat escaped. The temperature inside the kiln had cooled completely. Lin said to Kesey, "Go get a hoe. We can open the kiln now." Kesey's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran to the wooden house. She returned in less than half a minute. Handing the iron hoe to Lin, he broke the clay sealing the top of the kiln. Under his repeated swings of the hoe, pieces of clay were moved aside. Seeing the opening was opened, Kesey squatted at the edge of the kiln, peeking her head inside. Kesey said, "Master Lin, the pottery you fired was a success." She moved her hand, taking out a plate. "It looks exquisite." Lin reached out to take it, inspecting it a few times. It wasn't the milky white Lin had seen before, just a pale and natural grayish-white earthen color, simple and unadorned. It was entirely sufficient for daily life. Lin said, "Clean it thoroughly and boil it with boiling water. Then it can be used." Kesey nodded repeatedly. Her arms kept moving, taking out the pottery from the kiln, and there was a clear joy on her face. They had enough to eat, had the wooden house to live in, had boar meat to eat, and now even had cooking and dining tools complete. Following Master Lin, life was getting better and better. With the pottery firing complete, Lin felt a sense of relief. Just as the day was dawning, Red was already constructing the wooden house. In just one day, a rough outline of the barn had already formed before Lin. The foundation was set, and pillars were erected in the mortises. Next, as long as a chisel was used to carve out each mortised log, stacking the wooden walls, then erecting beams and laying down the roof would complete it. Seeing Lin arrive, Red quickly explained, "Master Lin, the barn can be completed today." Lin nodded, picking up the iron hammer and iron chisel to carve a groove into the log. Construction experience, +1. After laying down the logs in his hand, Red hurriedly said, "Master Lin, you can leave the manual labor to me." Lin's expression was calm. "We need to speed up the construction process. After finishing the barn, we still need to build a pigsty and a smoking room for smoking pork." Thinking of the gains from last night, Red immediately understood. "All right, Master Lin." Lin, Red, and Kesey worked together on building the barn. Construction experience, +1. A gabled roof barn appeared before Lin and the others. The barn was 7 meters long, 6 meters wide, and about 2 meters high, able to house 5 or 6 oxen at the same time. Unlike the wooden house, the barn's large door was a sliding wooden rail gate. It could provide ventilation for the oxen in the barn, while also protecting them from wild animals. Kesey led the oxen out of the brewing workshop's wooden warehouse and pinned them into the barn. The oxen walked leisurely around the barn without any obstacles. It lowered its head and started eating the weeds on the ground. Lynn praised with satisfaction, "It's built well." Red quickly replied, "Master Lynn, you're too kind." Lynn continued, "Let's finish the pigsty before nightfall." Red's face was full of confidence. "All right, Master Lynn." With those words, Red continued his busy work. To the side, Kesey looked at Lynn, wanting to speak, yet hesitating. Lynn glanced at Kesey, saying, "Is there something you want to say?" Kesey hesitated a bit. Eventually her expression turned resolute. "Master Lynn, spring plowing is about to end. But Master Lynn, Red and I want to stay in your territory. Is that okay? We can help you build houses, we can help you farm, we can help you cook, and we can help you hunt." Kesey widened her eyes and looked at Lynn, waiting for his answer. Red, still working on the pigsty, stopped unknowingly as he heard Kesey's words. With his back to Lynn and Kesey, he waited silently. Lynn glanced at Kesey and Red. After finishing the pigsty, put the wild piglets inside. Weren't there some leftover vegetable scraps? Feed those to them. Lynn stepped toward his wooden house. Watching Lynn's departing back, Kesey's face was full of confusion. Did Master Lynn mean? But Master Lynn didn't make it clear. Compared to the barn, the pigsty that Red was building was relatively smaller. However, the pigsty was spacious enough for the two wild piglets to grow slowly. By nightfall, Red and Kesey had completed the rough frame of the pigsty. Lynn sat on the log floor, holding a pottery bowl in his left hand and a pottery spoon in his right, leisurely eating the barley porridge with boiled base. Before him was a pottery plate with golden roasted fishtail and wild boar meat neatly arranged, with a piece of barley bread and vegetables beside them. Looking at such food, Lynn felt his mood improve instantaneously. Having more tools for cooking and dining. Whether it was Kesey or Lex, they could prepare more and tastier food. Looking at the waiting Kesey and the others, Lynn didn't want to call them to dine together anymore. The deeply ingrained mindset in their heads had thoroughly restrained them. Even though Lynn told them that dining together could save time, allowing more time for working. After finishing dinner, only then Kesey, Red, and Lex began their meal. Lynn leaned against the wall, enjoying the cozy warmth from the charcoal. Compared to wood, charcoal had no suffocating smoke, making it more suitable for heating. Just as Lynn was about to drift off to sleep, a knock sounded outside the wooden house. "Master Lynn, are you asleep?" Lynn looked toward the wooden door and said deeply, "I was about to. It's already late. What's the matter?" Lex's voice continued, "Master Lynn, there are a few villagers who want to join your territory." Lynn's eyebrows slightly rose. Pushing open the wooden door, Lynn stepped out of the cabin. Holding the horn bow, Ancient Red and Kesey both came forward, standing beside Lynn. Lynn looked towards the back of Lex, where stood a group of haggard and listless men and women, along with a little boy of about 3 or 4 years old. For men, 3 women. From their expressions, it was clear they hadn't eaten for several days. Feeling Lynn's gaze, the 7 people unanimously lowered their gazes, not daring to meet his eyes. Only the little boy was curiously observing everything around him. Lynn looked at Lex, who immediately started to explain. "Master Lynn, they're all free people employed by the Manor Lord, just like me. They couldn't endure the Manor Lord's harsh tax exploitation, so they left the manor. They saw me last time in Kent Village and thought of joining your lordship's territory." Lynn stared straight at Lex. "Lex, can you vouch for the behavior of these vagrants?" "Villagers without land are vagrants. Rootless, wandering everywhere, such vagrants are very dangerous." Feeling Lynn's intense gaze, Lex became somewhat nervous. Lynn continued, "I can take them in for your sake, but if you can't vouch for their behavior, have them leave now." His words were weighty and imposing under the night sky. Lynn needed labor to accelerate development. Especially among these 8, Lynn noticed one with a level 3 breeding skill. However, development's prerequisite was safety. Lex turned back to look at them, his words firmly assured, "Master Lynn, I can be responsible for their actions." Lynn responded, "Then there's no problem. If they're hungry, help prepare some food for them." Lex quickly bent low, gratefully saying, "Thank you, Master Lin." The 8 vagrants behind him also bent in gratitude, speaking in unison. "Thank you, Master Lin." Returning to the cabin, Lin continued to rest. Not to disturb Master Lin's rest, Lex led the 8 directly to the empty warehouse of the brewing workshop. He also brought 8 barley loaves and a big jug of water. After eating the bread and drinking the water, their bellies were full. Bathed in the warmth of the fire, the 8 leaned against the wall and fell asleep. In this wilderness, to be fed, have a place to sleep, and warmth from the fire was satisfying enough. Lex was among them, leaning against the wooden door, watching over them. His eyes scanned the cabin. All 8 were present. Lex's heart gradually relaxed. He had introduced these people to Master Lin, and for his sake, Master Lin had allowed them to stay. He naturally had to be responsible to Master Lin and to himself. Lex stood up, the rustling sound waking the already skittish 8. Lex spoke. "Get up. I'll take you to see Master Lin." The 8 followed Lex out of the warehouse, standing silently on the open ground in front of Lin's cabin. A little while later, the cabin door opened, and a freshly awakened Lin stepped out. Red and Kisi stood by, looking at the 8 vagrants standing before him. Lin spoke sternly. "I am the lord of this land, Lin. As long as I wish, I can let you stay on my land." A hint of joy appeared on the faces of the vagrants. Lin continued, "I can let you work from sunrise to sunset and provide you with 3 meals, so you won't go hungry, including your children who cannot yet work." The faces of the vagrants turned to one of delight. Lin said, "I can provide you with housing, where only 2 people or a family will live." The faces of the vagrants turned to disbelief. Lin's tone suddenly shifted. But I need your complete obedience. You will have no salary. Moreover, without my permission, you can never leave this land." Upon hearing this, whispers of discussion rose among the 8. Compared to not being able to leave, having no salary was a hard pill to swallow. Most importantly, if I find anyone slacking off at work or shirking responsibility, sorry, I will have them executed. Upon these words, the 8 fell silent. They were landless vagrants, but unlike slaves completely bound to the Lord's land. They had certain personal rights, though those rights were so weak they could be ignored. But they still had the choice to leave the Lord's land. If they agreed to become villagers, Master Lin would then hold their life and death in his hands. As long as they worked diligently and were completely obedient, they were promised a stable life and enough to eat. A middle-aged man stepped forward, placing his right hand over his chest and bowing. "Master Lin, I, Guy Fisher, am willing to offer my loyalty and become your villager." This middle-aged man was the one Lin noticed yesterday with a level 3 breeding skill. Guy Fisher, breeding level 3, collection level 2, planting level 2. A couple holding the little boy stepped forward, also making a gesture of allegiance. "Master Lin, the right family offers their loyalty and becomes your villagers." Lin glanced at the couple, both possessing level 2 skills, sufficient for ordinary labor. Lin's mind suddenly thought of something, looking at the little boy. Markel, right? None. Lin was not surprised at all. Markel was only 2 or 3 years old, lacking any skills. Currently, his mind was pure and untainted, having not gone through any ideological indoctrination or devastation. A child's mind is like a blank sheet of paper. Whatever marks you draw upon it, it will present such artwork. To Lin, innocent children are treasures. Lin could educate these children. They could accept new concepts. Furthermore, as these children grew, Lin could use the memory pearl to pass on his memories to them. As for the women, Lin never looked at them with any unusual gaze. Heavy work could be given to tall and strong men to do, while nimble and patient work could be left to women, complementing each other's strengths, integrating together. Moreover, how could a village develop healthily without women? With several of them leading in loyalty, the remaining 4 quickly offered their loyalty to Lin as well. The sudden addition of 7 laborers allowed the normally busy Lin to relax. Red was instructed to take 4 robust men to build the soon-to-be finished pigsty, smokehouse, and cabins. The increase in population required more cabins to ensure they survived the nights. Red now knew the essence of mortise and tenon structures. With some help from others, Red could easily assemble ordinary cabins. Kisi was instructed to take 3 women with sickles, and hoes to clear the weeds. For Lin, spring plowing was already over. But preparations for summer plowing 2 months later had to be made. The pigsty was completed. A gabled smokehouse appeared in front of Lin. The structure of the smokehouse was very simple, built with mortise and tenon joints forming log walls, and then filling the gaps between the logs with a mixture of clay and straw. To achieve an enclosed space, maintaining the temperature and smoke density inside the smokehouse. Above the smokehouse, thick branches were intentionally left in a cross shape. These were the stress points for hanging smoked meat during the preparation of smoked meat. Beneath the smokehouse, an open space served as the hearth to burn wood and create smoke for smoking. At this moment, Kisi happened to return from work with 3 women. Lin said to Kisi, "Kisi, I need you to take them and cut the wild boar meat into strips and smoke it in the smokehouse." Kisi glanced at the smokehouse and replied, "Yes, Master Lin." Previously, she had been worried about how to preserve so much meat, but unexpectedly, Master Lin solved it so quickly. Kisi and the 3 women first erected a wooden frame on the open space in front of the cabin and then lifted the 3 wild boars onto it. They picked up the iron chef's knife and chopped it vigorously. With each stroke, the knife chopped through the wild boar meat, landing on the wooden frame with a thud. Especially the wild boar skin, so tough that even the newly sharpened iron knife had difficulty cutting through it. Unfortunately, the current production conditions were limited, and making a piece of leather was too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Lin gave up the idea of keeping the wild boar skin. Instead, it was better to cut the boar skin and smoke it with the meat, letting the grease penetrate and enhance the flavor. Red, who had also returned from work, brought 4 strong men back to the cabin. Seeing the fatty wild boar meat on the wooden frame, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They couldn't even remember the last time they had meat. Lin said to Kisi, "Leave a leg for tonight. We'll stew it for everyone to eat." Hearing Lin's words, the 7 villagers who had just arrived were filled with shock. They even began to doubt their ears. Master Lin actually said to leave a wild boar leg to stew for them. Kisi placed a large chunk of wild boar meat aside. In a while, Lex would place it into the large pottery pot that had just been fired for stewing. Lin looked at Red. "Take these men and use hooked branches to hang all this wild boar meat into the smokehouse." Red quickly replied, "Yes, master." With the division of labor by 8 or 9 people, the 3 wild boars, weighing over 300 pounds in total, were gradually dismantled and hung in the smokehouse. They ignited pine wood branches in the hearth, and the thick scented smoke slowly rose, gradually enveloping the entire smokehouse. With the existence of the smokehouse, if the moisture in the wild boar meat was smoked dry enough, it could significantly extend the shelf life. Even if more river fish or wild beasts were harvested, they could all be smoked in the smokehouse. On the bonfire at the open space in front of the cabin, a wild boar leg was being simmered in a pottery pot set upon 3 stones. The broth was constantly boiling and rolling, and you could even see the oil swirling within it. The mist containing the aroma of stewed meat wafted out, penetrating everyone's nostrils, their faces full of longing. Lex took a stirring stick and gave the pot a gentle stir, confirming that it was well cooked and tender. He said to Lin, "Master Lin, it's ready to eat." Lin glanced over. "Bring a portion to my room." Understanding, Kisi picked up a clean pottery plate, selecting the most tender and well-cooked portion along with some greens and barley buns for Lin, and took it to Lin's wooden cabin. After Kisi returned, she said, "Master Lin said we could start eating." Only then did Red and the others begin to eat. The wild boar leg weighed over 40 pounds. Including dozens of pounds of wild boar offal, there was at least 60 to 70 pounds of meat in the pot. Add in some leftover barley bread. This meal was enough to fill them up. Voices grateful to Lin came from their mouths. The 10 of them sat around the hearth. Their faces were shiny with oil, occasionally rubbing their bloated bellies. The newly arrived villagers looked at the starry sky above and felt a sense of peace. It turned out that there was a way of life they did not know about on Master Lin's domain. The wooden house where they stayed had not yet been built. They could only squeeze together in the empty warehouse of the brewing workshop. Lex, who was leaning shallowly against the wooden door, felt a push and opened his sleepy eyes. The face of a burly middle-aged man appeared in Lex's vision. Lex asked in confusion, Spencer, do you need to use the restroom? The burly man Spencer turned and glanced at those already asleep in the cabin. He whispered, I want to do something big. Do you want to come with me? Spencer's eyes were filled with determination, as if he had already made up his mind. Lex frowned, asking back, what major thing? Spencer's gaze swept over the others once more. He leaned his head close to Lex's ear and whispered, I want to kill this lord. Hearing Spencer's words, Lex's eyes instantly narrowed. His entire body involuntarily stood up abruptly. He stared straight at Spencer, questioning, Spencer, are you crazy? Killing the old manor lord was one thing, but this is Master Lin. He's the one who gave you a dinner and a place to live. The voice was so loud that several people sitting on the edge of the cabin wall were awakened, looking at Lex with confusion. Spencer quickly grabbed Lex's arm, gently pulling his standing body down. Spencer showed no panic, cracking a smile and whispering, Lex, are you still so timid? Lex ignored Spencer's mockery and said firmly, I said it, that's Master Lin. He's not like the other former manor lords. Spencer shrugged, saying, he's a lord. What's the difference from others? Doesn't he still have us work, have us live in these cramped cabins, exploit our labor, eat our meat, and drink our blood? Lex said solemnly, Master Lin hasn't let you go a day without a full stomach. Think for yourself, without Master Lin, how long has it been since you last ate meat? Spencer pursed his lips, completely unmoved. Lex, think about it. This lord doesn't even have any followers around him, let alone guards or warrior knights. If we just take him out, this whole domain will be ours. The wild boar meat will be ours. The cabins will be ours. The farmed land will all be ours. Seeing Spencer's obsession, Lex was utterly horrified. This guy actually wanted to kill Master Lin, just like he killed the previous manor Lord Powell. This information had to be told to Master Lin. Lex instinctively wanted to stand up. Spencer's calm voice came softly, reaching Lex's ears. Lex, don't forget. It was I, Spencer, who saved you when you were on the brink of death. I'm your lifesaver. Lex's body instantly stiffened in place, his face full of complex emotions. Just as Spencer said, it was when his arm was chopped off and he was kicked out by the old manor lord, losing too much blood and falling into a near-death state. It was Spencer in front of him who hid him in a cave, fed him water and food. Spencer was Lex's lifesaver. But wasn't Master Lin the same? When he was at his lowest, starving and suffering, it was Master Lin who brought him back, gave him food and the job he liked. He even spent a fortune buying an iron pot needed for brewing for him. I can shelter them for your sake. This sentence echoed all night in Lex's mind. Master Lin treated him like a human. Lex's expression was confused, his body trembling involuntarily, caught in a dilemma. Beside him, Spencer patted Lex's shoulder. No need to be so nervous. It's actually very simple. I'll teach you. In a moment, walk out of this wooden hut, go knock on the door to his hut, and when he opens it, stab this dagger into his heart. Then it will all be over. Doesn't it sound simple? Heh, I finished off that old Powell guy the same way. As he spoke, Spencer moved and placed a finely crafted dagger into Lex's hand. Spencer said somewhat helplessly, if it weren't for the fact that I just arrived and couldn't reasonably get close to him, I wouldn't need your help. Go now, Lex. I'll wait for your triumphant return. With a move, Spencer helped Lex up, preparing to open the wooden door of the warehouse. A deep voice echoed from the shadows within the hut. I can't let you go and kill Master Lin. Hearing the voice, Spencer quickly turned his head to look over. In the shadows, a similarly burly figure slowly stood up. Seeing the face of the burly man in the shadow, Spencer squinted his eyes slightly. Guy, what's this? Do you also want to protect that lord? Before Guy could speak, another figure also stood up. Gavin Wright took 2 steps forward, saying in a deep voice, Spencer, give it up. Master Lin is a good man. Spencer sneered, looking at Gavin and questioning. Just because he gave you a few meals, you think he's a good man? He's a lord. A lord who devours people without spitting out the bones. Gavin shook his head, his voice resolute. Master Lin let my son eat until he was full. Another man also stood up. I can't let you do it either. Spencer was first taken aback. Then he actually started to laugh. What do you mean? Spencer questioned. It was me. I'm the one who got rid of that old Powell guy and brought you here. Now you're thinking of betraying me. Instant silence fell among them. Seeing them not speaking, Spencer coldly snorted. Once this lord business is settled, I'll deal with you all later. Lex, go ahead, it's up to you now. Once you take down this. Spencer's words were suddenly cut off by a disbelieving cry of pain. Spencer looked down to see the dagger he had just given to Lex now plunged into his abdomen. The intense pain quickly spread through his mind. Spencer widened his eyes, looking at Lex, trying to speak, but was choked by the blood in his throat. Lex's right hand gripped the dagger, his whole body still trembling continuously. He stammered through his words, "Why? Why force me?" Spencer grasped Lex's arm, trying to steady his increasingly weakened body. After a dull sound, Spencer's clothes were soaked with blood, and he fell on the ground. There were no screams or panic in the warehouse. Only pairs of numb eyes staring straight at Spencer's corpse. They had seen too many dead bodies, especially the slaves beaten to death by the lord within the manor. In the open space, a dozen meters away from the wooden hut, Red drew the arrow to a full bow, aiming it at the wooden warehouse door with his horn bowstring, and slowly relaxed, putting away the flint arrow. Stride after stride, he walked towards Lynn's wooden hut, knocking on the wooden door. Red spoke, "Master Lynn, it's resolved. Lex killed him." Lynn's voice came from the hut. "You handle it." Red responded, "Yes, Master Lynn." With the horn bow on his back, Red walked back towards the storage hut once more. Red pounded on the wooden door without courtesy. "Open up, it's me." Hearing Red's voice, Lex finally came to his senses. He removed the wooden beam blocking the door beside him. Opening the door, Red's steadfast face came into view for everyone in the hut. Red glanced around, his gaze falling on Spencer's body on the ground. With bent knees, Red pulled out the dagger from Spencer's body and thrust it fiercely into his heart again. Pulling out the dagger, he held it in his hand. Red spoke, "Lift his body and follow me to bury it." Guy and Gavin exchanged a glance and willingly stepped forward to lift Spencer's body together. Watching the three leave the wooden hut, Lex hesitated for a few seconds before finally following. A few steps behind Red, Lex asked nervously, "Red, does Master Lynn know about this?" Red responded, "He knows." Lex became even more nervous. Then, "Did Master Lynn say anything?" Red shook his head. "Master Lynn just said to let me handle it." Red almost relayed Lynn's exact words to Lex. "If you're worried about anything, you can go to Master Lynn. He should still be awake." Lex paused his steps. Watching Red along with Guy and Gavin carry the body into the darkness, Lex steeled his resolve and walked towards Lynn's hut with big strides. Arriving at the door of Lynn's residence, Lex didn't dare to knock. He spoke with a slight tremble in his voice. "Master Lynn?" Lynn's voice responded, "What is it?" Lex took a deep breath. "Master Lynn, among the 8 villagers I introduced to you, one wanted to harm you. I'm blind and deserve punishment." Lynn lay on a straw mat, glancing towards the door. "Lex, this has nothing to do with you. Go back and rest. You did well." With a loyalty panel, Lynn could see everyone's loyalty at a glance. He gave them 3 good meals, each filled with fish, and they even had stew at night. Even a dog would wag its tail if you threw it a bone day after day. Why wouldn't they be grateful to Lynn? Why wouldn't they be loyal to Lynn? Spencer not only didn't increase in loyalty, but it plummeted to 0. Lynn knew exactly what was happening, even with little effort. That guy was just a thankless wolf, a rebellious traitor. But Lex outside the door was innocent. Spencer's continuous pressure on Lex led Lex to take action against Spencer. With a 90% satisfaction rate, living with hope and a full meal every day, Lex would choose betrayal? The saying of whether to feast once or feast continuously, everyone understands. Outside, Lex's eyes widened, unsure of what to say. Master Lynn actually didn't blame him? In Lex's mind, Lynn's words echoed once again. "I can shelter them for your sake." Lex clenched his right fist, looking at the hut with determination in his eyes. "I will give my everything for Master Lynn, even my life." Spencer's death did not cause any unrest. Yesterday, Red had with him 4 robust men. Now there are 3. With the addition of Guy's 7 people, plus Lynn's 4, the total number has come to 11. Once an independent kitchen and 3 wooden houses were built. The open space turned into 5 wooden houses lined up, with the kitchen and smokehouse opposite the wooden houses. The brewery was several dozen meters in front, while the cow and pig pens were several dozen meters behind, and the latrine was even further back. Altogether, there are already 12 houses. Fortunately, Lin helped them divide the wooden houses. Apart from Lin's own wooden house for himself, Red and Kesey shared a wooden house. Mr. and Mrs. Knight with their son Markel shared one. Mr. and Mrs. Williams shared one, and Guy, Lex, and a lone woman shared another. 5 wooden houses were divided. Next was the division of labor among them. Gavin and Wilbur were directed by Lin to cooperate in trying to repair the farmland destroyed by wild boars a few days ago. Then they led the oxen with the light plow to till the cleared space of weeds. This allowed the soil to be more fully exposed to the air, enhancing the oxygen in the soil and the sunlight's eradication of eggs and pathogens in the soil. Both of them are level 2 in planting, making this task not difficult for them. Their wives were handed to Kesey, who led them in weaving. The population had increased, requiring more stable food supplies to ensure they did not go hungry. After the soaking trough was burning, Lex's beer brewing also proceeded steadily. The middle-aged woman living with Lex was directly assigned to him by Lin, as he just happened to need an apprentice. Lin advised him to temporarily stop doing farm work. His task was to guard the people, holding the horn bow to protect their safety. Finally, only Guy Florent was left. Lin looked at the sturdy, brown-haired man in front of him. "I believe you've seen the oxen and wild piglets in the pens?" Guy nodded in agreement. "Yes, Master Lin. The wild piglets have indeed surprised me." Lin responded, "I want you to tame them for breeding. They will become important sources of meat and leather." Guy became somewhat hesitant. "Master Lin, I do have some skills in breeding, but taming wild pigs, I have never tried it." Previously, he had only raised sheep and pigs in the manor, feeding chickens and ducks. Lin said, "Then you should give it a try. When there's no specific task for you, you can tame them. The pig pen is your battleground." Guy hurriedly said, "Yes, Master Lin." Lin picked up some rotten vegetable leaves placed beside the pig pen and threw them near the wild piglets. The 2 wild piglets sniffed around and found the rotten vegetable leaves, oink oink, and started eating. Breeding experience, +1. Breeding experience, +1. Some knowledge about breeding flashed through Lin's mind. Observing Master Lin's actions, Guy not only had no qualms, but instead became eager to try. Everything was developing in a steady and orderly manner. Acre after acre of land was continuously being cultivated. Fishing cages were constantly being woven and placed into the Acadia River, nearly filling the tens of meters of shoals along the riverbank, recklessly harvesting river fish. Lin could clearly see their loyalty rising quickly. The population wasn't large, the wooden houses weren't many, but the people were living and working in peace, already showing the embryonic form of a village. And all of this was because of the foundation laid by Lin in the early stages. Looking at the skills nearly upgrading on heavenly artifacts, Lin picked up the iron axe and walked toward the nearby forest. Seeing this, Red quickly followed to guard Lin. Though he didn't understand why Master Lin was interested in chopping wood, whatever Master Lin did surely had his reasons. The sharp blade of the iron axe struck the pine wood under Lin's muscular arms, sounding again and again. Sheets of needle-shaped leaves slowly floated down from above. "Your collection skill has reached level 1, unlocking weather forecast. Reward obtained, memory pearl ×1. Lin raised his eyebrows at the text window that popped up in front of him. Lin looked at the corner of heavenly artifacts and indeed saw a cloud floating there. Today was precisely cloudy weather. Opening the weather forecast function, the upcoming week showed clear skies. Lin felt a wave of satisfaction. He can't change the weather, but predicting the weather could save a lot of unnecessary work. For example, if it will rain tomorrow, would he still have people bring water buckets to irrigate all the farmland today? As dusk descended, Lin returned to the village with Red. Just as he reached the wooden houses, Lex hurried to Lin. Lex's face carried a noticeable smugness. "Master Lin, the beer is already brewed." Lin raised his eyebrows. It had been a week since the successful firing of pottery. Under Lex's guidance, Lin walked to the brewery. "How does it taste?" Lex's face grew increasingly smug. Although the brewery was just built, this first batch of brewed beer tastes very good. Before even entering the brewery, Lin could smell the fermented aroma in the air. Lex ladled out a small bowl of beer from the wooden barrel and handed it to Lin. Reaching out to take it, Lin looked at the beer that was slightly yellow with some foam in the bowl and frowned involuntarily. Beer, non-toxic, brewed from barley, with added rosemary. The taste is average. Just as Lin was about to put it down, he noticed Lex was looking at him expectantly. Was this guy waiting for him to taste it? Seeing the text prompt saying non-toxic, Lin raised the ceramic bowl and took a sip. A flavor with a slight spice and bitterness infiltrated Lin's mouth, balancing the sweetness of the beer. After swallowing, there was a faint herbal aroma. Lin's eyes lit up slightly. The beer looked rather unappealing, but it tasted much better than he had imagined. Lex truly deserved to be a level 3 brewer. Taking the ceramic bowl Lin had put down, Lex eagerly asked, "Master Lin, how do you find the taste?" Lin nodded. "Very nice flavor. Light with herbal notes, bitterness, and sweetness were perfectly balanced, and with a touch of spice. How many pounds of beer like this do you have?" Hearing Master Lin's affirmation, Lex became even more excited. "Master Lin, there are 300 pounds of this beer." Master Lin understands beer. Unlike Powell, who would only say, "Tasty." 300 pounds? Upon hearing this figure, Lin became slightly excited. According to the tavern's beer selling price, 1 penny could buy 3 pounds of beer. 1 penny could buy 5 pounds of barley. 1 pound of barley can brew 3 pounds of beer. If these 300 pounds of beer were sold entirely in Kent Village, it means that excluding labor and transport costs, Lin could earn 100 pence from 20 pence. Profit of 80 pence. 5 times the profit. Brewing beer, what a lucrative industry. Unlike smoked fish, the Karidi Empire is an empire that loves to indulge and drink. From the emperor of the empire and duke nobility down to the wealthy free people. During leisure time and busy farming days, everyone likes to have a drink. The beer market is huge. Lin turned his gaze toward Red, who was not far behind, speaking firmly. "Feed the oxen well tonight. Tomorrow we're going to Kent Village to sell beer. 10 adults plus 1 child." The barley Lin previously bought in Kent Village was already eaten up by yesterday. More grain food needs to be purchased. Within a week, nearly 200 pounds of smoked fish in the smokehouse also need to be sold. Plus, the brewery needs barley to start the next round of brewing. 300 pounds of beer were all packed into wooden barrels and carried by oxen. Lin, along with Red Kesey and Lex, arrived early at Kent Village. Kesey's familiar calling echoed from the roadside. Smoked fish, delicious smoked fish. Perfectly salty and savory, great with meals and drinks. Freshly baked smoked fish. Crispy on the outside and tender inside. Fragrant and enticing. Come and taste. She seemed to have memorized these 2 selling lines firmly, repeating them word for word. Some passing villagers merely glanced briefly before looking away. Indeed, just as Lin had guessed, the villagers from nearby villages are limited, and the smoked fish market is only so big. In between Kesey's calls, Lex was also shouting, "Exquisite craftsmanship, supreme quality. Lex Beer, start a luxurious journey on the taste buds." As the voice called out, the surrounding villagers passing by turned their gaze towards Lex. Is this really the way beer is peddled at the village market? And now it's spring plowing, not yet the harvest season. They haven't had time to brew their own beer. Upon hearing the word beer, they instantly felt their mouths water, unable to resist swallowing. "How do you sell this beer? How does it taste?" Lex's face remained calm. "Beer brewed by master brewer Lex. The taste is naturally excellent. 3 pounds of beer for just 1 penny." The villagers standing in front of Lex were full of confusion and amazement. "Lex, master brewer, give me 3 pounds of beer." Despite Lin teaching Lex how to do advertising to enhance the hype of the beer sales were still somewhat disappointing. These villagers are simply too poor. Occasionally, a few higher-paid artisans would spend money to buy, but ordinary villagers can hardly afford drinks. Instead, smoked fish sold faster than beer. This time selling beer was indeed too simplistic on his part. In the afternoon, as the sky grew darker, Lex approached Lin. "Master Lin, beer sales aren't looking too good. Up till now, only about 30 pounds have been sold." Lin furrowed his brow and spat out the dogtail grass from his mouth. The smoked fish was nearly sold out, but only 30 pounds of beer had sold, earning 10 pence. This was even under the premise of Lin's taught advertising lines. Just as Lin was about to speak, a young man in a gray robe, with embroidered and trimmed sleeves and collar, walked over. It was none other than the merchant, George Dalton. George saw the wooden barrels laid out on the ground and asked, "Young master, may I taste this beer?" "I've smelled the aroma of beer from afar coming from the barrels." Lynn nodded, "Of course." With Lynn's indication, Kesey quickly scooped a ladle of beer from the wooden spoon, poured it into a small bowl, and handed it to George. George took it with his hand and, under Lex's expectant gaze, drank it down in one go. He swirled it around in his mouth a few times, swallowing slowly, savoring deeply with a hint of surprise. Returning the clay bowl to Kesey, George praised without restraint. "Young master, this is the best beer I've ever had. Sweet with a touch of bitterness, light and herbal. Is it rosemary?" Lex's face was full of delight. Besides getting a full meal, nothing is more exciting than having your labor admired by others. Lex spoke. "Yes, dear merchant sir, rosemary." I added rosemary. George's eyes lit up, a look confirming his suspicion. Beer with this flavor will definitely be favored by the town's nobles. He looked at Lynn, asking, "Young master, how much for your beer?" Lynn stood up and walked towards George. "There should be another 270 pounds here, at the tavern price in town, 1 penny for 3 pounds. 90 pence, and these beers are yours." George's gaze swept over, quickly calculating in his mind. He spoke, "I can only offer you 80 pence. The church's requirements on liquor sales have become quite strict." Lynn said, "No problem. Right now, Lynn is eager to sell. George lowering the price a bit is normal. Moreover, the church does have a certain regulatory control over alcohol. Putting it nicely, it's to reduce binge drinking and maintain stability and harmony. Putting it bluntly, the church just wants a cut in the brewing business. 80 pence isn't too low of a price." The merchant George took away 270 pounds of beer. Lynn asked George to leave the barrels behind. 80 pence didn't include the barrels. Looking away, Lynn turned to Kesey. In her hand, she held a heavy cloth bag full of pence. Over 200 pounds of smoked fish gained 200 pence, plus 80 pence from beer sales combined. 280 pence in hand. Although less than expected, all beer and smoked fish were sold. Labor products only become goods once exchanged into pennies. Both beer and smoked fish have a consumption deadline. If unsold, they'll just be wasted in hand. Along with Kesey, Red, and Lex to the blacksmith shop. Welcomed warmly by the blacksmith, Lynn stood before a feldspar board displaying iron products. The blacksmith's words were enthused. "Young master, what do you need to purchase this time? If you want better iron farming tools, I can customize them here." Lynn's gaze passed over each one on the feldspar board. They were all just simple iron products. From the blacksmith shop, purchased 2 iron scythes, 2 iron hoes, 2 axes, several different types of iron farming tools as reserves. Also bought some iron bands and nails for making barrels. Directly spent 30 pence. With the remaining pence, Lynn bought all food. 100 pounds of wheat, 550 of barley, and 20 pence in vegetables, along with a few smoked fish and several hundred pounds of wild boar meat in the smokehouse. Enough for them to eat for a while. With the oxen carrying the barley and wheat, Lynn and the 4 returned to the cabin by nightfall. Fortunately, there wasn't an encounter with a pack of wild wolves. Guy, who was busy making dinner, first saw Master Lynn outside the cabin. He put down the mixing stick in his hand and went to greet him. "Gavin, Wilbur, Master Lynn is back. Come and help quickly." 2 burly men came out of the cabin, respectfully calling Master Lynn. They began unloading bags of barley and wheat from the oxen, storing them in the kitchen. A few women also came out of the cabin, watching the bags of grain, their faces filled with joy. Lynn stood at the cabin door, watching the busy, bustling figures, feeling a sense of contentment. Finally, there seems to be a sign of development. Lex navigated through the moving figures and came to Lynn's side. His tone slightly worried. "Master Lynn, should we continue brewing beer?" Lex naturally knew his labor capability was limited. If he continued to be unable to brew beer, he would be worth even less than a female villager who could still weave and farm easily. But with only one hand, he couldn't do it. Lynn looked at Lex and asked rhetorically, "Why not continue to brew beer?" Lex's face froze immediately. "Master Lynn, the beer sales," Lynn said indifferently. "Beer sales are indeed poor in the village. They are too poor. However, If villagers can't afford it, then sell the beer to the town. You don't need to worry about it. Just brew the beer as quickly as you can. Lex's face cleared of worry. All right, Master Lin. How many pounds of barley are needed this time for brewing? Lin spoke. What's the maximum amount you can brew at one time? Lex had no hesitation. With the apprentice's help, 900 pounds. 900 pounds of beer would require 300 pounds of barley. That would use up half of the stored grain directly. Lin nodded. Then brew 900 pounds of beer. Lex responded with a word and left. In the coming period, he would need to work nonstop with the apprentices. The village's development was steadily progressing. Gavin and Wilbur, two burly men, harnessed oxen to cultivate almost 10 acres of land. Lin instructed Kesey to plant all the bought lettuce and spinach seeds. These two vegetables have a relatively short growth cycle. They can be harvested in about 1.5 months. Lin's entire purchased seeds were planted, covering about an acre. The price of vegetables wasn't expensive. 1 penny could buy 2 to 3 pounds. However, Lin didn't need to spend that pointless money. He had an abundance of land. After dinner, Lin sat by the wood stove in the cabin, warming himself with charcoal. A moderate knocking sound rang outside the cabin. Master Lin, have you gone asleep? Lin responded. Not yet. What's the matter? Guy's voice continued. Master Lin, I seem to have tamed those wild piglets. Lin raised an eyebrow. It's only been a few days? The wild piglets were just 1 or 2 months old, still raised by wild sow, but inherently had strong wild instincts. Leaving the cabin, Lin followed Guy to the pigsty. The pigsty now looked somewhat different than what Lin initially saw. Guy has piled some weeds on the walls of the pigsty to cover the environment outside. Clearly, Guy intended to create a quiet and safe environment for the wild piglets, making taming easier. Guy opened the wooden door, and Lin stood at the more than 1-meter-high fence gate. Inside the pigsty, 2 wild piglets lay in the weed pile, constantly snoring. They seemed to be asleep. Lin's gaze turned to Guy. Guy picked up a nearby stick and tapped it on the wooden fence. The 2 sleeping piglets immediately made snuffling noises and ran to the pig trough, searching back and forth. Guy's face was full of joy. Master Lin, is this considered preliminary taming? Lin nodded. Well done. Evidently, Guy used the stick to tap the wooden fence, creating an instinct for the 2 piglets. As long as they heard the tapping sound, they would associate it with food. Upon hearing Lin's praise, Guy bowed slightly and said humbly, Master Lin, you flatter me. This is my duty. Lin picked up a leaf from nearby and tossed it into the pig trough. The 2 piglets immediately started eating happily. Breeding experience +1. Breeding experience +1. Lin patted Guy's shoulder, encouraging him to keep it up, then returned to the cabin. He hadn't walked far. Lin's gaze shifted, looking towards the distant darkness. There, a pair of green and yellow interlaced beast eyes appeared. Lin's eyebrows furrowed slightly. It had been some time since he last saw the wild wolf pack. Could it be that the increasing village population attracted the wild wolf pack back? The wild wolf pack did not advance, seemingly observing from afar. It seems one must be cautious when letting people go out for work regularly. If it's just a few wild wolves, the current village population and iron products can still handle them. But if it's a dozen wild wolves, Lin didn't sleep well. The howls of wild wolves echoed throughout the night on the wasteland outside the cabin. He stepped out of the cabin, seeing Red and Kesey, both with dark circles under their eyes and looking weary. Lin felt balanced in his heart. Red's gaze passed through the wilderness, looking towards the edge of the forest. There, occasional flashes of white shadows darted by. He frowned and said, Master Lin, the wild wolves are constantly gathering. Their target might be your village. Lin nodded slightly. Tell them not to stray too far from the village, or no one will be able to save them. Kesey said hesitantly, Master Lin, what about watering the vegetable seeds? Lin glanced at the weather forecast on the Heavenly Artifacts panel and replied, No need to irrigate. There will be a spring rain in a couple of days. Red and Kesey raised their eyebrows, looking at the sky. The sky was still early, a gray haze. But evidently, today would be a good weather day. However, how did Master Lin know there would be a spring rain in a couple of days? Not only Lin, Kesey, and Red, but all the villagers, including Guy, saw the wild wolf pack at the edge of the forest. A sense of tension and fear enveloped every person in the village. To avoid reducing workforce, Lin let them rest inside for a day. Lin called Red to gather the village men to his cabin. Red, Lex, Guy, Gavin, Wilbur, and even just 3-year-old Markel began the first village assembly meeting. The meeting concerned everyone's survival. Lin scanned each of them with his gaze. Everyone, we cannot continue like this. There's barley in the kitchen, and there's smoked wild boar meat. Enough for you to eat for 10 to 15 days. Lin's tone shifted, but the food will eventually run out. After 10 to 15 days, what will you eat? Or when the wild wolves attack and eat others? Would you seize the opportunity to flee? Red and the others fell into silence. The atmosphere inside the cabin turned heavy. Lin took a deep breath and declared forcefully, "Everyone, we need to break the deadlock. Only by breaking the deadlock can we survive in this wilderness." Guy suddenly stood up. "Master Lin, you're right. We must break the deadlock." Gavin clenched his right fist. "Master Lin, we'll do whatever you say. We want to eat. We want to survive." Wilbur said, "Lin, what do you want us to do?" Lex responded, "Master Lin, you give the order. Even if I must die, I will die in front of you." Lin's gaze swept across each person again. Instead of being afraid in the house, it's better to take the initiative. As soon as the words were spoken, not only Lex Gay and a few others, even Red looked at Lin with some surprise. From his observations earlier this morning, there were at least 10 wild wolves in the pack, possibly as many as 12. If there were more crossbow arrows, it would be fine. They could attack from a distance to deal with the wolf pack. But they only had one horn bow. Though there were 5 men, facing a pack of 12 wild wolves still posed a significant risk. He knew, as Lin had said, if they didn't deal with the wolf pack, they would eventually be devoured. 5 burly men returned to their respective cabins, picked up the iron farming tools in the corner, and began sharpening them to make the blades sharper. Only then could they take down the wild wolves and survive the wolf pack's assault. Lin and Red also walked out of the cabin. They needed to survey the terrain and find a suitable location for the showdown with the wolf pack. They were just ordinary people with no extraordinary abilities. They didn't have fine armor or sharp swords, nor had they undergone rigorous physical training or had any combat experience. The only thing they could rely on was the iron farming tools in their hands. Except for Red, the hunter, who had experience battling beasts. While annihilating the wolf pack, Lin needed to ensure their safety as much as possible. Confirming the forest edge with no sign of wild wolves, Lin and Red walked in. Red held the horn bow, his gaze cautiously scanning the surroundings. He said in a deep voice, "Master Lin, the best place to fight the wolf pack is the valley. The valley's natural advantages could reduce the area they needed to defend and hinder the wolf pack's large-scale group attack. Meanwhile, at the height of the valley, Red could continuously attack with arrows. Lin and Red did not go deep. They searched along the edge. A crevice 3 or 4 meters wide separated the mountain in front of him and Red. The skyline should be about 20 meters long. Crossing the skyline was a tract of undeveloped primordial forest. Lin and Red exchanged a glance and walked over. Red said, "Master Lin, this location is excellent, only needing to defend the 2 entrances." Lin replied with an "Let's stay here." Red's face showed a hint of doubt, but, "Master Lin, will the wolf pack come here?" Lin said, "They'll come." Lin and Red had just returned to the village. In front of the cabins, 9 figures were already standing and waiting. Everyone in the village had gathered. In their hands were all sharpened iron farming tools, including the 3-year-old Markel. He was holding an iron scythe. Kisi walked up to Lin and explained, "Master Lin, when she heard about dealing with the wolf pack, she said they wanted to go together." Lin took out the axe from the cabin and looked at everyone. Everyone tightened their grip on the iron farming tools in their hands and shouted in unison. They followed behind Lin, heading into the forest. Not for brotherhood, not for the Lord's interests, nor for invading others' territories. They were passionate to survive. At least a dozen wild wolves, with a wolf king, could practically wipe out a small village. To stay alive, they had no choice but to fight desperately against the wolf pack. That's how this world has always been. Between empires and empires, between people and people, and between beasts and beasts. Dusk receded, nightfall gradually approached. The mountain path, skyline, A bonfire burned in the middle of the path, dispelling the mountain's darkness. The dense branches of towering ancient trees covered the entire sky, making the forest appear increasingly eerie and terrifying. Despite their resolve, they couldn't suppress their nervousness. Yet, not a single one retreated. A howling sound echoed throughout the forest from the darkness outside the skyline. Their tense bodies instantly stood up, simultaneously gripping the iron farming tools at their side. The wolves are coming. Voices of panic rose in the skyline. Lin gripped the iron axe, shouting, "What's to fear? Form up." The shouted orders reverberated through the skyline, yet brought them peculiar reassurance. With Master Lin here, what do they have to fear? Following Master Lin's instructions, they backed against the bonfire, solemnly staring ahead. Lin, Guy, and Kesey stood shoulder to shoulder facing the entrance. Gavin, Wilbur, and their wives guarded the other entrance. Lex stood with Markel in the middle, and 5 or 6 meters above the skyline, on a protruding rock. Red stood on the protruding stone, leaning against the rock wall, holding the bow in his left hand, with an arrow knocked on the bowstring. In this position, he could overlook the 2 entrances below, and if an attack gap appeared, he could finish them off. What intrigued Master Lin was that the wolf pack actually came to find them. Tall stature, broad view. Pairs of eyes emitting yellow-green light entered Red's sight. Repeated heavy breathing echoed outside the skyline. As the breathing drew nearer, wild wolves entered Lin's view. At first glance, there were at least more than 10, and on a sharp rock in the distance, a robust wild wolf with snow-white fur stood proudly. Wolf King, leader of the wolf pack, in its prime, possesses certain intelligence, can command the pack through howling, etc. Lin's brow furrowed. This snow-white wild wolf was the Wolf King he had seen earlier. No wonder this wolf pack was so difficult to handle. The snow-white Wolf King let out a low growl, and the wolves standing several meters away began pacing towards the skyline. Though the wolf pack searched around, they only found the 2 entrances guarded by Lin's men. 6 or 7 wolves stood 2 or 3 meters in front of Lin, Guy, and Kesey, baring their fangs. One drop of sticky fluid after another dripped down. Low growls came from their throats, bodies lowered to nearly touch the ground, ready to attack. Guy was full of tension, lifting the iron hoe in his hand to strike at the black and white wolf before him. The wolf simply took a step back, easily avoiding the blow. A hurried howl sounded outside the skyline. The wolf pack, originally deadlocked with Lin, stamped their hind legs suddenly, launching their bodies like springs, opening their jaws full of sharp teeth, rushing at Lin. Not only the one in front of Lin. The wolves surrounding the skyline all lunged forward. Everyone was shocked in their hearts, hastily raising the iron tools in their hands to defend. Looking at the wild wolf in front of him, Lin's face was filled with seriousness. With both hands holding the iron axe forward, he pushed the wild wolf's body away. Taking advantage of the momentum, he raised the ancient iron axe in his hand and struck down hard towards the wild wolf. But the weight of the iron axe made it difficult to wield. Even with Lin's physical strength, swinging the iron axe was a wide and sweeping action. Just as the wild wolf was about to turn around, a massive axe blade had already come crashing down from above. A crisp sound of bones fracturing, the iron axe was firmly embedded in the wild wolf's skull. In an instant, the wild wolf was killed. There wasn't even a twitch. Stepping on the wild wolf's corpse, Lin pulled the iron axe out of the wild wolf's skull. A splash of fresh blood was brought out, splattering on the ground. Lin turned and moved to support Kesey and Guy. On a protruding rock, Red's expression was stern as he constantly reached into the simple quiver at his back for flint arrows. Arrows after arrows whizzed through the air and pierced into the bodies of several wild wolves. The wild wolf pouncing on Wilbur suddenly lost its strength and collapsed on top of his body. Wilbur glanced at Red with a grateful look and continued to face the wild wolf in front of him. He reached for the quiver again, finding it empty. Slung the horn bow over his shoulder, Red slowly slid down the rock wall. As he slid down, he steadied his feet, grasping an iron scythe at his waist, and slashed towards a wild wolf pouncing at Lin. The sharp, curved blade of the iron scythe hooked onto the wild wolf's belly, and as Red borrowed the momentum of the wild wolf's fall, he disemboweled it. A mass of hot red and white matter spilled everywhere. At the same time, Lin swung down the iron axe in his hand, splitting another wild wolf's head in half. A crimson spatter flew up, splashing onto his cheek. With the mutual help of the villagers, the number of wild wolves kept decreasing. The skyline was stained a deep red by wild wolf blood. A deep wolf howl echoed again in the forest. Lin turned to see. Only 2 wild wolves left, trying to escape at the call of the Wolf King. Running past Red, he grabbed the horn bow from him and a few flint arrows stuck in nearby wild wolves. Lin's expression was icy. We can't let the Wolf King escape. The Wolf King, with a certain level of intelligence, was truly terrifying. If given enough time, it would return with a new pack. After killing so many of the Wolf King's members, Lin and his team would definitely not be left in peace. Red didn't hesitate, picking up the iron scythe, and quickly followed. 3 figures swiftly surged through the towering ancient trees. In the rear, Lin paused in his run, left hand holding the bow, right hand knocking an arrow and drawing the bow. Releasing his right hand, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air as the flint arrow shot forth. It accurately struck one of the closest wild wolves, the arrow embedding itself in the wild wolf's lungs. The running wild wolf tumbled and finally ended up in a bush. Lin didn't pause for a second. Just as he was about to draw his bow again, a low growl emerged from his right side. A wild wolf had managed to evade Lin's line of sight, hiding in the grass, waiting to pounce on Lin as he caught up. At the moment the wild wolf leaped, Red arrived. He body-checked the wild wolf, causing it to fly some distance away and land stably. Intercepting the wild wolf, Red declared firmly, "Master Lin, leave this wolf to me." Lin said nothing, continuing his pursuit of the snow-white Wolf King ahead. After running tens of meters, the towering ancient trees ahead became more sparse. Lin halted his steps once again. Taking a deep breath, he tried to steady his breathing. At the same time, through the sight of the horn bow, he aimed at the snow-white Wolf King several meters ahead. As the snow-white Wolf King jumped, leaping over a fallen tree obstacle, Lin released the arrow in his right hand. In the sharp whistling of the wind, the flint arrow flew through the gaps of the intersecting tree trunks, accurately striking the leaping wild wolf. Sounds of the wild wolf's body rolling and tumbling among the branches resonated nonstop. Lin exhaled the air within him and stepped towards the Wolf King. Crossing over the fallen log, Lin climbed atop it, shifting his gaze slightly. Amidst the shattered branches and leaves, the snow-white Wolf King lay within. The flint arrow he fired was lodged in the chest of the snow-white Wolf King, with streams of blood continuously flowing out. Hearing Lin's footsteps, the snow-white Wolf King bared its teeth, emitting a faint growl. However, the more it growled, the more the blood surged. Confirming that the snow-white Wolf King posed no threat, Lin walked up to it, looking into the pleading, flickering eyes of the snow-white Wolf King. He felt no pity or hesitation. Not long ago, the Snow-White Wolf King had rallied its pack to try to kill Lin and his team. If Lin hadn't come up with a strategy, it would be them lying dead now. He took the iron scythe from his back and slashed at the Snow-White Wolf King's neck. The Wolf King perished. After completing everything, Lin sat down heavily on the ground, leaning against the fallen log. With his mental tension and continuous physical exertion, he felt utterly exhausted. The sound of stepping on branches echoed. Lin looked over cautiously, seeing Red, covered in crimson, approaching. Upon seeing Lin, Red's demeanor relaxed clearly. "Master Lin, are you hurt?" Lin nodded, counter-questioning. "How about you?" Red explained. "I'm fine, just soaked in wolf blood." Looking at the burly man before him, the scene of him body-checking the wild wolf replayed in Lin's mind. He felt a slight stirring in his heart. This was the first person to save him without regard for his own life. Lin opened his mouth to ask, "Red, why did the Wolf King attack so fiercely?" Packs of wild wolves attacking villages and eating livestock is common. The Wolf King's summoning of the pack for a frontal assault against a group with weapons. It was Lin's first time witnessing it. Reflecting for a moment, Red answered, "Generally speaking, the reasons for wild wolves to attack head-on, apart from lacking food, include sensing their territory being invaded. Of course, there's another possibility. To protect the Wolf King's offspring." Lin's eyebrows raised. If found and tamed, and then bred, they could potentially form a wild wolf night corps? clearing the reckless thoughts from his mind. Lin's gaze moved through the gaps in the trees above as the sky grew dark. "Let's go." Red, back to check on the others. Lin and Red stood up and began walking towards the direction of the skyline. However, after just a dozen meters, figures holding torches came into Lin's view. It was Kisi and others emerging from the skyline. Because Lin chose the valley to face the wild wolves, alternating attacks on them, they didn't suffer much injury. Kisi quickly approached Lin and Red, looking them over from head to toe. Before Kisi could speak, Lin's eyes fell on what Kisi held in front of her. "What are you holding?" When Lin returned to the village with the villagers, the sky was completely dark. In Guy's wooden house, Lin looked at the two wild wolf cubs in the grass nest, whose eyes were yet to open. He asked Guy, "Are you sure you can raise and tame these two wild wolf cubs?" The wild wolf cubs were found by Kisi in a mountain cave. Guy shook his head. "Master Lin, the wild wolf cubs are too small. I'm not sure if I can raise them. They still need milk." Lin said, "Well, think of a way, give it a try. If they don't survive, then let it be." After saying this, Lin walked out of the wooden house. If the two wild wolf cubs can be raised and tamed, they could be of some use. If it requires too much effort, Lin doesn't have the patience for it. After dinner, Lin went to the riverbank for a comfortable wash. By the warm glow of the charcoal fire in the hearth, Lin comfortably fell asleep. The bodies of 12 wild wolves were carried back by Red and several others on their shoulders. After being opened and cleaned, all were hung in the smoking room. Each wolf weighed about 60 to 70 pounds, making it over 700 pounds of meat. Although the meat of the wild wolves was tough and chewy, it could still fill the stomach in times of food shortage. Seeing their return, a thought instantly popped into Lin's mind. Oxen can not only pull iron plows for tilling the land, they can also be used to transport goods. Though slower and less suited for long distances compared to draft horses, it surpasses them in endurance. Perfect for short-distance hauling of heavy loads. The image of a cattle cart in Lin's mind consisted of oxen, a chassis, and wheels. That's as detailed as Lin could remember. Lin dragged 2 logs to the open field. With several villagers watching curiously, he raised the iron axe in his hand and started chopping with abandon. Each swing of the axe sent chunks of wood flying and falling. After splitting the pine wood logs in half, Lin picked up the iron saw to cut the logs into planks. Production experience +1. Production experience +1. As experience accumulated bit by bit, knowledge about producing cattle carts surged in Lin's mind and quickly integrated. A smile appeared on Lin's face. To build a cattle cart, the first thing is to determine its purpose, whether for carrying people or transporting goods, as well as the size of the oxen, to decide the cart's dimensions. For heavy hauling, it's best to use hardwood for the cart, but with so much pine wood available, Lin didn't need to seek out new timber. With all the iron tools laid out, Lin began to create the cart. Taking up the iron hammer and chisel, he started crafting mortise and tenon joints on the wood, determining the chassis length at 3 meters. As Lin continued hammering, the wood needed for the chassis was completed. 2 beams placed parallel, the mortises of the beams inserted into the tenon holes of the longitudinal beam, then hammered to fit tightly together. Additionally, diagonal supports were added to the chassis bottom, also using mortise and tenon joints to enhance structural stability. Production experience +1. Lin cut the timber into suitable lengths, using the fire to bend the wood into arcs, then binding with grass rope to form circular rims measuring 1.5 meters. Then, hubs were crafted from pine wood. Hubs are the support points carrying the cart's weight and must be interlinked with spokes. Spokes were created with tenons at both ends. One end inserted into the hub's mortise, the other into the corresponding part of the rim. Production experience +1. Lin again used mortise and tenon joints, making mortises at the front of the chassis, the tenons of the shaft's rear end inserted and reinforced with wedges, connecting the shaft's rear with the chassis front. Production experience +1. Lin spent 3 days, finally completing the cattle cart before him. Seeing the cattle cart in front of them, Red, Kisi, and others were full of shock in their eyes. They had certainly seen cattle carts before, but they had never seen a lord, with just his own strength and hands, build a cattle cart. They knew that the Lin before them was definitely not like the lords they had previously encountered. Lumbering, tilling, building wooden houses, leading them in fighting against the wild wolf pack, now even able to craft a cattle cart. It felt Lin was not like a lord. With the cattle cart, the efficiency of transporting goods was greatly improved. At least for moving decomposed soil, they no longer needed people to carry baskets, one basket at a time from the forest to the farmland. Without the wild wolf pack, they no longer had to work with constant fear, letting their efficiency rise. Outside the small village, there were already 30 acres of cultivated land. Lin went to the farmland early. Green sprouts began to pierce the soil, covering the wheat seeds. Kesey and Gavin, who were out and about, also passed by the wheat seed fields. Looking at the tender wheat sprouts, their faces filled with wonder. A glance showed rows of soil brimming with green. Kesey came to Lin's side, excitedly saying, "Master Lin, the wheat has sprouted. All of them have sprouted." With the quality of these wheat seeds, expecting all to sprout isn't very realistic. However, Lin roughly scanned around. With the nutrient richness of decomposed soil and the elements in wood ash, the germination rate was at least above 80%. For scatter planting, whether seeds sprout largely depends on luck. This was an extremely frightening germination rate. Despite the fertility of decomposed soil, expecting a bountiful harvest was still a bit inadequate. The cotton seeds fenced by hedges also grew sprouts. Lin called over Gavin and Wilbur, who were not far away. Cultivation is temporarily over. Today's task is fertilizing the wheat field, vegetable field, and cotton field using forest decomposed soil. Fertilizing. Gavin and Wilbur looked puzzled. Lin looked directly at them. "Any problem?" The two seemed troubled. "Master Lin, we don't know how to fertilize." It was the first time they heard of fertilizing crops for enhancement. "Aren't you supposed to scatter and wait for harvest?" Lin called over Kesey. "Kesey, teach them how to fertilize. You can manage the cultivation from now on. Inform Kesey if anything comes up. She'll report to me." Gavin and Wilbur nodded quickly. Kesey also widened her eyes. Master Lin was letting her manage cultivation? Wouldn't she be in charge? The amount of land planted with crops was not much, only 4 acres for the wheat and vegetable fields combined. Kesey seemed to have an inexplicable talent for management. In a mere half-day, she organized Guy, Gavin, and Wilbur into an orderly fertilizing team. Guy and Gavin drove the cattle cart to the edge of the forest to dig up decomposed soil. Wilbur handled unloading the decomposed soil from the cart. Wilbur's wife Mola and Gavin's wife Connie evenly spread the decomposed soil on the ridgebacks of the rows. Spring rain began to fall, descending on the cultivated land, bringing the nitrogen in the decomposed soil to the wheat seedlings in the earth. Wilbur and others, having just finished fertilizing, led the oxen, braving the rain, back to their wooden houses. Kesey looked at the somber sky. Her face was full of amazement. "It's exactly like Master Lin said. 2 days later, there'd be spring rain." The spring rain lasted for a day, until the evening when it ceased. Lin simply let them rest half a day in the wooden house. The unexpected half-day rest made the villagers deeply grateful to Lin. For the villagers, taking a half-day rest is a blessing. But for Lin, he is somewhat worried. The crops are secretly growing under the nourishment of decayed soil. But the labor force has come to a halt. Without more land to cultivate, during summer plowing, more crops can't be sown. If the harvested food isn't abundant, Lin wouldn't dare to accept more refugees. Without accepting refugees, the village development will remain stagnant. Not to mention encountering a war. Even if faced with a small group of bandits wielding iron knives and steel swords, they could only be at their mercy. This is a vicious cycle. Farming definitely has to continue. Moreover, every possible way must be found to expand the planting scale. In times of war turmoil, economic crisis, and food shortage, only land that can produce grains can offer a true sense of security. Under the premise of continuing farming, an industry must be found that can yield quicker and greater profits. For village development, increasing population, expanding the planting scale, recruiting soldiers, and crafting fine equipment are necessary to face any future changes. Without salt to cure, the river fish in the Acadia River can only be sold locally, earning pence merely enough for Lin to exchange for some iron goods. The brewing workshop is considered an industry that earns money relatively fast. The brewed beer can be sold, The distiller's grains can be used as feed for pigs and cows, or as compost. However, there are still limitations. The scale is too small. A captivating scent of alcohol wafts through the village. Lex's apprentice Belinda Allen found Lynn. Master Lynn, Lex says the beer has been successfully brewed. Please come and inspect it. Lynn glanced at Belinda Allen. A string of text appeared above her head. Belinda Allen, planting level 2, collection level 2, level 2 production, brewing level 1. Looking at the new brewing skill above Belinda's head, Lynn was somewhat surprised. He remembered previously Belinda only had 3 level 2 skills. Lynn quickly regained his composure. Belinda became Lex's brewing apprentice, learned brewing under Lex's instruction. This is quite normal and reasonable. A thought emerged in Lynn's mind. If the village had more people, even if they knew nothing, as long as there were high-level craftsmen to teach them, couldn't it increase the number of people knowing this work? Couldn't it expand the scale? Common knowledge, but Lynn was somewhat obsessed. Labor force, it's too important. What he lacks the most now is labor. Lynn arrived at the brewing workshop. Seeing Lynn arrive, Lex immediately came to greet him. Master Lynn, Lex did not disappoint you. 900 pounds of beer brewed successfully. Behind Lex, 3 wooden barrels were neatly arranged. One wooden barrel can hold 300 pounds of beer. Lynn received the ceramic bowl handed over by Lex, tasted some beer from the bowl, still carrying herbal aroma, slightly spicy, but this time the sweetness and bitterness ratio in the beer are more suitable. Putting down the bowl, Lynn said with satisfaction, "The taste is even better than last time." Lex's face showed a pronounced smile. Lynn asked Lex, "How long is the beer's shelf life?" Without much thought, Lex replied, "With the preservation benefit of rosemary, it can be stored for half a month. Beyond that, the beer will change flavor." Thoughts started running through Lynn's mind. Given Kent Village's purchasing power, it definitely can't consume these 900 pounds of beer. Frequent visits to Kent Village may cause unnecessary trouble. The only solution is to transport the beer to nearby town pubs for sale. But the road is long. Lynn was enjoying breakfast carefully prepared by Kesey in the wooden cabin. Wheat fish porridge, wheat bread. Originally thinking of grinding all the wheat and barley together into flour for the chewy texture of barley bread. But Kesey strongly opposed it. She said only Lord can eat such high-grade food as wheat. It's good enough for them to have enough to eat. Just after finishing eating, a knock sounded outside the wooden cabin. As the knocking ceased, Kesey's voice appeared. "Master Lynn, there is a merchant outside wanting to see you." Lynn showed a trace of surprise in his eyes. "Merchant?" Walking out of the wooden cabin, not far away, stood the crop merchant George in a gray robe with embroidered collar. Behind him were 2 servants driving 2 draft horse carriages loaded with goods. Lynn stepped forward toward George. Kesey followed closely behind. Seeing Lynn approaching, Red quickly stepped aside. Upon seeing Lynn, George's face lit up with obvious delight. "Young sir, I've finally found you." Lynn responded, "Looking for me?" George hastily explained, "Apologies, young sir, I inadvertently forgot to explain the reason to you. I took the beer purchased from you to Morgantown for sale, received great fondness from many wealthy people, entrusted me to purchase more beer from you for the town." His words were full of joy. "I searched several nearby villages and didn't find it. Thought of coincidentally visiting here. Did not expect you to indeed be here." Lynn nodded. "My name is Lynn." George bent down slightly, respectfully saying, "Master Lynn, I am George Dalton. Does your village have more beer for sale?" Lynn confirmed, "There's still 900 pounds of beer." George's eyes brightened. "Master Lynn, if it's still the last time's price, I can buy it all." The last time's price was 1 penny for 3 pounds. Lynn didn't haggle. "All right, 900 pounds of beer, that's 300 pence. George showed a trace of admiration on his face. "Young Master Lynn, your character is admirable." If it were other manor lords, hearing George wanted to buy beer from them to sell in the town, they couldn't wait to raise the price sky high. But Master Lynn here is different. He maintains the first transaction price. Lynn gave Kesey a gesture. She instantly understood when to call people to bring out the 3 barrels of beer in the warehouse. Lex followed them out as well. Upon hearing from Kesey, Master Lynn was selling beer, his anxious heart calmed down. Lex was worried about Master Lynn selling the beer, fearing it would be wasted if it didn't sell. Watching George take the wallet from his neck under his robe, preparing to pay, Lynn's gaze shifted to the horses behind George. Is all the cargo on your carriage grain? As George was taking out money, he followed Lynn's gaze. He explained, Yes, Master Lynn, 100 pounds of wheat, over 1,000 pounds of barley, plus some vegetables, cabbage, onions. Lynn's eyebrows lifted. What's the price? Besides labor force, the thing Lynn lacked most now was food. George answered, Market price, 1 penny per pound for wheat, 1 penny for 5 pounds of barley, vegetables. Lynn nodded. No need to take out money. I want them all. George hesitated slightly. All right, Mr. Lynn, originally these were destined for the town. But if you need them, they are yours. This is the standard market price. The merchant's purchasing price certainly not as high. Simply put, George pre-sold the grain to Lynn. In this, he still made a profit. No business is done at a loss. No one does loss-making business. But for Lynn, it wasn't a loss either. He not only sold the beer, but also avoided wasting manpower and time buying grain. Watching his servants load beer onto the carriage, George turned to look at Lynn's village. His gaze finally settled on the brewery not far away. George spoke apologetically. Master Lynn, if I may ask, what is the production rate of your brewery? Lynn responded calmly. At our current scale, we can produce about 900 pounds of beer per week. We plan to expand further in the future. Beer is just the beginning. We will likely move on to wines or high-proof spirits like whiskey. Listening to Lynn's words, George's face showed some surprise. But what was whiskey? However, from Lynn's casual tone, George sensed Lynn's ambition. Although he had only met Lynn twice, he could clearly feel the difference between Lynn and other lords. George looked at Lynn with sincere eyes and began to explain. Master Lynn, may I propose a long-term partnership with you? Lynn looked at George with some surprise. Becoming partners didn't impose too many restrictions. It simply meant making a commitment with one's own reputation as collateral. For a businessman, a good reputation is a lifeline. If he breaks his promises, he will lose his footing in the business world. Lynn stared directly at George and said, I want to make you my sole beverage distributor. Upon hearing Lynn's words, George was stunned. Beverage distributor? A term he had never heard before. George was just about to inquire. Lynn explained, a beverage distributor, simply put, is someone who purchases beverages from me and then finds channels like taverns or nobility to handle the sales fully. I will sell you the beer at 1 penny per 3 pounds. The selling price will depend on your ability. The only requirement is that you must purchase or exchange at least 900 pounds of beer from my brewery every week. The friendliness on George's face gradually turned serious. He naturally understood the pros and cons. The benefit was that he would be the only merchant able to buy beverages from Lynn. The downside was that he needed to find all sorts of channels, take on transportation risks, and bear the financial risk if the beer doesn't sell. Most crucially, even if he incurs losses, he must come to Lynn to buy beer. Pounds a week, which is 3,600 pounds a month. A medium-sized town's tavern could sell 600 pounds of beer in a single day. If he agreed to Lynn's terms, he would be accepting the risk Lynn was transferring. However, considering the previous selling price and popularity of the beer, as long as he could deliver it safely and sell it successfully, he wouldn't face any risk. Lynn didn't interrupt George, allowing him time to think. George suddenly raised his head, his gaze full of resolve. Master Lynn, I'm betting. No, I am willing to become your sole distributor. Lynn nodded in satisfaction. George agreed, but if he had said, the risk is too great, Lynn would not have hesitated to quote a famous saying to utterly refute him. George sat on the carriage and left with 3 barrels of beer. Lynn watched as George departed, his gaze lingering for a long time. The fact that George could find this place meant others could as well. The more people who knew about this territory, the more dangerous it would be for him. Where there are people, it will eventually be discovered. It's only a matter of time. Instead of worrying about being recognized, he might as well find ways to quickly develop the village. With soldiers and generals, who would dare to provoke? If 1,000 isn't enough, then 10,000. If 10,000 isn't enough, then 100,000. If 100,000 isn't enough, then 1,000,000-strong iron tide. With Lynn's permission to continue brewing beer with 300 pounds of barley, Lex's face was all smiles. He, along with his apprentice Belinda, entered a new round of brewing. With George providing support, Lynn immediately wanted to expand the brewery's scale. Under Lex's level 3 brewing guidance, as long as he could train a few apprentices like Belinda, producing not just 900 pounds, but even 9,000 pounds at a time would be within reach. However, when Lynn looked around, there was no one left for him to command. In the Wasteland, Kesey, Connie, and Mola were clearing weeds and tree roots embedded in the soil. In the open field, Gavin and Wilbur continued to drive oxen, plowing the arable land. Red was guarding the area for them. The only ones available were Lynn and the barely 1-meter-tall Markel. Lynn picked up a tool and headed towards the pile of pine wood not far away. Lynn stepped on the log with his left foot, holding it with his left hand, and gripped one end of the iron saw with his right hand. As he tugged back and forth, the saw teeth cut into the log, and flakes of wood fell to the ground. Production experience +1. Production experience +1. Bit by bit, the experience visibly increased. Knowledge about construction surged in Lynn's mind. As he diligently worked on building, a wooden structure with mortise and tenon joints began from a foundation, slowly forming wooden walls, and then a roof. Production experience +1. Production experience +1. In 2 days, a wooden house appeared next to the brewery. Lynn glanced at his Heavenly Artifacts panel. Construction, level 0, 96/100. With 15 experience points added, he was about to reach level 1. Other people were engaged in different labors, and their hands were full. Lex didn't understand why. During his brewing breaks, he couldn't help Lynn, but Lynn refused him. Lynn sat on the wooden bench at the wooden house's entrance. His gaze wandered far to an open land that had been cultivated, spanning over 20 acres already. Once summer plowing arrived and fertilization was done, they could start planting. Just as Lynn was about to withdraw his gaze, he vaguely saw a group of figures approaching the village under the cover of night. Red, who was in charge of guarding, quickly returned to Lynn's side. He said in a deep voice, "Master Lynn, a group of people is heading towards the village." From the wooden houses, the sturdy men emerged one after another. In a matter of minutes, 11 ragged refugees stood before Lynn. At the forefront, a haggard middle-aged man stepped forward. His gaze swept over Red, Kesey, and the others, finally landing on Lynn sitting on the bench. The middle-aged man quickly bent over, bowing his head. "This esteemed lord, we humbly ask for your generosity to take us in. As long as we have a meal, we are willing to do anything." Behind him, the 10 others also followed suit, bowing their heads. Looking at these 11 people and their families, Lynn couldn't help but frown. "What have you been through?" Hearing Lynn's inquiry, the middle-aged man then raised his head. His eyes filled with flickering light. "Lord, we are villagers from Tabola village, which is far from here. We were attacked by bandits and had no choice but to undertake a long journey to survive. Not just our village, even the nearby Kafu village and Jesai village were attacked by bandits, with no one spared. They burned, killed, and looted, not even sparing women and children. The key issue is that damned manor lord just stood by doing nothing." Looking at their expressions, Lynn's heart grew heavy. Just like the villages of Red and Kesey, these villagers also left their homes because of bandit attacks. And this area belongs to Marquis Dukas territory. The Dukas clan, known as the Great Sword and Shield, can actually stand by and do nothing. Lynn felt that something was amiss. The situation outside seemed to be becoming complex and chaotic. Lynn looked back, where 10 men and women stood like middle-aged men. Their eyes were filled with fear of battle and death. Even 2 of them were trembling slightly. Lynn stood up and addressed them. "My name is Lynn, and I am the lord of this land." After a passionate speech, hope for life flowed in the eyes of these displaced people, especially when Lynn said that as long as they were completely obedient, they wouldn't have to worry about hunger. After he had Lex prepare some barley bread and wild wolf meat for them, their gaze at Lynn changed instantly. Watching these 11 displaced people eat and drink their fill and squeeze into the newly built wooden hut, Lynn felt a bit emotional. Luckily, he had just built a wooden hut. Otherwise, these people would have had to spend the night outdoors. The displaced people saw the barley bread and salted fish barley porridge again, and finally believed Master Lynn's words. Master Lynn could really feed them. Master Lynn even personally led them to cut wood in the forest, and helped them build wooden houses to live in. They felt they had finally followed the right lord. At the edge of the forest, Lin stood with the iron axe in his right hand. His eyes looked ahead where the newly joined villagers were swinging axes with all their strength, full of hope for the future. Their loyalty level was rapidly increasing. Lin nodded in satisfaction. Saying that a kind man can't lead soldiers is certainly true. However, now Lin was called a lord by title. But to put it bluntly, he was just a village head with only a few villagers. Could he use the pressure of a lord on the newly joined 11 villagers? He didn't have many soldiers, and Lin wasn't in a strong position. The 11 villagers consisted of 4 families, 2 children, plus 2 burly men. Adding the 11 who were there before, the village now had a population of 22. With their addition, Lin clearly felt the work efficiency had increased again. The needle pine wood at the forest's edge was visibly decreasing. Log after log was carried back to the village. In their amazed eyes, Lin led them to build 5 wooden houses and 2 brewing workshop huts, completing them in just 2 days. Lin's construction finally leveled up. Your construction has leveled up to level 1. Unlocking. Character panel. Reward received. Memory Pearl times 1. Looking at the text introduction in front of him, Lin's eyebrows raised. A panel where you can see detailed information of everyone? Lin turned his gaze to Red beside him. Attributes. Attack D, Defense E+, Speed D-, Constitution D-, Energy E. Talent. Focus. Calm down when using a bow. Improving accuracy. Looking at Red's character panel, Lin instantly understood. Red was not some game character. The existence of the character panel merely showcased Red's abilities in numerical form. It allowed Lin to more intuitively see everyone's talents and abilities. No wonder Red's accuracy with the horn bow was so high. Turns out he had the talent for using a bow and arrow. Lin then looked at the middle-aged man who had just joined in the front. Name: Valentine Edwards. Attributes: Attack E+, Defense E-, Speed E-, Constitution E+, Energy F. No talents, just an ordinary person. Lin walked around the village, scanning everyone, and was not satisfied with anyone's attributes. Only Kisi had a well-organized talent. Guy had beast affinity, and Lex had temperature perception talent. These talents all belonged to administrative talents. Lin sighed. Red's strength was evident to all. With more labor, Lin could carry out more plans at the same time. Lin called over Kisi. He instructed her to arrange a fixed team to dig and transport humus from the forest, piling it at the edge of the farmland. Then, using manure from dry toilets and straw, proceed with composting, waiting for the summer tillage. The composting time would take at least 2 months to mature. Further, although the planted 3 mu of wheat wasn't much, it still required weeding and irrigation. However, there's no need to assign people to guard the wheat field all day. Just a few broken acres. Lin's experience wasn't even enough. Then, the Acadia River fishing cage couldn't stop. If damaged, it should be repaired immediately. Before livestock breeding started, river fish was the village's most important and fastest meat source. Finally, there was the farmland. Now, with so much labor, more people could be arranged to clear weeds, branches, and stones embedded in the soil, waiting for oxen to cultivate. There were still too few oxen. If there were more wasteland could be cultivated. All these belonged to agricultural production, and Kisi, with her well-organized talent. Lin could just make decisions and leave them to her to execute. Kisi responded and left Lin's wooden hut. Seeing everything in well-organized progress, Lin, carrying an axe, walked into the kitchen. The sound of the axe landing on the wooden cutting board kept coming from the kitchen. Half of a smoked wild boar was visibly cut into pieces. The fully smoked, dried wild boar was too tough to be cut without using the axe on the boar's tough skin. Some passing villagers had expressions full of incredulity. Master Lin, the Lord, was cutting wild boar meat? Was it to prepare a meal? Cooking experience +1. Cooking experience +1. Bit by bit, the experience kept quickly increasing. Cooking knowledge appeared in Lin's mind and quickly integrated. He poured over 50 pounds of wild boar meat into a large pottery pot, added over 50 pounds of barley, and then added 100 pounds of river water. Added a few thick logs, and began the simmering. Cooking experience +1. All the villagers who went out returned. and a pot of enticingly fragrant wild boar meat barley porridge was placed on the open ground outside the wooden hut. Watching the bubbling and steaming pot, its thickness almost like barley rice, their eyes were full of longing, and they unconsciously swallowed. Lin glanced over them and solemnly said, "As long as you obey my orders and maintain 100% effort and labor, after each day's work, you will have such food to eat. This is my promise to you as Lin. There's still 1,000 pounds of barley, several hundred pounds of wild boar, several hundred pounds of wolf meat, and more than 200 pounds of smoked fish. Enough for them to eat for a long time." Lin arrived at the brewing workshop. The current brewing workshop is the only industry that can generate income for the village. Lex, who had finished dinner, was grinding a large pile of barley malt with a stone mill. This is one of the processes of brewing beer. Only dried malt ground into malt powder and mixed with water can proceed to the next saccharification. This time, due to the lack of boiling pots and other iron pots, the brewing limit is only 1,000 pounds. That means there are more than 300 pounds of barley sprouted malt waiting for Lex and his apprentices to grind. However, relying solely on manpower for grinding is extremely slow. The efficiency of beer brewing must be increased. Seeing Lin, he quickly walked out and spoke respectfully, "Master Lin." Lin casually replied with a hum and walked directly to the stone mill. Under Lex's surprised gaze, he grasped the handle of the stone mill, stood firm, and started rotating with his right hand. With a buzzing sound, the millstone started rotating again. Production experience +1. Production experience +1. The experience points increased rapidly bit by bit. The brewing knowledge also fused in Lin's mind. As the experience gain slowed, the muscles in Lin's arms began to swell, and he stopped. Looking at Lex nearby, Lin said, "I'll assign you 3 more people for instruction. I need more beer production." "Lex, you know, only with more beer can we ensure everyone eats their fill." Feeling Lin's urgent gaze, Lex trembled all over. Master Lin's words implied, he's important, and his responsibility for the brewing workshop is crucial. Lex quickly agreed. "Yes, Master Lin." Kisi trotted to Lin's wooden house. Seeing Lin sitting by the hearth, Kisi bent her body slightly. "Master Lin, did you call for me?" Lin nodded, saying, "Are the division and allocation of labor within the village arranged well?" Kisi didn't overthink, responding directly, "Master Lin, according to your orders, everything is arranged. For farming, Gavin and Wilbur are responsible for driving the plow oxen for cultivation, and Guy will help anytime after finishing breeding and domestication. Of the remaining 8 men, Valentine is leading 4 in the excavation and transport of decomposed soil. The other 3 are logging, and the last one is transporting manure and brewery mash for composting. As for clearing weeds, Gavin and Wilbur's wives, 3 newly arrived women, plus me, make 5. Lin nodded with satisfaction. Kisi indeed had the gift of being well organized. Lin said, "Transfer a man from the woodcutters and 2 women to Lex's brewing workshop." The scale of the brewing workshop needs to expand. Relying solely on Lex and his strength isn't enough. The brewing workshop needs to speed up. Kisi immediately agreed. "All right, Master Lin." Seeing that Lin had no other instructions, Kisi bowed and left, helping Lin close the wooden door. There are many ways to improve beer production. Improve the malt production process, improve saccharification equipment, improve boiling equipment, accelerate the wort cooling method, and professionalize the division of brewing labor, etc. Under the current conditions, Lin could only accelerate the grinding efficiency of malt and increase manpower. Lin, along with Red and Valentine and others, grandly walked into the forest. He wanted to build a watermill for the stone mill. The stone mill Lin already had, and it could be used with slight modification. Now, what's missing are a large amount of hard, corrosion-resistant wood, and the forest was certainly not lacking in timber. The watermill needs stable water flow. Next to Lin's village, there's an entire Acadia River. Perfect conditions for the construction and installation of the watermill. After walking 100 meters into the forest, the environment ahead turned dark. Dense branches above almost completely obscured the sky. Only faint light remained, passing through the gaps in leaves, falling onto the ground. Lin's gaze fixed on a tree more than 30 centimeters in diameter in front of him. Oak, corrosion-resistant, impact-resistant, hard texture, can be used for construction, building, etc. Lin clasped the iron axe in both hands and began chopping from the side of the oak. Collection experience, +1. Seeing Master Lin start chopping wood, the villagers also began sweating. Careful, the tree is falling. Amidst the sound of chopping, oaks fell one after another. Lin, after consecutively chopping down 3 trees, sat on a distant rock, gasping heavily. Compared to pine wood, the difficulty of chopping oak was indeed much higher. Red walked to Lin's side, handing the clay water jug to him. Lin glanced at it, reached out, and drank heartily. The cool sensation entered his stomach, making Lin feel much more comfortable. Watching the villagers clean the branches from each oak trunk, then 2 by 2, lifted and carried them out of the forest. Lin's mind instantly recalled the time he first built the wooden house. More people are the key. Lin intended to produce a small watermill that could drive the stone mill, requiring approximately 20 oak logs. Chopping and transporting these oak logs back took Lin an entire day. The next day, the low and rhythmic sound of sawing resounded in the village. Production experience, +1. Production experience, +1. The knowledge of making a watermill surfaced and quickly merged in Lin's mind. Making a watermill is not difficult. The challenge lies in understanding the knowledge of watermill craftsmanship and controlling the details. Others don't know this knowledge. However, Lin, having acquired and become familiar with this knowledge not long ago. Lin first needed to build the watermill's frame, using iron saws to cut oak into the appropriate lengths and shapes, then assembling them into a polygonal frame with mortise and tenon joints. Next were the spokes. Lin used iron saws to cut the logs into strips, inserting one end into the hub and connecting the other to the edge of the watermill frame, ensuring the watermill's stability. Because the Acadia River was somewhat rapid, Lin increased the number of spokes to 12. He definitely did not want the watermill to enter the river and instantly become wood scraps. Following that was the transmission device for the watermill to drive the stone mill. Given current conditions, Lin could only opt for gear transmission. Belt transmission was still a bit distant. Lin picked up a pre-cut round log piece, using iron chisel and iron hammer to create gear teeth. Finally, was the fabrication and installation of blades. Lin directly had Red, along with a few villagers with level 2 production, to assist in crafting the blades according to his specifications. They spent 3 days to erect this small watermill. Came to the Acadia River beside the brewing workshop, found a relatively hard spot of ground, had several villagers build a foundation platform for fixing the watermill. The small watermill stood beside the Acadia River. The somewhat rapid water flow hit the sloped blades, converting into 2 forces. One is the tangential force pushing the blades around the central axis, enabling the watermill to rotate continuously. The other is the normal force exerted on the blades. Under the effect of tangential force, the watermill began rotating, transforming the water flow's kinetic energy into the watermill's mechanical energy. As the gears meshed, the watermill's mechanical energy drove the stone mill through the transmission device. The stone mill moved outside the wood house, started rotating automatically. Seeing the once heavy stone mill rotating steadily and uniformly, Lex was filled with joy. His words stuttered. "Master Lin, this is..." Lin's lips curved upwards. "Watermill for the stone mill." The watermill has become the iconic structure of the village. The returning villagers, full of curiosity, come by, their faces filled with amazement. Is this what Master Lin has been busy building for days? The wheel's rotation drives the millstone to spin, no longer needing manpower for grinding. Is this some kind of miracle? Master Lin said it's called a stone mill water wheel. With the addition of the stone mill water wheel and 3 laborers, the brewing workshop's speed has significantly increased. 300 pounds of wheat malt are all ground into powder within half a day, moving to the next process. But this is still only a temporary solution, lacking large cauldrons for saccharification and boiling. Without these iron pots, even if the stone mill water wheel improves the efficiency of malt grinding, it's impossible to expand beer production. When this batch of beer is finished, it's still only 900 pounds. The iron pots, that is, iron products, severely choked the throat of Lin Village's development. Just as Lin is in a dilemma, George arrives at the village, seated in his carriage. George nimbly jumps off the carriage that is about to stop. Looking ahead at Lin, George's face is filled with excitement. "Oh, dear Master Lin, do you know? This time you're going to make a fortune." Lin raises an eyebrow, waiting for George's subsequent words. George quickly explains, "Master Lin, do you know? I took your brewed beer to Chisano town. That's the town where we sold beer last time. It's a large town with at least 3,000 residents living there. I just brought the beer to town, didn't even enter the tavern, before those wealthy folks bought it all up. Those people drank your beer, Master Lin, deeply enthralled by it. They really love the taste of rosemary." Lin nodded, not much surprised. After all, Lex has level 3 brewing and temperature perception talents on display. The more they love it, the more it proves Lin's choice in selecting Lex and the brewing industry is correct. George, full of curiosity, looks at Lin. "Master Lin, those wealthy people asked me to inquire. Exactly which brewer possesses such skill?" Lin casually glances beside him. Indeed, Lex stands proudly behind him. Lin has no objections. A brewer certainly needs to know market feedback. Only then can he make adjustments to brew beer that becomes more coveted. Lin calmly said, "It's the beer brewed by the master brewer I specifically invited, Lex Florin." Upon hearing Lin's words, Lex became even more thrilled, trembling with excitement. As if receiving the Emperor of the Empire's decree, Lex feels that when George leaves the village, crossing the forest and returning to the town, he will become famous. George nods. "All right, Master Lin, I've remembered this name. I'll tell those wealthy folks this name." His statement takes a turn. "Master Lin, is it still 900 pounds of beer this time?" Lin somewhat helplessly responds, "Yes, if no agreed items are brought this time. Next time it will be 900 pounds of beer again." George laughs. "Master Lin, I brought back 2 medium-sized iron pots, each capable of holding around 1,000 pounds. Upon hearing George's words, Lin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Around 1,000 pounds? This far exceeds Lin's iron pot budget with George. An iron pot of roughly 1,000 pounds, even at the lightest, weighs about 300 pounds. A pound of ordinary iron costs 2 pence per pound. In other words, the combined cost of 2 iron pots is 1,200 pence, 100 shillings. This does not include the blacksmith's labor costs. Lin's 900 pounds of beer, sold to George, is worth only 300 pence. George noticed Lin's confusion. He awkwardly explained, "Master Lin, let me be honest with you. I took half of their deposit from those wealthy people. They're giving me a month to deliver their beer to them. Only then can I receive the remaining payment. Therefore, I can only use the deposit to add equipment for Master Lin. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to deliver the beer to those wealthy folks, and by then." Hearing this, Lin understood. George had made a deal with those beer-loving wealthy people. The consequences by then, George didn't say, nor did Lin know. But Lin knew those beers had a significant profit margin for George. "People die for money, birds die for food." Lin answered, "Don't worry, once we have these big pots, beer production will increase." George's face relaxed slightly. Lin glanced at Lex, who immediately understood. Called upon his few apprentices to carry the iron pots to the brewing workshop. What George brought was not just 2 medium-sized large iron pots. On the cart behind, it was also filled with barley, at least 4,000 pounds. For a merchant who was previously collecting crops, it's impossible to have such large expenditures. Lin began to suspect how many pence George had collected from those wealthy folks. However, none of this was of concern to Lin. The 2 iron pots, worth 1,200 pence, for 1,000 pounds of barley, worth 800 pence, totaling 2,000 pence. The value of these goods is a mere trifle to a noble lord. Even casually forging a set of chain armor for a soldier costs tens of gold pounds. But for Lin, it is an opportunity. He strides to the brewing workshop and speaks to Lex. "Lex, with these 2 iron pots, how much beer can the brewing workshop produce at once?" Lex's eyes darted around as he hurriedly calculated. "Master Lin, 3,000 pounds, 3,000 pounds of beer. 1,000 pounds of barley can brew 3,000 pounds of beer, selling for 1,500 pence. The brewing workshop needs to brew 4,000 pounds of beer to match the value of the 2 iron pots and barley he delivered. Lynn said sternly. Lex, from now on, I don't care what method you use. Every week, I need to see 3,000 pounds of beer packed into barrels and sent out by George. Otherwise, you'll be stuffed into the barrels. Feeling the majesty emanating from Lynn, Lex immediately became nervous. I understand, Master Lynn. On the secluded road in the mountains and forests, 2 carriages are traveling smoothly. Perhaps because the cargo on the carriage frame is light, the 2 horses leisurely snort. The servant driving the carriage glanced at George, kindly reminding him, Master George, you used the Dalton family as a guarantee to receive their deposit. If your father finds out, the consequences. George's face is full of calm. I know what the consequences will be. The Dalton family, as a generational merchant family, holds some fame in Kakasong City. Not only within Kakasong City, but even encountering some bandits outside, knowing it's the Dalton family's caravan. They would only charge a small toll and generously offer passage. But they'll only do so out of respect for the patriarch, Ward Dalton. George Dalton is only an illegitimate child unable to enjoy any rights from the Dalton family. Even after reaching adulthood, he would be dispatched to various small towns and villages to engage in traveling merchant activities, relying on his ability to create new income channels for the family. Not even allowed to use the Dalton family name. With his ability, he established his own merchant channels, finding quality farm produce in various villages, buying them at a low price, and selling them at a high price in towns. But George understood that relying on such small operations, he could never turn his life around. Until he accidentally went to Kent Village and saw Lynn selling beer. George sensed the business opportunity and profits brought by Lynn's beer. An opportunity that could turn his life around seemed to be in front of him. The servant immediately fell silent, not daring to speak more. Looking at the tense servant, George smiled. Barry, if you don't take a gamble, we can never raise our heads within the Dalton family. Are you willing to be a coachman all your life? The village's population is too large, and the available pottery has become inadequate. Lynn called Kesey over and had her arrange for people to continue using the previous earthen kilns to produce charcoal and pottery. The village's public facilities also need continuous improvement. A single communal kitchen is simply not enough for 22 people to use. Often, 2 pots need to be cooked for everyone to eat at the same time. Moreover, Lex is now fully devoted to the brewing workshop and doesn't have time to cook for everyone. Lynn found a female villager with level 2 cooking to handle the cooking specifically. Apart from this, there's the well. Lynn realized a well had to be dug. After the last spring rain, Lynn noticed the water of the Acadia River had turned yellow. The silt in the river hadn't settled for days. If it weren't for the few water tanks that had been made earlier, they would have had to cook with silt-laden water. The most crucial thing is that the yellowing of the river water would affect the brewing workshop. Additional outhouses also need to be built. Lynn found long queues in front of the outhouse doors several times in the morning. The warehouse also needs to start construction immediately. Several hundred pounds of barley from before haven't been finished, and now there's an additional 4,000 pounds. The kitchen is almost filled to the brim, necessitating a dedicated granary for storage. Under Lynn's leadership, wooden houses were built one after the other. The village's facilities gradually improved, finally taking on the semblance of a village. Only the well remained unfinished. Other than the brewing workshop, Lynn stopped all other work. Leading a dozen people carrying cross pickaxes and other iron tools, with baskets on their backs, and driving cattle carts, they set off toward the mountain ridge more than an hour away. Lynn needed stones for reinforcing the well wall and paving roads. The area around the wooden houses is clear land, yet still muddy paths. Under the regular sunlight, the mud paths remained hard, but after a spring rain, all the roads became muddy. Sticky shoes, slipping, causing unnecessary physical exertion and significantly affecting work efficiency. At least one road with gravel suitable for passage by ox carts and horse carts, stable enough for transporting compost, is needed. As for the road leading outside, there isn't enough labor for now. Lynn grasped the cross pickaxe with both hands and struck hard against an irregular piece of limestone, producing a sound that vibrated the eardrums. The reaction force of the pickaxe on the stone numbed Lynn's arms. Collection experience +1. Collection experience, +1. A sound of shattering followed as the limestone fractured into several dozen pieces of various sizes. The surrounding villagers used iron shovels and hoes to gather all the surrounding rock fragments into baskets and then carried them back to the village. Mining stones is inherently a laborious, slow-yielding, and lengthy task. But for a village's development, if you want to get rich, first build roads, which is always correct. Lynn had someone set up the brought pottery pot over a fire to prepare lunch. The journey is quite distant, making a round trip wastes too much time. So Lynn simply had them move the pottery pot over. Along with it came several dozen pounds of barley and half a smoked wild boar from the smokehouse. As Lynn continuously chopped with a knife, chunks of wild boar meat the size of palms were thrown into the pottery pot. He added barley and some leaves to season and remove the gamey taste. As Lynn kept adding dry kindling, the pot released a fragrant meat-scented steam. Cooking experience, +1. Cooking experience, +1. The villagers still collecting and digging stones couldn't help but swallow their saliva upon seeing the wild boar and barley porridge brewing in the pottery pot, their bodies filled with energy. Lynn never hesitated to provide meat. With such high-intensity work daily and so much sweat, without sufficient meat intake, they wouldn't replenish the salt required by the human body. Insufficient salt intake would result in exhaustion and weakness the next day, affecting work efficiency. After days of continuous stone mining, a stone-reinforced well was finally built in the center of the village. A ready-made winch was installed at the well's mouth, with a bucket tied to a hand-twisted grass rope. A simple wooden shelter was also constructed above the well to protect the water quality during rain. A layer of moderate-sized gravel was laid on the open space in front of the village's wooden houses, transforming the dirt paths between fields into gravel roads. At this moment did Lynn call off the stone mining project. It was too labor and time-consuming. Lynn had wanted to pave cement roads or red brick roads entirely, but conditions were limited. Relying on cross pickaxes and hoes for mining is too challenging. Plus, producing cement and red bricks requires coal mines. Without coal, just burning wood or charcoal can't reach the necessary temperature requirements for firing, let alone coal mines. Even finding a salt mine, Lynn feels, would allow them to take off, be it coal mines or salt mines. Finding any mineral source would be a symbol of wealth. Of course, it would also become a target for many lords. But if one can hold on to it, that would lead to a rapid rise in power. Guy found Lynn and led him to his wooden house. Inside the wooden house, a white wild wolf cub and a scrawny black wild wolf cub were slowly moving around the walls. Their steps were slow, their bodies swaying slightly as they walked. Their soft, mule-like howls echoed intermittently from their mouths. Lynn raised an eyebrow. He had truly forgotten about these two wolf cubs amidst all the business arrangements. Surprisingly, Guy had really managed to keep them alive. Malnourished wild wolf cub, in cub stage, tiny and cute, possesses no attack power, etc. Guy explained helplessly. Master Lynn, since I truly couldn't find any milk, I fed them some wheat flour. It's surprising they survived. Lynn nodded. From now on, you can feed them some meat, preferably minced fine meat. Guy nodded in understanding. Lynn felt that Guy's animal affinity talent was indeed useful, not just for the wolf cubs. In the nearby pigsty, 2 wild boar piglets were also growing rapidly. In a few months, the wild boars would reach maturity and then reproduce. An endless supply of wild boar meat and leather seemed not far away. Lynn just woke up and walked out of the wooden house. Red appeared before Lynn, dragging Valentine with his right hand. Perhaps out of extreme panic, Valentine knelt directly in front of Lynn. Before Lynn could inquire, Valentine began to plead. "Oh, Master Lynn, please forgive my sins. I will never dare again." Lynn frowned and asked, "What happened?" Red explained, "Valentine wanted to leave the village, and I caught him." Upon hearing Red's words, Valentine hurriedly explained, "Master Lynn, I wasn't trying to leave the village. I wanted to bring other villagers over." Lynn raised an eyebrow. "Other villagers?" Valen's face was full of panic. "Yes, Master Lynn, they are all villagers from Tabola village. To reduce our target, we split into 2 groups, each searching for a village to settle in. 10 days later, whether we find one or not, someone will be sent to the appointed location to inform. If they haven't found a village to settle in yet, I'll bring them over. I believe that with Master Lin being so magnanimous, he would certainly be willing to accept them. Seeing the sincerity in Valen's eyes, Lin nodded. Valen, I trust your character. Especially since Valen had a character loyalty of as high as 80%. Valen's face relaxed. His character loyalty even increased by 2%. Thank you for your discernment, Master Lin. Lin asked, how far is it from here to your appointed meeting point? Without any hesitation, Valen answered, about 4 hours' journey. Lin nodded. Go to the kitchen and take some barley bread to eat on the road. I'll wait here for your return. Hearing Lin's words, Valen left the village full of gratitude. With the grain in the barn, even if Valen brought back more than 20 refugees, he could still sustain them. Lin needed labor, a large amount of labor. Whether paving roads and building bridges or clearing wasteland, all require a large labor force. Without a few hundred people, even if there was a gold or silver mine, Lin couldn't handle it. Indeed, 80% character loyalty was not just for show. Valen did not disappoint Lin. At dusk, Valen returned. Behind him were 25 healthy men and women. According to Valen, their village is far from here. Those who were unhealthy might have fallen behind halfway during the escape. Valen approached Lin, speaking with great respect. Master Lin, these are all villagers from Tabola village. Like us, they came here seeking a safe refuge to escape from danger. Seeing that Master Lin did not blame him at all, Valen quickly looked at the 25 people he brought. This is Master Lin, the lord of this land. Everyone shouted in unison, Master Lin. Lin glanced over them. Their faces were dusty and thin. Obviously, they hadn't eaten enough for a long time. Lin called Kisi to prepare them dinner. Instantly, their gaze towards Lin was filled with light, as if they were seeing their own parents. The village population increased once again. Now there were 47 people. Apart from Markel and 2 other boys and girls, there were 44 people capable of labor. Each population increase required the expansion of log cabins. When 8 residential log cabins were completed, the village already had close to 30 log cabins. A small village had already been formed. An increase in population is good, but Lin found that he lacked oxen and plows. This meant Lin had to let these newly joined villagers use iron hoes and cross pickaxes to till the land. The speed was slow, but still much better than when he used a flint axe, digging hoe by hoe. Lumbering in the forest continued. Wood was needed to build log cabins, warehouses, and so on. In the green wheat field, Lin was squatting and inspecting the wheat on the ridge. It had reached the stage where the seedlings changed from sprawling to upright growth. 2 tender green leaves, full of life energy at first glance. The period from seedling to tillering was still at least a month away. The planting industry's cycle was indeed too long. As Lin was inspecting the seedlings in the wheat field, Kisi walked over the ridge and came to his side. Seeing Kisi panting, Lin asked, "What's going on?" Kisi took a deep breath, calming her breathing. She spoke steadily. "Master Lin, the raft workers found a salt mine in the forest." Lin's eyebrows instantly raised. "A salt mine?" Kisi nodded. "Yes, Master Lin, a salt mine." While they were logging, they saw a wild deer. At first, they wanted to follow it and hunt it, but before escaping, they found it licking white stones. They tried licking it and found it salty. Lin's interest was piqued. "Take me there." Animals lacking salt in their bodies would lick salt-containing rocks, but that didn't necessarily mean it was a salt mine. The two walked towards the nearby forest. Passing open spaces, they trekked over 3,000 meters into the forest. Lin stood before a patch of white rock. Under a layer of decomposed soil and dead leaves, there was clearly a layer of white salt mine. Large, open-pit salt mine, formed by salt crystals of ancient seas or salt lakes, with a high sodium chloride content. Looking at the string of characters in front of him, Lin's eyebrows raised. An open-pit salt mine, and a large open-pit salt mine. Lin took an axe from a villager's hand and walked around the edge of the open-pit salt mine. After a few minutes, he hadn't completed the perimeter of the salt mine's surface. The surface area was at least over 100 square meters, and the thickness unknown. If it had a thickness of over 10 meters, the reserves of this large salt mine could reach tens of millions of tons. Lin felt like he was about to soar. Be it for humans or animals, they must consume a suitable amount of salt. to replenish salt, ensuring normal body function. Salt was everyone's essential consumable, with vast demand. In daily life, preserving food was done mainly through salting, an indispensable ingredient for curing meat, fish, and vegetables. On the battlefield, soldiers' food supplies needed salt to preserve meat, and in tough marching and combat environments, it supplemented electrolytes lost through sweat. Even the six great empires considered salt as a currency medium, used for trading other essentials like food, cloth, and metalware, etc. The importance of salt. Now, a large open-pit salt mine was in front of Lin. What Lin needed to consider now was how to extract the open-pit salt mine. An open-pit salt mine, whether economically or politically, was enough to make many lords recklessly want to fight for it. In his village, besides Red possessing some combat ability, others were just ordinary farmers. It's impossible to guard this open-pit salt mine. Guarding an open-pit salt mine waiting for death? Bandits were rampant, the Great Lord was inactive, and the outside situation was increasingly complex. If you stretch your neck, it's a knife, and if you shrink it, it's also a knife. Lin steeled his heart, deciding to take a gamble. For him to quickly develop now, he must have more and faster ways to earn money. Brewing workshops were one of the money-making industries, but nowhere near as fast as the salt mine. There was no need to worry about the shelf life or transportation. Not even a little rain could affect the salt mine. The only danger came from other lords or the church. However, Lin could secretly sell. By the time they noticed, he'd have thousands of troops and horses. If worst comes to worst, he'd present Marquis Duca's territory charter. Returning to the log cabin, Lin pondered how to conduct the excavation. The distance from the village to the open-pit salt mine was not far, just about 3,000 meters. Excluding the 4 at the brewing workshop and 3 children, everyone else could be devoted to the excavation of the open-pit salt mine. To transport the salt mine back to the village, a road capable of accommodating ox carts and horse carriages must be built. With that in mind, Lin had made up his mind. He wanted the whole village to rally and excavate the open-pit salt mine. Lin called Kisi, asking her to gather everyone in the open space in front of the log cabin. With puzzled expressions, everyone looked at Lin standing at the cabin's entrance. But they dared not say anything, waiting quietly. Lin took a deep breath and spoke to them. Ladies and gentlemen, before the summer plowing, you can temporarily put aside your work. You will be divided into 3 groups. The first group for logging, the second for paving with stone, and the third for mining salt. The excavation of the open-pit salt mine has begun. Moreover, mining rock salt is even more convenient and easier than Lin imagined. No complex excavation techniques are needed, nor is immense power required. All that's needed is an iron tool to clean the soil and dead leaves from the rock salt surface. Then excavation can proceed. Even Lin and Red are involved in the rock salt excavation. Collection experience, +1. Collection experience, +1. Normally, with such a large scale of rock salt presence, there would likely be some large beasts around. However, they excavated for an entire day without seeing any large beasts. Lin thought to himself, isn't this area the territory of the wild wolf pack? With a pack of more than a dozen wild wolves, how could other beasts dare approach? Even Lin didn't expect that in order to survive, they had no choice but to eliminate the wolf pack. Coincidentally, this also resolved the crisis faced in rock salt mining. 2 birds with 1 stone. There are 20 people digging for rock salt at the open-pit salt mine. Because the tools vary, each person can mine about 60 pounds of rock salt. Excavating rock salt is not like clearing Wasteland, where one stroke of the hoe would turn up soil. Instead, it needs to be chiseled out bit by bit. Although not as hard as a rock, it still requires quite a bit of effort. Compared to farming, the villagers' faces at this moment were full of excitement and enthusiasm. As long as they dig out the rock salt, that's money. Once Master Lin sells the rock salt, they won't have to worry about food and drink anymore. How much can you earn from farming? At the end of the day, they had excavated at least 1,200 pounds of rock salt. But the forest trees haven't been cut down, and roads have not yet been laid. They can only rely on carrying baskets to transport the rock salt back to the village. As the baskets of rock salt were placed at the wooden house's entrance, some villagers responsible for cutting down trees and digging stones for paving a road looked puzzled. Lin glanced around and spoke. Everyone, The stones in the baskets are all rock salt. As soon as he said this, the puzzled villagers were instantly filled with shock. Indeed, they are free people, but their daily wages are barely enough to buy edible salt. Their daily food is simple and tasteless. Just like the food Lynn had before, no difference. That's because salt is too expensive. Merchants bring salt from other places to the village, costing 6 pence per pound. They can barely afford food. How could they possibly afford to buy salt? An unattainable existence. But now, Master Lin tells them, all these baskets used for dirt and stones are full of salt. They were not shocked by how much the salt was worth, because regardless of its value, it's all Master Lin's property. They were shocked by why there was so much salt. Lin continued, we found an open-pit salt mine in the forest. As long as you follow my orders completely, you can eat salt every day in the future. In fact, each of you can take a piece of rock salt right now. Offering empty promises? Lin has never made empty promises to them. Once or twice, maybe, but by the third or fourth time, their loyalty would decrease. Upon hearing this, the previously calm villagers suddenly erupted with loud shouts of amazement. Each piece of rock salt in the basket weighs at least 4 or 5 pounds. And Master Lin is willing to give each of them a piece? Under Lin's watchful gaze, Gavin, unable to withstand the pressure, had to step forward first and took a piece. Wilbur followed closely behind. The villagers at the back saw this and nervously followed suit. Even Markel was holding a piece of rock salt in his hand. All the nervous faces lit up with excited smiles. Even their gazes towards Lin turned into reverence. They never dreamed that one day they would be able to eat salt. Even more so, they never thought the salt would be given by the Lord. Seeing their excited expressions and the climbing loyalty level, Lin felt a wave of satisfaction. Having found a large open-pit salt mine, rock salt is the last thing he lacks now. By giving these villagers what he has in abundance, he increases the loyalty of the villagers, making them more diligent in mining rock salt. This is a positive cycle. Moreover, the villagers would be deeply grateful and more supportive of Lin, because Lin was the one who improved their lives. The work of mining rock salt, cutting trees, and paving roads continued. With the daily incentive of rock salt, villagers have become more diligent in their excavation, even to the extent that Lin didn't give orders, yet they were still willing to stay outside working. The brewery's 3,000 pounds of beer had been brewed. George also arrived at Lin's village on time. He noticed the village had changed a bit, but right now he felt nothing. Seeing Master Lin in front, he jumped off the cart. George forced a difficult smile. Master Lin, long time no see. Lin asked with confusion. George, did you encounter some trouble? George explained to Lin the difficulties he was facing. He used the Dalton family's honor as collateral and received advance payments from the wealthy buyers. He spent 5 gold pounds to buy 2 large iron pots for Lin, and to transport Lin's 3,000 pounds of beer, he also bought 4 medium-sized carts pulled by 2 draft horses together, worth 5 gold pounds. But now, the Dalton family had found out about this. To avoid trouble, the Dalton family directly expelled George, their illegitimate child, from the family. Meaning without the Dalton family as a guarantor, with George's reputation alone, he couldn't gain the rich people's trust. They wanted George to return the advance payment within a week. Otherwise, they would send him to Kakasong City Jail on fraud charges. George also understood that even if Lin brewed 3,000 pounds of beer with 2 large iron pots, it would not fill this large gap. 2,400 pence. After understanding the situation, Lin smiled and said, George, you must know that as long as it's a problem that can be solved with money, it's not a big deal. George immediately widened his eyes, not quite believing what he heard. The Lin in front of him, who not long ago was selling beer for 85 pence per barrel, now spoke with a sort of financial largesse. George curiously asked, Master Lin, what do you mean? Lin looked directly at George. 10 gold pounds? George, how many pounds of rock salt would it take to be worth 10 gold pounds? George was shocked, repeating the words, Master Lin, you're talking about rock salt? George asked almost instinctively, Master Lin, where did you get rock salt? Did you find a salt mine? Lin nodded calmly again. George exclaimed with joy, Oh my God, Master Lin, you're going to be wealthy. George returned from his shock and excitement. Master Lin, according to the current market price, Directly edible fine salt is 7 pence per pound. Yes, in less than a month, the price of fine salt has risen again. According to what you said, rock salt's just been excavated and hasn't been processed, so it can't be directly consumed. The price would be relatively low, about 2 pence per pound. Upon hearing about processing, Lynn was not surprised. Rock salt is indeed salt, but it requires simple processes like crushing, dissolving, and extraction to become edible salt. This world has the salt-making technique, but the craftsmanship is too terrible. Often 10 pounds of rock salt might only yield 3 pounds of edible salt. Looking at Lynn apprehensively, George asked, "Master Lynn, how much rock salt have you excavated now?" Lynn thought for a moment and said, "Now, it should be about 7,000 pounds." George swallowed. 7,000 pounds. His mind quickly performed calculations. 7,000 pounds of rock salt, each pound priced at 2 pence. Enough, more than enough. If Master Lin is willing to entrust him with selling the rock salt, not only will it help Master Lin make a huge profit, he will also be able to return the reservation fees to those rich people, and even add a few more carriages and a few more guards to his carriage team. George looked at Lin. At this moment, Lin was radiating brilliance in his eyes. George was extremely grateful now. Grateful for his decision to go to Kent Village to purchase grain. Grateful that he sold 2 iron pots to Master Lin at a discount. Grateful for purchasing Master Lin's beer. Even more grateful for meeting Master Lin. George took a deep breath and asked, "Master Lin, to whom are you planning to entrust the management and sale of your rock salt?" Lin looked directly at George. "Of course, it's you, George." Feeling Lin's gaze and the words filled with trust, George's expression showed difficulty. "But, Master Lin, I don't have that many gold pounds right now to buy your rock salt." Even excluding the 5 gold pounds for the 2 iron pots, he still needs 25 gold pounds. Even if he mortgaged his 2 carriages and sold himself, they wouldn't be worth that much money. Could it be that he'll miss this opportunity to turn his fortunes around? Lin's words were full of certainty. "Just like how you spend 5 gold pounds without counting the cost and invest in my brewing workshop, I can also use these 7,000 pounds of rock salt to trust in George's character." Listening to Lin's words, George's entire body began to tremble. Has he been trusted by Master Lin? George forced himself to steady his body, bent his body. "Thank you for your trust, Master Lin." He stood up straight, continuing, "Master Lin, as per your instructions, I brought you the grain, 5,000 pounds of barley, 300 pounds of wheat, and over 100 pounds of vegetables, along with over 200 pounds of pork and mutton." Lin nodded. "However, George, starting next time, I'll also need quality iron and labor." He needs quality iron to build a heavy plow, to create more farm tools, and even weapons. The labor can be cattle or horses, can be free people, or could be slaves. There are many sources for slaves. Conflicts between empires or tribes, prisoners of war taken as spoils of war, sold as slaves. The fiercest battles naturally come from the eastern region's oasis grasslands of the Tetlon Empire and the Golden Desert Khanate, comprising numerous nomadic tribes, forming their own nations. Brave warriors, known as those who live on horseback. Debt slaves, some free people unable to repay the manor lord's debts, become slaves with their families, as well as criminals or those stripped of their civil rights. Slavery is inherently part of this world. George immediately responded, "All right, Master Lin." Watching the baskets of rock salt poured into bags, George's mood became inexplicably joyous. He knew he had gambled right. The profit that can be gained by Master Lin entrusting him with the sale of beer and rock salt. George couldn't imagine relying solely on trading the crops near Kasong City for the Dalton family. What can that count for? George's gaze turned toward Master Lin's village. It was only then that he noticed that the muddy open spaces in the village were all covered with gravel. More wooden houses for people to live in appeared. The 2 wooden houses of the brewing workshop had now become 6, including a dedicated fermentation room and a warehouse for storing beer. In the center of the village, there was even a well for drawing drinking water. In the distance, the farmland opened up was even more expansive than before. It seems that every visit to Master Lin's village shows noticeable changes. After saying goodbye respectfully to Lin, George left. still on the roads between the mountains and forests. Compared to the last time, when 2 draft horse carriages barely carried 3 barrels of beer. This time, 6 carriages were struggling to carry the goods, resulting in George and several drivers and guards walking alongside the carriages. 7,000 pounds of rock salt, plus 3,000 pounds of beer, 10,000 pounds of cargo. George's close servant Barry, seeing the excitement on George's face, felt joy along with him. The work to pave the road to the open-pit salt mine was still continuing. A mine with reserves likely reaching 1,000 million tons, relying on dozens of people using baskets to carry. How long will it take to carry all that? There must be a path that allows horse carts or ox carts to provide efficiency. Moreover, after learning the price of rock salt from George, Lynn already had a decision in mind. He wanted to build his own salt factory. To process the extracted rock salt in a salt factory, turning it into fine salt that can be consumed directly. 2 pence directly triples in value, becoming 7 pence. The reason the price gap between rock salt and fine salt is so vast is due to the backward technique of refining rock salt in this world. Usually adopting the dissolution and crystallization method, toss in 10 pounds of rock salt, and at most gain 3 pounds of consumable salt. As Lynn turned around and looked at the figures busy behind him, because of his rock salt incentive method, nearly every villager was laboring to the fullest without needing any urging. But that's not enough. There's too little labor force. Whether for excavating or building the salt factory, lots of labor is needed. With the salt mine, he now doesn't lack money. What he lacks is a large labor force. The salt factory must be temporarily postponed. Lynn was holding a knife, chopping pieces of carrots, and tossing them into the pottery pot. Cooking experience +1. Several pounds of pork were also placed in the pottery pot. Preparing to stew a pot of pork and carrot soup. Adding a few thick pieces of firewood, the flame quickly grew larger, and the temperature rose rapidly. Cooking experience +1. Lynn removed the pottery pot lid. A rich meat aroma spread with the steam, enveloping the entire wooden house. Seeing the fresh pork and carrots inside the pot stewed thoroughly, Lynn picked up a small bowl nearby and used a wooden spoon to add a few scoops of fine salt. He mixed it with a stirring rod to let the salt infuse completely. Lynn picked out a rib, placed it in his mouth. The tender pork meat, carrying the sweet aroma of the carrots, combined with the seasoning of fine salt. Previously merely surviving, just being able to eat to fullness, totally ignored if the food was tasty. Beside him, Red looked at the steaming pottery pot, expression unchanged. Yet his slightly moving throat betrayed him. Lynn casually said, "Eat." Red remained unobtrusive. "Master Lynn, Red is not hungry." A series of footsteps approached from far away. When Kesey saw Lynn in the kitchen, she said, slightly out of breath, "Master Lynn, the gravel road leading to the salt mine is already paved." Lynn raised an eyebrow, walked out of the kitchen. The forest trunks were forcibly sawn apart. For days, and finally the gravel road from the village to the open-pit salt mine was finished. Although not mixed with lime and sand for adhesion, yet it was far better than pure dirt roads. Except for the 4 people at the brewing workshop, Lynn invested all future labor into the open-pit salt mine. He wants to quickly extract the rock salt, sell, or trade for needed items. Village, at the wooden house door. Lynn was pondering how to improve the salt-making technique efficiently, while a group of figures grew closer from afar. Before Lynn could give any instructions, Red took off his bow and arrows and walked toward that group of people. Red stopped them on a barren land. At first glance, this group had at least 30 people. At the front, a curly-haired, burly man stepped forward. Facing the tall and sturdy Red holding a bow, he showed no trace of fear. "We are here looking for work. Mr. George sent us here." Upon hearing the name, Red turned to look behind him. There, Lynn was walking up. Lynn stared directly at these people, both men and women, yet there were no children. Their cleanliness was far better than the refugees who had previously arrived. Lynn said in a deep voice, "My territory is lacking labor, but I don't need hired workers here." "Don't need hired workers? Then what is needed? Is it slaves?" "Oh, we are free people, not slaves." The curly-haired, burly man looked at Lynn. "Sorry, Lord, we are not slaves. We disturbed you. We will leave now." Lynn continued, "What I need to recruit are villagers." Upon hearing this, Those who were about to turn around stopped in their tracks. They looked at Lin with full of confusion. Lin said, "Become my villagers, regardless of whether you're men, women, or children. I can provide you with 3 meals a day, so you won't go hungry anymore. Every family will have a house, working from sunrise to sunset, and if you need to do some special work, there will be subsidies." Their indifferent expressions gradually turned into surprise, until finally turning into shock. Such favorable conditions, could they really be offered by a lord? The curly-haired, burly man was somewhat disbelief. "Lord, what must we do to become your villagers?" These conditions were tempting to him. As a blacksmith, working to exhaustion for the manor lord, crafting farm tools day in and day out, only earning 3 pence a day. Yet he had 3 children to support at home. After finishing work at the manor, he had to stay up late to make farm tools for villagers. Even planting some farmland barely ensured they didn't starve. This life suffocated him. Not only the curly-haired, burly man, but also the villagers behind him had wide eyes, waiting for Lin's answer. Lin spoke calmly. 100% obedience to my orders. Those who defy will be executed." Upon hearing the last 2 words, a commotion arose among the villagers. What a joke! Disobedience leads to execution? We are free people, not slaves. The curly-haired, burly man stared directly at Lin and asked, "Lord, can we really stop enduring hunger as your villagers?" Lin nodded. "I've already said, if you're willing, you can go and bring your family immediately." The curly-haired man swiftly responded, "Yes, yes, the Lord has said it. I will go. I will go." After speaking, the curly-haired man took big strides and left, remaining in place where the others, still hesitating. They were tempted but didn't dare to believe it was true. At this moment, a young man stepped forward. "Lord, I want to become your villager. It's just me and my family. I can join now." "Lord, I am also willing to become your villager." With someone leading, one by one, villagers chose to join Lin's village. Just the promise of no longer being hungry was already irresistible to them. Finally, all the free people joined Lin's village. Some even brought their families along. When they saw villagers returning from work with tools in hand, faces full of pure smiles, and pots of pork and barley porridge being carried out of the kitchen, only then did they believe that what the Lord said was true. They even saw the Lord gift each returning villager a piece of salt mine. They were completely thrilled. The joining of these villagers once again increased the population of Lin's village. Counting adults and children, there are already 87 people, 75 laborers, 12 children. We need to build more wooden houses to accommodate these new villagers. Lin gathered 20 villagers with level 2 or level 1 construction skills and had Red lead them in building the wooden houses. One wooden house after another sprouted up, surrounding the village. Meanwhile, Lin continued to toil away in the kitchen, honing his cooking skills. Cooking, level 0, 95/100. One pot after another of pork barley porridge was cooked by Lin and brought out from the kitchen. Cooking experience, +1. Cooking experience, +1. Especially those newly joined villagers, they never dreamed that one day they would eat food personally cooked by the Lord himself. After staying in the kitchen for 6 consecutive days, a string of text prompts appeared in Lin's view. Your cooking has leveled up to level 1, unlocking, or vein detector. Reward received, memory pearl ×1. Lin looked towards the corner of the Heavenly Artifacts panel. There, a small radar-like feature was present. Geological detector indicates any or vein within 200 meters of the marked location. Seeing the textual description, Lin nodded in satisfaction. This feature is like a supplement to the holographic map. While exploring to light up the surrounding map, the detector will discover or veins that are otherwise invisible. A very good feature indeed. Lin glanced at the skills panel. Now all skills except for hunting, forging, breeding, and medicine have risen to level 1. Hunting is fine enough. He can go into the forest with Red's horn bow to hunt. Forging, breeding, and medicine upgrade plans posed some difficulties for Lin. While Lin was reviewing the panel, Red walked into the kitchen. "Master Lin, Mr. George has come to the village." Lin responded and walked out. On the open ground of the village, George, dressed in high-grade woolen robes and pants, with metal-buckled leather shoes, was standing there. and behind him were 8 medium-sized horse-drawn carriages, pulled by pairs, with the steeds occasionally snorting. The 8 carriages were stacked with various goods, covered with oilcloth made of ordinary linen cloth, providing protection from wind and rain and guarding against malicious intentions. Behind the carriages were sturdy draft oxen and horses, tethered and pulled by ropes. Lynn glanced roughly. There were at least a dozen. Apart from the drivers handling the horses, there were also 5 guards equipped with weapons accompanying them. Seeing Lynn, George hurried up to meet him. Approaching Lynn, he quickly bowed, speaking respectfully. "Oh, dear Master Lynn, besides the slaves, I have brought you everything you wanted. 1,000 pounds of premium iron, 12 draft oxen, 6 draft horses, 2,000 pounds of meat, 10,000 pounds of barley, 1,000 pounds of wheat, and several hundred pounds of vegetables. After deducting the pence for the previous iron pot, there remain 14 gold pounds and 6 shillings here." Listening to George's explanation, Lynn couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The current situation in the Chaldee Empire is complicated, but not to the point of war, with goods prices remaining relatively steady. The market price for premium iron is 6 pence per pound. 1,000 pounds of iron is enough for Lynn to make a lot of iron products and heavy plows for salt mine extraction. The price for a draft ox is 7 shillings, while a draft horse is slightly more expensive at 9 shillings. As for the meat, barley, and wheat, all items combined, it should be about 56 gold pounds and 8 shillings. 7,000 pounds of rock salt, sold at 2 pence per pound, could fetch 58 gold pounds and 6 shillings. 3,000 pounds of beer valued at 4 gold pounds and 68 pence, excluding the cost of the iron pot. Calculating this way, the money Lynn earns from selling rock salt matches up with these goods in front of him. How George sells and what price he fetches relies on his ability. Lynn won't meddle in it. Lynn approvingly said, "You've done well." Though no slaves were brought back, gathering this much goods in such a short time already showcased George's capability. What made Lynn feel the sentiment was the 58 gold pounds and 6 shillings from selling 7,000 pounds of rock salt couldn't even buy 4 suits of fine craftsmanship, chain armor favored by noble knights. Damn nobility indeed. George quickly bowed. "Master Lynn, you're flattering me. Without Master Lynn's trust, I wouldn't be where I am now." Is 7,000 pounds of rock salt a lot for him? Compared to the possible millions of tons of reserves in the open-pit salt mine, it's a drop in the ocean. George could betray his trust, short-sightedly disappearing with 7,000 pounds of rock salt worth less than 60 gold pounds. Without this George, Lynn could still find the next one. But what George loses is a chance to rise as a wealthy merchant. George's gaze turned to the rear of the carriage, as 3 figures knowingly stepped down from it and came to his side. An elderly woman in a plain robe, a young female villager, and a toddler of 3 or 4 years. George quickly explained, "Master Lynn, these 3 are my mother, wife, and son. Just as I mentioned earlier, the Dalton family has already disowned me." George bent his right knee, letting it touch the ground while maintaining his left leg bent, placing the weight on it, and extended his right hand forward. "I, George, vow to offer my loyalty, all my strength, and everything I possess in this world, without reservation, to you. Whether in times of peace or in the face of the perils of war, I shall unwaveringly stand by your side, heed your commands, and fight for your glory and benefits. I pledge upon my honor and my family name that I shall never in this life or the next betray you. May the deity's severest punishment befall me if I do. Master Lynn, please accept my allegiance." There was no surprise on Lynn's face. When George introduced his family, Lynn had anticipated all of this. With the current reliability and credit that George has shown Lynn, even if he did not bring family, Lynn would continue entrusting him with selling the salt mine and beer. Lynn understood that George brought over his family just to reassure him. No matter how much goods George took or how much money he earned, he would return to this village. Here, he has his entire family. This distinctive action drew the attention of the passing villagers. They couldn't help but stop and watch everything from afar. Lynn's expression was solemn, reaching out his right hand, slowly sliding it through the palm of George's right hand. "I, Lynn, accept John's allegiance. You shall become my first vassal, under my authority, to protect you people of service. Lin's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. The loyalty ceremony was complete. George slowly stood up. Lin looked at Kesey behind him, who understood and guided George's family to settle in the new wooden house. Lin spoke, "I will have your mother and children taken care of. Whatever I eat, they will eat." George gratefully responded, "Okay, Master Lin." As Lin began walking, he continued, "Let me take you for a walk." Walking on the gravel path, George's gaze occasionally swept over the surroundings. He had been to Master Lin's village several times, but this was the first time observing the village so meticulously. In the not-so-wide plots of cultivated land were rows of lush green wheat. George's face was full of astonishment. To think that wheat could be planted this way, and with such a high germination rate. Even as someone who was once a crop merchant, he had never seen it before. It was just the tillering stage now, and George could clearly see that each wheat plant had 5 or 6 leaves. This was the best tillering stage wheat planting he had ever seen. They walked past the cultivated land and through the forest. Lin and George stood at the edge of a snow-white, crystalline open space. Staring at the busy figures on the snow-white ground, George's face froze. An open-pit salt mine. What a large open-pit salt mine. George knew Master Lin had an open-pit salt mine, but he never imagined it would be an entire open-pit salt mine. How much rock salt must be under here? George dared not imagine. Lin took George around the village before they returned. George, along with the coachman and guards, left the village carrying 10,000 pounds of rock salt and 3,000 pounds of beer. Lin told George that aside from salt, he needed any other commodities. Quality iron, food, cattle, draft horses, free people, slaves, etc. Watching George leave, Lin retracted his gaze. Not far away, Lex stood hesitantly. Lin asked, "Lex, is there something you want to say?" Upon hearing Master Lin's call, he finally dared to approach him. Lex hesitantly said, "Master Lin, I think the scale of the brewing workshop can be expanded further." Lin, without any hesitation, asked, "What kind of help do you need?" Finding the open-pit salt mine did not stop Lin from considering closing the brewing workshop. The existence of the brewing workshop could create a second income stream for the village. Also, the labor input was not much. Only a dozen people were needed to produce several hundred tons or even thousands of tons of beer each year, which can be sold or distributed to villagers as rewards, adjusting their lives. Lex's face instantly turned excited. "Master Lin, I still need 6 large pots and 6 apprentices." Lin nodded and responded, "All right, when George returns next time, I'll ask him to bring back the iron pots and allocate apprentices." Lex joyfully said, "Thank you, my Master Lin." Now Lin has 1,000 pounds of quality iron. Whether for making heavy plows, or creating iron tools for mining salt, or crafting iron agricultural implements. He must have a blacksmith and a blacksmith shop. Lin had already found a blacksmith. Moreover, a sturdy level 3 forging blacksmith. Lin summoned the curly-haired, burly man from earlier. A series of words appeared before him. Ability: Level 3 forging, Level 2 production, Level 2 collection. Attributes: Attack F, Defense E+, Speed F+, Constitution E, Energy F. Talent: Power control. When using an iron hammer for forging, can precisely control the power under the iron hammer, reducing impurities in iron products. Lin stared straight at Arello. "I need you to forge a batch of heavy plows. Unlike light plows, heavy plows have broader and sharper plowshares that can penetrate deeper into the soil, effectively breaking the plow layer, loosening deep soil, and directly cutting tree roots in wilderness areas." Feeling Master Lin's serious gaze, Arello was filled with doubt. How did Master Lin know he was a blacksmith? Did someone secretly tell Master Lin? Various thoughts were forming in Arello's mind. "Master Lin, it's true I am a blacksmith, but I don't know how to forge the heavy plow you're talking about. This world has light plows. Blacksmiths capable of making light plows don't know what heavy plows are. No matter, heavenly artifacts knows how to forge them." Lin raised an eyebrow and said, "I can teach you." Lin also lacked a blacksmith shop. But, with Lin's current labor force, building a blacksmith shop wouldn't be difficult. Lin called Kesey, asking her to take 5 people off the open-pit salt mine and start building a blacksmith shop. Under their amazed gaze, Lin picked up an axe and began chopping the logs. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. The knowledge of constructing a blacksmith shop gradually emerged and began to integrate in Lin's mind. Compared to a simple wooden house, constructing a blacksmith shop was much more complex. It not only required setting up a wooden house for easy water access, also needed to create a forging area, storage area, and resting area, along with a furnace capable of withstanding high-temperature combustion. Fortunately, Irello himself was a blacksmith and had his own anvil. Otherwise, one anvil alone would cost Lin 200 to 300 pounds of quality iron. The structure of the blacksmith shop can use mortise and tenon joints to build a wooden house. It's relatively simple. The forging area is much more difficult. It requires enough space to place the furnace, anvil, and various tools for forging. The furnace must be built with a mixture of stone and clay. Otherwise, it simply won't withstand the high temperatures from the intense burning of charcoal. To forge, the temperature of the iron blocks must reach at least 800 to 1,000 degrees. As for the charcoal, Lin doesn't have to worry. The earth kiln used before to burn charcoal is still usable, and there are piles of arm-thick branches for building the wooden house, enough to burn charcoal for forging. Lin held the iron saw in his right hand, constantly pulling it back and forth, cutting the pine wood log underfoot. 5 burly men were also building according to Irello's requirements for the blacksmith shop. With 11 laborers, it only took a day to finish constructing the 2 connected blacksmith shops. Within a day, the charcoal needed was burnt and ready. Basket after basket of charcoal was transported to the storage area. A piece of high-quality iron was visibly turning red under the rising heat from the charcoal. Lin and Irello stood not far away, quietly waiting. Despite this, Lin could still feel the scorching heat coming from the furnace. Sweat uncontrollably surfaced from all over his body, flowing and spreading. This is the work a blacksmith must face every day. Irello moved his hand, using tongs to extract the glowing orange iron block from the furnace and placed it on the anvil. Lin gripped the iron hammer tightly in his hand and began to strike. Forging experience, +1. Forging experience, +1. Forging experience, +1. Bits of forging knowledge surfaced in Lin's mind. Opposite Lin, Irello was also hammering the iron block. Each hammer strike alternated perfectly with Lin's lifted iron hammer. After striking more than a dozen times, Master Lin didn't utter a word. What surprised Irello was that Master Lin, being the Lord, was actually forging iron together with him. Who's going to believe that if it said? Lin spoke. The wheel plow consists of 7 major components: the plowshare, plow blade, beam, handle, coulter, sole, and wheel. The plowshare, sharp and slightly curved, must be heated and tempered to increase its hardness and durability so it can penetrate the soil for plowing. The plow blade, a curved metal sheet behind the plowshare, pushes the turned soil to the side, forming a furrow. The beam connects the plowshare, plow blade, and harnesses livestock, serving as a crucial support component in the heavy plow structure. The handle is used for grasping and controlling the wheel plow while the ox advances, allowing adjustments to direction and soil depth. Lin explained the construction and forging of the wheel plow completely, while Irello's brows remained furrowed. Lin approached a wooden wall and picked up a piece of charcoal to draw. From the plowshare, plow blade, beam to the handle, coulter, and finally the wheel. The general outline of the wheel plow appeared on the wall. Irello's eyes shone brightly. His words were filled with disbelief. Master Lin, is this the wheel plow? As a blacksmith, Irello had naturally crafted countless light plows. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly state what parts a light plow needs and how to forge them. However, the heavy plow in front of him differed from the light plow by only one character, yet he had never imagined it. Even seeing just the shape outline of the heavy plow, Irello could understand clearly. If this wheel plow exists, imagine what it would mean for opening up Wasteland. Stable and sharp, cleverly designed. If the Wasteland is a battlefield, then this wheel plow is a killing machine. However, what Irello couldn't comprehend was, how did Master Lin, the Lord, come to know about such a heavy plow? Lin nodded. Yes, the wheel plow. I need to see 10 of these wheel plows a month from now. A single wheel plow requires 70 to 80 pounds of iron, not to mention the plow frame and wheels. The weight of the entire wheel plow is nearly 200 pounds. The artifact for land clearing. Irello snapped back to reality, hurriedly speaking. 10 plows? Master Lin, even if you executed me, I couldn't achieve that. Forging 10 such wheel plows, not to mention a month, even after summer plowing ends, it's not feasible for one person. Lin said, I will assign 10 apprentices to assist you. Irello shrugged helplessly. Master Lin, even 10 apprentices aren't enough. Apprentices mean they know nothing. Everything has to be taught from scratch. Lin calmly responded. A reward of 1 gold pound for each heavy plow crafted. Irello continued shaking his head, even for 1 gold pound. But he abruptly paused, startled. Irello stared at Lin, asking in amazement, Master Lin, are you saying 1 gold pound? Lin gazed directly at Irello. 1 gold pound. Irello's breathing immediately became rapid, his face flushing with excitement. Master Lin, rest assured, even if I were to perish at the anvil, I would lead the apprentices to forge 10 wheel plows. Forging 1 wheel plow yields 1 gold pound. 10 plows mean 10 gold pounds. Contrasting with his previous 3 pence per day, that's wages over more than a decade of labor. Lin nodded in satisfaction, looking at the 10 burly men standing outside the blacksmith shop. He said, your next task is to be Irello's blacksmith apprentices. If you become qualified blacksmiths, each will be rewarded 1 gold pound. Now not only Irello was excited, the 10 burly men soon to become apprentices were also filled with excitement. Their faces flushed red. Its temptation to them is immense. More concretely, that's 1,200 pounds of barley. Watching their flushed expressions, Lin nodded in satisfaction. As long as they complete the task or become qualified blacksmiths, it would only cost him 20 gold pounds. 20 gold pounds are equivalent to 4,800 pounds of rock salt. Currently, Lin lacks everything except for rock salt. With the heavy plow forging tasks arranged, Lin summoned Kisi. It's now tillering season, requiring the wheat in the fields to be fertilized. However, there are only a few acres of wheat, which 1 or 2 people can finish fertilizing in a day. Lin showed no slack. These few acres of wheat are akin to Lin's experimental field. If productivity increases and a bumper harvest is possible, it will indicate that Lin's improvements in planting methods are effective. Once the wheel plows are forged, more farmland can be opened for large-scale cultivation. Lin arrived at the open-pit salt mine. Watching the villagers continuously excavating rock salt on the open-pit salt mine, Lin pondered deeply. Lin made up his mind. Even if it means temporarily reducing the rock salt output from the open-pit salt mine, he must build the salt factory. Rock salt sells for 2 pence per pound. Processed edible fine salt, 7 pence. For the same 10,000 pounds, rock salt can only sell for 80-something gold pounds, whereas fine salt sells for more than 290 gold pounds. Such a gap, who wouldn't be tempted? Lin needs more gold pounds to buy slaves, increase the labor force, purchase quality iron, forge weapons and armor, buy war horses, create a steel torrent. Each of these requires a large amount of gold pounds. Building a salt factory, producing fine salt, all it comes down to is manpower and fuel. Manpower, although not much, can still draw out dozens of people. Fuel, without the discovery of coal mines, Lin can fully utilize mud kilns to produce charcoal. Lin began to reorganize and adjust the village's labor force. The 10 people at the brewing workshop and the 10 at the blacksmith shop remain unchanged. Gavin and Wilbur are also responsible for fertilizing and weeding in the wheat fields, as well as watering. A porter collecting manure for composting, 3 chefs responsible for cooking, guy leading 2 feeders for pigs, cows, and horses, and 12 children who are unable to work. Aside from Lin being the Lord, Red as a close guard, and Kisi assisting with management able to mobilize villagers at any time, there are 43 left. Lin left 20 old rock salt miners, and the remaining 23 were divided into 3 groups. One group of villagers continued to fell trees near the open-pit salt mine, cutting a path towards the Acadia River for water and clearing an area for a small salt factory. The felled logs can be used locally to build wooden houses for the salt factory, eliminating the need for secondary transportation. With limited manpower, a small salt factory is sufficient, but the area for the small salt factory still requires several hundred square meters. Another group of villagers was digging stones and clay for the salt factory's salt mine processing room, brine storage pool, stove, and evaporation room, etc. The last group of villagers was digging earth kilns nearby to burn charcoal with those arm-thick chopped branches. Under Lin's arrangement and Kesey's supervision, everything was developing in a well-organized manner. Thick trees fell constantly. The area near the open-pit salt mine became increasingly wide, progressing toward the Acadia River several hundred meters away. Pieces of clean logs were lifted by villagers and piled at the edge, waiting to build the salt factory. Villagers responsible for charcoal burning cleared branch debris, carried them to the mud kiln side, ready for charcoal production. On the banks of Acadia River, 5 or 6 villagers were digging clay. The amount of clay was abundant, not needing to go into the river. It could be dug on the bank. Villagers responsible for digging stones drove draft horses, transporting carts of stones near the open-pit salt mine, piling them up. Lin's sharp eyes were fixed on a quail ahead, left hand holding the bow, right hand arranging the arrow on the string. As his chest expanded outward, right arm pulled back. The hard-horn bow instantly became full bow. As Lin released his right hand, the flint arrow suddenly shot out. At a distance of 20 meters, the arrow flew past swiftly and hit accurately. The quail pinned in the soil scratched its claws continuously, unable to escape a bit. Gradually, the quail's movement stopped, ultimately died. Hunting experience +1. No need for Lin to speak. Red quickly stepped forward, skillfully withdrew the arrow, picked up the quail, and hung it on his waist. At his waist, already hanging, were 2 wild rabbits. With a thought, Lin glanced at the Heavenly Artifacts panel. Hunting, level 0, 50/100. The experience had just reached halfway. Looks like it'll take a few days to level up. Seeing Red picking up the flint arrow and handing it over, Lin reached out to accept it. Lin spoke. Red, I want you to find 10 strong villagers for training to form a guard team, with you as the captain. Red's face showed a trace of surprise. Guard captain? Lin nodded. The village population is growing more, and problems will increase too. I need a guard team to maintain and suppress order within the village. The villagers' loyalty is only directed towards Lin. Lin allows them to live in wooden houses, to eat full meals, and to consume salt. They support Lin and follow his commands. But these villagers are also people, with various different personalities and emotions. Faced with others who are also villagers, they will have different ideas. Facing problems, they will adopt different coping strategies. Therefore, the existence of a guard team becomes extremely important. The symbol of the Lord's power, the deterrent of military force, and the enforcement and maintenance of order. Moreover, the open-pit salt mine requires the guard team for protection. Red hesitated a bit and said, Master Lin, I don't know how to train guards. If faced with fierce prey, Red would charge forward without hesitation. But when it comes to training guards, he truly doesn't know how. Lin spoke. If you don't know, you can learn and ask. Letting someone else be the guard captain. I can't trust that. Red's body shook, and his eyes were full of determination. Yes, master. Not far from the open-pit salt mine, Lin directly had the kitchen moved to the site. Each person has a meal consisting of a barley bread and a bowl of barley meat stew. The previously smoked wild boar meat and wild wolf meat were long gone. Now, the daily consumption is all fresh meat that George just transported back. Plus, Lin specially prepared several dozens of pounds of salt to season the food and replenish the villagers' daily salt intake. With such food provisions, how could they not be dedicated and responsible to Lin? How could they not work tirelessly? Under Lin's continuous guidance, a small-scale salt factory covering over 300 square meters took shape. Villagers then used a simple sieve for screening and a water trough for washing clean. Rock salt contains not only salt crystals, but also earth and stones, requiring an initial cleaning. The rock salt processing area only needs to meet the needs to crush, screen, and clean rock salt for preliminary processing. Building the rock salt processing area is not complicated. Next is the brine storage pool. Lin had an approximately 10-meter long, 20-meter wide, and 1-meter deep pit dug, using nearby clay and gravel to build walls to prevent the pool from collapsing. The brine storage pool's purpose is to stir and dissolve the crushed and cleaned rock salt fragments. A filter composed of sand, charcoal, stones, and straw was set up at the pool's location to filter out insoluble impurities in the brine. Only in this way can the processed salt be directly edible. Lastly, there is the stove with evaporation chamber. Lin had a pit dug on the ground, reinforced and constructed with stones and clay, shaped into a large pot, and then smoothed with clay. A furnace mouth was left under the pot for placing charcoal for heating and burning. After 5 days of drying and baking, a small and simple salt factory was completed. Construction experience +1. Construction experience +1. Looking at the salt factory before him, Lin felt a wave of satisfaction. Compared to this world's salt-making technique, he maximized improvements with the current conditions. Iron pickaxe excavation, draft horses pulling stone mill for crushing, 200 square brine storage static sedimentation pool, charcoal filtration of impurities, and finally boiling evaporation crystallization method. These 5 days, Lin was tirelessly busy, almost without stopping, if not instructing woodhouse construction, then addressing brick issues in brine storage pool construction. Otherwise, insufficient stress in stove evaporation. Fortunately, it was finally completed. But this is only the start of the salt factory. Lin still needs to inform the villagers on how to use the salt factory for salt production. Teaching the villagers to start making salt, the simplest way is to implement a division of labor. After the division of labor, villagers only need to focus on specific tasks. For example, villagers responsible for crushing, washing, and sieving rock salt only need to learn how to crush, wash, and sieve. The subsequent dissolution and heating evaporation have nothing to do with them. Through division of labor, constantly repeating the same work, they will become more skillful, thus improving work efficiency. In each division of labor process, Lin appointed the first to learn as the foreman, and for any matters in the division departments, villagers should first find the foreman. The foreman then reports to Kisi. Such hierarchical division can solve problems more efficiently. The salt factory went into production. A small bowl of fine crystalline granules appeared in Lin's eyes. Fine salt, non-toxic, obtained through multi-layer processing of salt mines, can be used for cooking seasoning, pickling, etc. Lin pinched a few grains and placed them in his mouth. A familiar salty taste came. No strange taste at all. Putting down the small bowl in his hand, Lin looked at Kisi. In one day, how much of this fine salt can be produced? Kisi answered without hesitation. More than 300 pounds. Lin nodded slightly. 60 people were invested in the salt factory, from excavation to grinding into fine salt. Producing more than 300 pounds a day was already a very good result. This is still just a small salt factory. 300 pounds of fine salt, at 7 pence a pound, is 2,100 pence. 20 people excavating rock salt can produce 1,200 pounds a day, which is 2,400 pence. If all 60 people were to invest in excavating rock salt, the pence produced in a day would naturally be more than making fine salt. But Lin knew there was a decisive limitation. A transport cart drawn by 2 draft horses can only move 3,000 pounds of weight on solid roads. On difficult roads, even 2,000 pounds would start to sink and slip. Without transport ships, unless there are more draft horse carts, only then can Lin's mined rock salt be transported out. But likewise, too many cart caravans will attract the coveting of others, whether bandits or the Lord's church. If the transport of goods weighs the same, the value of selling fine salt is far more than coarse salt can compare. Before approaching the blacksmith shop, Lin already heard the crisp sounds of forging. At the door of the blacksmith shop, the furnace's heat circulated within the wooden house. Although Arello and the apprentices were bare-chested, sweat streamed off them. Despite this, their faces were full of anticipation, clenching their teeth, forging with determination. Hammer after hammer fell, striking the orange-red high-quality iron blocks. The reason why high-quality iron far exceeds ordinary iron in price includes less impurity, reducing forging times, and producing higher-quality iron products. Under the constant hammering of Arello and 2 apprentices, the iron continuously deformed, gradually taking shape of a plowshare. In Lin's view, this was indeed too slow. 3 days had passed, and Arello hadn't even forged a single-wheel plow, let alone a wheeled plow. Even a cross pickaxe Lin had yet to see. There was no way to forge 10 heavy plows before the summer plowing. The outdated forging method must be improved. Lin called over a middle-aged man with a mustache. Ability: Construction Level 3, Collection Level 2, Planting Level 2. Attributes: Attack F-, Defense F+, Speed F-, Constitution F+, Energy F. Talent: Structure Reinforcement, building structures to enhance their firmness. Colin was someone Lin noticed when setting up the salt factory from among the villagers. Level 3, Construction. Looking at Arello and Colin in front of him, Lin spoke in a deep voice. I need you two to collaborate and build a water wheel for forging. Arello and Colin's eyebrows instantly rose, asking in unison. A water wheel for forging? They were both veteran level 3 blacksmiths and carpenters who had heard of water wheels existing, but only for irrigation or as millstones, just like the stone mill water wheel outside the village. Yet, they hadn't heard of a water wheel being used for forging. The mustached Colin showed a trace of embarrassment. Master Lin, I've been working as a carpenter for over 20 years. I really don't know how to make. Arello nodded in agreement. Lin was not surprised, speaking calmly. I will. More accurately, he was about to learn. Arello and Colin were surprised, looking at Master Lin. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. How could Master Lin know everything? The method to forge heavy plows, setting up a salt factory, the salt-making technique, and now hydraulic forging. They began to believe that Lin before their eyes was not just a lord, but a knowledgeable scholar. With previous experience and knowledge of making a stone mill water wheel, it would not be difficult for Lin to create a forging water wheel. Recollecting for a moment, memories of making a hydraulic forging water wheel surfaced in his mind. The water wheel did not change much. The main thing was the multi-gear transmission shaft system for forging. Using the multi-wheel transmission of the water wheel's rotation, driving several iron hammers to rotate, and continuously striking the iron blocks that need forging. When the water wheel turns, every 10 seconds there will be a fierce strike with an iron hammer, with each hammer strike carrying nearly over 200 pounds of force. Even the burly Arello with level 3 forging could only strike with a little over 200 pounds using the hammer's weight and acceleration. But the hammer of the forging water wheel comes with an endless source. Hammer after hammer, a continuous stream. As long as the waters of the Acadia River do not dry up or cease flowing, the forging water wheel will never stop. The most is just maintaining or replacing gears or the water wheel. Perhaps each hammerfall from the water wheel's forging doesn't match a blacksmith's personal skill in intricacy and detail. However, Lin only needed the forging water wheel to craft farming tools. Forget about farming tools. With such forging efficiency, as long as it's not making exquisitely crafted armor with complex patterns. Using the forging water wheel to forge standard plate armor is completely adequate. The crisp sounds continuously rang out in the blacksmith shop. Lin held an iron hammer, constantly striking it on the anvil. Forging experience +1. Forging experience +1. Outside the village, with a dozen people assisting, a massive water wheel was slowly erected. The river water crashed against the blades of the water wheel, causing it to turn under the effect of tangential force. As the multi-gear transmission shaft system moved, the iron hammer began to rotate. The repeated sounds of metal striking resonated through the entire village. Layer after layer of metallic clashing sounds resonated throughout the village. You could hear it from far and near. At this time, Lin's hand held the iron hammer, continuously hammering the iron block on the anvil. Forging experience +1. Forging experience +1. You could hear it in the entire village, the constant sound of the hammer ringing at the blacksmith shop. Everyone saw the giant structure that kept moving, swinging its iron hammer rhythmically, and was full of shock. Both Arello and Colin's faces were filled with expressions of amazement. They felt as if this big guy, similar to a monster, would change the world. Looking at the villagers' excited and grateful faces, and the loyalty that was as high as 90%, Lin knew that even if he asked them to die now, they would not have any doubts. Among these people, Lin spotted George. The wheel plow is related to the planting area for the summer crops, and Lin is particularly attentive. In the blacksmith shop, Lin picked up the bright white plowshare in his hand and examined it carefully. The shape is sharp and slightly curved, forged through quenching, full of metallic texture. With the forging water wheel, the forging efficiency of the blacksmith shop has significantly improved. In half a day, a piece of plowshare has already been forged, and the iron blocks used for forging plowshares and plow walls are continuously taking shape under the forging of the water wheel hammer. Following this progress, it will take about 10 days to half a month to forge 10-wheel plows. Even after forging, removing some slag from the high-quality iron, the remaining 900 pounds of high-quality iron is enough to forge 10-wheel plows. Lin is not idle either. He takes the remaining 100 pounds of iron to forge iron hoes and iron cross pickaxes in the blacksmith shop, both for subsequent farming and for future mining of salt mines or rock excavation. These will be needed. Better prepared than sorry. Lin glanced at the Heavenly Artifacts panel. Forging, level 0, 54/100. Still a bit away from upgrading. Lin swung the iron hammer again, forging the iron pickaxe in front of him. Forging experience, +1. Forging experience, +1. Kesey jogged into the blacksmith shop. Her eyes searched around and finally landed on Lin. Kesey took a deep breath to calm her words. Master Lin. Mr. George has returned. Lin's eyebrows raised. He stepped outside the wooden house, and his gaze scanned the distance. One after another, double-horse carriages were coming, carrying loads of goods. Behind the carriages, draft horses and oxen were being led by ropes, following behind. On the backs of the draft horses and oxen, there were also bags of goods. 10 carts stopped in the village's open space. In a snort from the draft horses, George leaped down from the foremost cart. He strode up to Lin, slowly and solemnly bent his right knee, and knelt down. Master Lin, I'm sorry, I still couldn't bring back any slaves for you. Lin said, stand up first. George stood up, and without Lin asking, he began to explain. Master Lin, I encountered bandits on the road, but fortunately, it was a close call. There were only 5 or 6 bandits. 3 were killed by the guards I hired, and the rest fled. Lin's brows furrowed. He looked at the 5 guards not far away, and sure enough, 2 of them showed signs of injury. As he walked, George continued his report. Master Lin, the 3,000 pounds of beer was completely sold out even before reaching Kakasong City, fetching 6 gold pounds after taxes. 10,000 pounds of rock salt, priced at 2 pence per pound, was resold to 3 or 4 salt merchants at Fisherman's Wharf in Kakasong City, fetching 80 gold pounds after deducting 1% city tax and 3% sales tax. Even in the fiefdom cities of Marquis Duca, sales incur corresponding city and sales taxes, and sometimes stall taxes too. However, compared to luxury goods with tax rates as high as 15 to 30%, the tax rate for daily goods like beer and salt is already very low. George's voice turned somewhat apologetic. Master Lin, besides slaves, I brought back 1,000 pounds of high-quality iron, 3,000 pounds of wheat, 27,000 pounds of barley, 3,000 pounds of meat, and 300 pounds of vegetables. 15 adult oxen and 15 draft horses. Listening to the list George reported, Lin's mind quickly calculated. 10,000 pounds of rock salt and 3,000 pounds of beer valued at 86 gold pounds. George didn't leave a single pence for him. He purchased all these goods. However, these are exactly what Lin needs. George continued. Master Lin, while selling rock salt, I met a merchant, to put it simply, a slave merchant. On his longship, there are nearly 100 slaves, but they're all from the nomadic tribes of the Shar Khanate. So I wanted to seek your instructions, Master Lin, before making a decision. Hearing George's words, Lin's eyebrows raised. In the eastern region, the Tetlan Empire, known for its oasis grasslands, and the Shar Khanate, known for its golden desert, have been at war for over 100 years. The source of the conflict, of course, ties back to survival. The excessive consumption of natural resources by the Shar Khanate led the once oasis grasslands to become a desert, making living conditions extremely harsh. In order to survive, the Shar Khanate began their invasion of the Tetlan Empire. It's always been rumored that the Shar Khanate was on the rise, yet unexpectedly, in reality, they are at a disadvantage. The Shar Khanate is known for its hardy culture because the entire Khanate enjoys eating raw meat, drinking fresh milk, having fierce personalities, and being burly. Both men and women are brave warriors, especially skilled at horse combat, particularly the women of the Shar Khanate. Their powerful long legs can crush a person to death. The physical prowess of nomadic tribe slaves is stronger, so they can perform more tasks, hence why they are favored by many manor lords. Therefore, their price is higher than ordinary slaves. Lin still needs these slaves. Without slaves, he cannot carry out large-scale wasteland reclamation. Without slaves, he cannot expand the open-pit salt mine excavation, nor can he enlarge the salt factory scale. Without slaves, he cannot even pull from the current villagers to let Red form a guard team, which means no ability to protect oneself. Lin spoke. You can have him send all the slaves over. The price is not an issue. George hurriedly bowed in response. Understood, master. Just as he was about to leave, the corner of his eye caught a sight of a clay bowl on Lin's wooden desk. In the clay bowl, there was a small pinch of crystal-clear fine grains. George instantly guessed what it was, but he still asked in surprise, Master Lin, is this fine salt? Lin glanced along George's gaze, his words calm. Yes, fine salt. George's face showed increasing surprise. Now, he had only one question in his heart. Who exactly is the Master Lin before him? Finding the open-pit salt mine in the forest could be attributed to a stroke of luck. But after finding the salt mine and excavating it, Master Lin managed to refine such clean and delicate edible salt. Lin said, from next time onwards, unless absolutely necessary, no more rock salt shipments for external sale, sell fine salt directly. George nodded repeatedly. Understood, Master Lin. As a merchant responsible for externally selling rock salt, George is more than aware of fine salt's value. After dismissing George and letting him reunite with his family at home, Lin called for Kisi. He instructed her to arrange for villagers to immediately unload all goods. All high-quality iron to be sent to the blacksmith shop, allowing Arello to continue forging the wheel plow with full effort. Adding the previous oxen and draft horses, Lin now has 28 oxen and 21 draft horses. Though draft horses' endurance in reclaiming Wasteland isn't as good as oxen, they're still usable for reclamation. On the distant hills, two men pulled the reins with their right hands, riding on horseback, gazing coldly at the distant village. The man with a scar on his face narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering something unknown to others. Behind him, a gaunt man spoke angrily. Captain Isaac, I saw that merchant caravan enter the village. The scarred man, known as Isaac, remained silent. The gaunt man, Harvey, continued. They killed 3 of our Brotherhood members. We must avenge them. The scarred man kept scanning the village, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Located in a remote area, it was adjacent to the enemy country, Elfini. How could it develop into a village with 30 to 40 wooden houses? Even more surprising, a merchant caravan has come to this place. Isaac withdrew his gaze and looked at Harvey. Are you sure that merchant caravan is loaded with goods and is leading over 20 draft horses and oxen? Harvey hesitated not a bit. Yes, Captain Isaac, I saw it with my own eyes. All goods and draft oxen. Furthermore, I saw that one of the carriages was loaded with iron, quality iron. At least 1,000 pounds. Isaac's eyes sparkled. I understand. Go back and gather everyone. Harvey became excited. Yes, Captain Isaac. Dusk passed, and night fell. All villagers who had gone out to work returned to the village. Gathered around the kitchen, finished their evening meal. The village fell into silence. A group of people surrounded the bonfire, feeling the warmth and comfort from the flames. 2 or 3 teams of figures slowly wandered around the village. Leisurely chatter occasionally sounded. Emma, today it's chicken barley porridge. I haven't had chicken for ages. Yeah, so smooth and rich in flavor. Julia, we should go back to rest. Rest? Didn't it just turn dark? It's true, it just turned dark. Don't you think we should have a child now? Besides, Master Lin also encourages us to have children. Perez, I'm thinking of selling some of the salt Master Lin gave us to buy some daily supplies. Oh, do as you see fit. Fearful and puzzled voices shattered the village's tranquility. Villagers, who had been enjoying a leisurely evening, stood up and looked into the distance. There, flames were rapidly approaching. The sounds of urging horses and the galloping of hoofs entered their ears. Bandits. Those are bandits. Quickly report to Master Lin. Bandits are invading. 2 or 3 bandit leaders rode in with their men towards the village. They waved torches and swords in their hands, letting out bizarre shouts. Under the bandits' urging, frightened villagers were gathered on the open ground in front of the village. Everyone behave. Anyone who resists will be killed. Who's the lord here? Come out quickly. Gather all the villagers here. Our captain has something to say. Seeing the frightened expressions on the villagers' faces, Harvey felt a sense of satisfaction. He enjoyed seeing the fearful eyes of the weak. Those eyes filled him with inexplicable excitement. Harvey scanned the crowd, his expression lifted. Without any hesitation, he raised his scimitar and pointed to someone in the crowd. Captain Isaac, that's the man. He's the merchant of that caravan. It was his guards that killed our 3 members. George wore a solemn expression. He finally understood. The bandits before him were the same ones who attempted to rob his caravan. Isaac looked over, seeing a man in luxurious attire standing there. He snorted and told Harvey beside him, "Bring him over." Harvey grinned, revealing yellow and blackened teeth, nudged his horse, and stepped towards George. Watching Harvey's scimitar sway, before he could open his mouth to yell, villagers fearfully cleared a path. As the bandits approached closer, George grew more anxious. His caravan had 5 guards, but in front of these dozen bandits armed with weapons, not a ripple could be stirred. The guards only went through a period of combat training, barely stronger than ordinary people. A tall and robust figure stepped forward, appearing in front of George's astonished eyes, standing right before him. The towering silhouette shielded him from behind. A familiar voice sounded alongside it. "I am the lord of this village, Lynn." Harvey was somewhat surprised. "You actually came out? I thought you would have run away by now. I'll give you 5 minutes to bring out all the valuables and hand over that man. If Captain Isaac is in a good mood, he might spare your lives." From behind, Isaac also stared directly at Lynn. It wasn't just Isaac. All the villagers' eyes were on Lynn, waiting for his response. Lynn said calmly, "I cannot give you anything." Harvey frowned, shouting, "What? I didn't hear you clearly." Lynn continued, "Everything in the village belongs to the village. If we give them to you, what will they eat?" Lynn's voice was not loud, yet every villager heard it clearly. Harvey's expression changed, and he raised the scimitar in his hand to slash at Lynn. Before Harvey's scimitar could fall, an iron shovel suddenly appeared, blocking in front of it. The clash of metal against metal made a crisp sound. Harvey couldn't believe it. He looked to the side to see an ordinary villager holding the iron shovel. He glared at the villager, hoping to scare him into retreat. Guy was tense, his entire body trembled, but he didn't back down at all. Gavin and Wilbur stepped forward, blocking in front of Lynn. Fear was etched all over their faces, yet they still gripped the iron shovel and cross-pickaxe tightly. Harvey sneered, raising his short sword again, slashing towards the 2 villagers. Guy, Gavin, and Wilbur nimbly dodged. As a bandit, how could he fear these villagers? In the terrified gazes of everyone, the sharp scimitar blade instantly struck in front of a villager. Crimson gushed from the villager's front, instantly soaking through his clothes. The villager reached towards the wound, throbbing with intense pain, his right hand stained with scarlet blood. He fell to the ground powerlessly. Murder. They murdered someone. The bandits killed someone. These damn beasts. They want to rob our grain and killed our villager. What should we do? What should we do? I don't want to die. Should we escape from here? How can we escape? We only have 2 legs. They are on horseback. I want to live. I want to survive. Amidst the fearful discussions, Harvey raised his blood-stained scimitar, cracking a malicious smile. This is the price of being the one to stand out, paying with your life. The villagers, as usual, bowed their heads, not daring to look at the bandits' arrogant expressions, just hoping the bandits' scimitars would not fall upon them. A piercing sound sliced through the air. A flint arrow cut through space, emitting a sharp sound. The villagers who had bowed their heads raised their eyes. They looked towards the front. There, an arrow hit and pierced through Harvey's heart with precision, the scarlet arrowhead protruding from the back. Drop by drop of fresh blood dripped down from the arrowhead. The villagers' pupils constricted, tracing the direction of the shot. Lynn stood with a grim expression, holding the horn bow, the bowstring humming in his left hand.